Well, hello everyone. Welcome to another Friday live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to answer your lawn care questions. If this is your first time on the live stream or on the YouTube channel, first of all, welcome. The way this works, super simple. Drop your questions down in the chat, and I will work through them in the order they come in. Sometimes I have the answers, sometimes I don't, but either way, we have a great time talking about your lawn care problems, your goals for this season, and in general, we just have a great time. Happy Easter Friday, everyone. And yeah, let's get into it. Let's see what who's here in the live stream. All right, we got VMH here starting out tonight saying Happy Good Friday, Ron. Happy Good Friday, VMH. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. As always, appreciate you. And then Papa Mo's Low starting it out right saying, I just stopped by to touch the like button. Have a great weekend. I appreciate it, Papa Mo's Low. Thanks so much for coming to hang out. Higgy Pop's in the house. He says, hey, Ron, hope everyone has a great weekend. Starting to warm up in Georgia. Let's go. That's right. I mean, for sure, man. It's the lawns are starting to warm up, or the temperature's starting to warm up. We're starting to get some rain, like in the forecast tomorrow. There is a bunch of rain. Tomorrow's when I would normally do my carbon kit application. Today's like the 15th, so normally I would do it tomorrow. But it's supposed to get a bunch of rain in the forecast tomorrow here in Northeast Georgia, so I got it done already. So all done, hence the thumbnail you guys saw. It was all about, the topic of spoon feeding. So, and you guys want to have questions about fertilization programs, I'm going to explain some of the stuff that I'm doing. Some of it you can take and some of it you can throw away depending on what you want to do and what your goals are and how much time you have. There's all that, but we'll get into all of that tonight. Next up is Jeremy Espinoza. He says, I love the results from Turfplex Release Zero and NutriKelp. Yeah, man, that is the combo. That's the combo. I ran that last year and loved it, man. Loved the results. Turfplex is a great product, as is Release Zero and NutriKelp. Throw a little bit of Biospectrum in there with it. Good to go. It's money, right? So I'm glad that you're getting good results. Not surprised that you're getting good results with it. But yeah, man, that's very, very good to hear that you're doing well. So far, that even with the season just starting out, things are on the right track, right? Things are on the right track, which is good. Joseph Robertson in the house saying, Happy Friday, everyone. What's going on, Joseph? Glad you're doing well. So Joseph, guys, brings up a good point that I want to share with you guys. We were talking about this back and forth on Facebook. A slight public service announcement. So I know you guys are all excited. You're all ready to get out there and start working on your lawns, start either putting on your granular fertilizer, start spraying, whatever you happen to be doing. But it's also important to take care of, especially with a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, how you go about putting that thing on your back. A backpack sprayer, like fully loaded up, can weigh in the area of 50 pounds. They can be pretty heavy. And the way you put that on can be, you can injure yourself if you're not careful. So I don't have a video to actually show you guys. I have a video, I don't have a video that's queued up to show you guys how I do it. But literally, you guys know the table that I'm always filming on out back, the one with like where it's partially broken, like that table. So what I tend to do is I put the backpack sprayer on that. I just rest it on top and I turn it with the back towards me, like the straps towards me. I'll sit down on the bench, like work my arms in, and then I use my knees to get up. What you don't want to do, or I mean, again, you can do it, but you're taking the chance of injury, is to try and like pick up the backpack sprayer fully loaded from the ground and hoist it up and try and sling it around. I mean, it can work, but you're doing things the hard way and you take the chance of injuring yourself. So while you guys are out there spraying your lawns, I definitely want you guys to get out there and do that because liquids are awesome. Be safe about it. So just be careful. A bed of a truck can work, whatever. A bed of an SUV, anything that just raises it up to where you're not picking it up from the floor is always a good idea. So Joe, thanks for letting me share your story. Glad you're feeling better. And for everyone else, be careful when you are out there working on your lawn with a backpack sprayer. All right, next up is Jeremy Espinoza. He says, hey, Ron, thoughts on hydrotane and when to put it down? I'm in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas area, and I have Tifway 419. I did mine earlier this week, Jeremy. I did the granular. If you guys, here's the thing. Now, if you've been following the YouTube stories, you would know this because I showed you guys it on the ground, like showed you the granules, what they look like and everything. Like people that are subscribed to the channel, it's this thing one, you got to be subscribed. And then that are tuned in on the YouTube stories, get to see a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, a lot of like the ramblings of me, like talking about the parts of the lawn that I like, parts of the lawn that I hate, things that are going well, things that are not going so well. So you get to see all of that if you subscribe and you also follow the stories. So I did get it down this week, Jeremy. I did my hydrotane app. I've got really good results with hydrotane last year, so I saw no reason to not do it again. So yeah, the first app has gone down. They say you can get 3 months of coverage or so out of an application of hydrotane. But if you're really doing it, if you really want to not have it like taper off, I would say every 6 to 8 weeks. So every 6 weeks, you know, if budget permitting, 8 weeks is about as long as I would go between applications. So I use the granular mainly because it's easier. You don't have to worry about watering in immediately after putting it down. And yeah, so that's what I did. We carry that at the golf course lawn store if you guys are interested in the liquid, which is actually the best value, but it's more work, and the granular, which is easier, but you get less coverage for what you spend. So it's already down, Jeremy. So you're behind the ball, man. Get on it. Chop, 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 chop. Get it down. Get going. All right, next up is Thin Cut. He says, hey, Ron and everyone. What's going on, Thin Cut? Thanks for coming to visit and hang out in the live stream as always. Now, this is a good one. Zach Hall is saying, Ron, Zach, I don't know what you're saying, but I'm excited for you to be here, as excited as you are, I guess, to see me here. So there's that. Well, guys, one more thing before we get too far into the live stream. Remember that next week, the live stream is going to be on Thursday. So anyone that's watching this after the fact, Thursday night next week is when the live stream is going to be, because Friday, I can't be here Friday night. I have a commitment for karate that I can't really get out of. So got to be here Thursday night just next week. It's not going to be a regular thing, but just for next week, because you guys voted for a live stream instead of skipping a week. You get to have it Thursday night instead of Friday like usual. Something else just to keep in mind. I'll say it a few times throughout the live stream in case people join later on. All right, Flipping While You're Sipping His Hair says, happy Good Friday from Sin City. Are you in Vegas? Nice. He says, enjoying the live stream while I wait to get into the BTS concerts with the kids. With the kids, huh? Come on, Flipping While You're Sipping. You can level with us, man. I mean, you're a BTS fan. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I know you're just taking the kids along just for cover, but there's nothing wrong with you liking some BTS. Nothing wrong with that. Just giving you a hard time, man. Be sure to be safe. Have some fun out there in Vegas. There's some pretty good eats. One of my favorite ramen places is in Vegas. So Tokyo and Vegas. And Atlanta's got like one or two good, decent places, but really, like the best ramen is obviously in Ginza in Tokyo, in my opinion. All right, next up is Jeffrey Steven. He says, hello, everyone. Wow, things are starting to green up here in Jonesboro. Yeah, it's starting to happen, right? We're finally getting the temps. We're out of that crazy dolphin up and down, 30 something degrees one evening, and then, in the 40s and 50s the next. So things are starting to stabilize. So the grass is about to take off. It's about to take off. So you guys, all you people that were complaining about not being able to mow, not being able to get out there in the lawn, not being able to put your plant growth regulator down, that's going to be happening soon. You figure we are in the middle of April. Yeah, April. We're in the middle of April, so another 2 weeks. A lot of the lawns, assuming it's healthy, you've been already on your mowing practices and everything, should be pretty much filled in, and you should be getting ready to really get out there and get after it. So, which is always fun. It's like we're getting into top dressing season here soon too. I mean, I actually was on the phone with Supersaw today getting my top dressing. And now here's the thing, guys. I'm not going crazy. I'm only 4 bags ordered. So I'm going to do the front, obviously. I'm going to do the front because I told you guys I'm going to do that. And then the back, we'll do some spot top dressing. So I got 2 bags of the level mix and 2 bags of just their straight soil cubed compost. So it's just straight compost, and so 2 of 2, just to play with it. I like to experiment, play around with things, and I do that so you guys don't have to. I can report on the results and say, hey guys, this is a great idea. You should absolutely do this. Or guys, want to skip this. Don't bother doing that, right? So that's what I'm going to be doing. Let me see. It's supposed to be delivered whatever the 25th is. I think it's a Monday. So that's when it's supposed to come in, maybe earlier. But I will be top dressing. The plan is to top dress the end of the month. That's the plan. We'll see how that works out. Something they also gave me for you guys, if any of you guys are looking to top dress your lawn, they gave me a discount code for you guys. It's not much. You save like $10 off of a bag, but it's something, right? $10 is still something, and it's unlimited use is what they told me. You can use it as much as you want, and it's supposed to be good for throughout the spring for sure. So if you want to save $10 and you're going to top dress your lawn, and you want to use Supersod top dressing level mix, then use this link that I've updated. It's the same one that you guys have seen in the past, but where it takes you is different. So you can save $10 on a bag of leveling mix if you decide you're going to do that. How are you going to do that? Tim, I'm going to get your question up next, but on the topic of top dressing. So Robert Rainey's in the house. He says, guys, good evening. I made it. So what Robert is talking about earlier today, Robert sent me a picture. You guys want to see the picture? You want to see what he showed me? So this was earlier today. You guys know what was about to go down this morning. So this man went out there. You see he's got his sand, his material all distributed. If you look there in the background, like, I don't know, to the right side of the frame, you see a little green circle. He even got his little frisbees down to cover up the sprinklers, because, you know, Robert last year spent a bunch of money getting irrigation put in. The last thing you want to do is get sand down into your sprinkler heads. It's going to way to like get them all gritty and mess them up. So he did all that. So you see all the work he started this morning. So that's the before. That's where we were. And after, I'm sure, several hours of hard work and, you know, everything that went into it. I mean, we get to see the before and after. The in between is the part that kind of stinks, right? And this is what it looks like now. He sent this to me just for the live stream. Pretty good, sir. I like it. See, I like that. Now, this, guys, if you want a good example on how to top your salon, in my opinion, this is how you go about doing it. You notice that there's good coverage, but overall, you can still see grass blades poking throughout the entire back lawn. So that's exactly what you want. The next time, whenever it rains or he gets irrigation and it gets watered in, gets pushed down, the grass is going to recover really, really quickly. You don't need to turn your lawn into a beach. Again, there's people that do that. There's really nothing wrong with doing that if you want, but it's just, I'm not a fan of it because it takes it longer to recover. And if you get heavy rain, it is going to make a mess. So if you want a poster child, a poster board of how it should be done, that is it right there. So Robert, thank you for sharing the images. We appreciate all the suffering you went through to go from where you were to where you are now. And it's going to look awesome, man. I mean, remember, last year he did the full irrigation installation, if I remember. Yeah, it was Robert that did that. So the top dress is to fix like all the little ruts and things like that. So it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful once he's done and gets going. All right, next up is Tim Jackson. He says, "Hey, Ron, good evening from San Antonio of the great state of Texas." He says, "Ron, do you give yourself a pre-game pep talk going into these?" No, not really. I just, you know, I have a couple of notes of things that I want to talk about. Like I got here, be careful with backpack spray. That was one of the talking points. And I have a couple other things that I'm gonna go through. But for the most part, no, I just, I have some thoughts in my mind. But remember, like public speaking is something that I've worked on for a while. Like remember in my day job, like I've had to speak at conferences. I've had to teach. Like I've taught penetration testing, so I've had to sit in front of like an audience of people that don't know me and not necessarily just answer questions like this, but also, you know, actually teach a subject, teach a very technical subject. So I've gotten better over the years. I'm still not great. I still need to eliminate some of the ums and uhs and word whiskers, but overall, I've been told that I have the gift of gab. I don't see it. I don't personally see it, but so I'm told. No pep talk, just you know, just some notes and away we go. Got some new music tonight. You guys get to check it out here in a little bit. Maybe I'll start playing it when something cool happens, right? You guys may or may not like that. All right, next up is Jeffrey Stevenson. He says, "The weather is great." I concur, Jeffrey. The weather is fabu. It is really, really good. I have to admit. It's like this is like the nice time of the year. Like if the lawn could be like already grown in and fully lush, like, and I could lock in the weather around now, it's really good because we get like rain once a week or so in the early spring, and it's not crazy hot. So it's just, you know, it's a great time of the year. All right, next up is Timothy Smith. He says, "Hey, good evening, Ron and all. Got my soil test back. Numbers came up, but still not optimal for nitrogen, potassium, but did get a nice boost of phosphorus and high zinc. Any advice?" Sent you an email. I have to take a look at your email, Timothy. I'm not sure when you sent it, but I will look at it and I'll get you an answer. I can't do it right now live on the live stream, but I will get it and I will give you my thoughts on the matter. Here's the thing, though. Keep in mind, Timothy, that it takes a while, right? Whenever you, especially earlier in the season, don't be surprised that the Fert app that you did now, if you were to check again in 3 months, that the levels will likely have come up, will have improved. So it's just a process, you know, just stick with the program. The thing also to keep in mind too, you know, it's funny, Alan did a video, when was it? Last week. And he really distilled it down to really the bare essentials of soil testing. Yes, it is important to aim to get the levels where they should be, and most importantly, to have pH where it needs to be, because that's the big thing. Like everything else, like is less effective unless pH is where it really needs to be for your particular type of grass. But really, also look at your lawn. If the lawn looks great, like the color looks good, and your soil isn't exactly where it needs to be, just think what that means. That means that once you get things where they, you know, as you continue to prove things, it's going to get even better. So I wouldn't sweat it. Don't get crazy. Don't, you know, get out there. I've had people say, "Oh, should I go and do like another app?" And I'm like, no, don't, you know, it's a process. I always use the analogy of someone that goes to the doc and ends up saying they get the diagnosis of high cholesterol, right? Now, we all know to, you know, prevent high cholesterol, like stay away from like a lot of fried foods, you know, just watch your diet, exercise, those types of things. But here's the thing: if you got high cholesterol, in your case, we'll say low cholesterol, right? Like low nitrogen, potassium. Like the doc wouldn't tell you, hey, listen, go out and spend 8 hours in the gym every day for the next week to try and get, you know, try and lose the weight and get yourself toned up. I mean, it would be really, one, you'd break your body doing that, and it just takes time. It didn't, like your lawn, your soil did not get to where it is overnight, and it will not correct itself overnight. So just keep with the process. Most important thing, continue to mow your lawn throughout all this, and it's going to improve. I guarantee it, because you're paying attention to it. There's no way it cannot get better. But I will go through your email once I get done with the live stream and get you my thoughts on it. Salvation's in the house saying, "Aye, hey Salvation, what's going on? Hopefully you're doing all right." Next up is Joe Briggs. He says, "Can you mix PGR with liquid iron?" You can, Joe. So what so again, the PGR that you guys are going to see me apply on my lawn in 2 weeks or so, once it grows in, at least the back anyway, is Primo Max. The active ingredient in this, I'm pointing at the camera, I know that I'm not on, right? The active ingredient in this is trinexapac ethyl. And the way I've always applied this, well, I shouldn't say always applied it, in the last few years, the ways I've applied it, is I've always mixed a liquid fertilizer along with it. So the way I'm going to be doing this, the way I'm going to be using this product, is I'm going to be using 901C, which is the liquid fert that I'm going to be running this season with it. And I'm also going to be using some Nutrizolve along with it. So if you want to see what I am talking about, we can go for a ride to the Golf Course Lawn Store. And if you scroll down, you will see 901C here. That's the nitrogen, a little bit of kicker to help the grass grow through that tip burn that you tend to get, that light tip burn you get when you apply plant growth regulator. And I mix that, along with that, I mix, where is it? Nutrizolve. So we go to, I'll just use search. It was on the first page. I put the backpack spray on the first page. So I mix it along with this, which is a liquid micronutrient. It contains iron. If you use Turfplex, you don't need to do that. You don't need to add Nutrizolve, because it has a bit of iron in it. So that's a long-winded way of saying yes. In the past few years, ever since I've been applying PGR, I mix liquid fert with it. Typically, it's one that has it has iron in it as well. It helps alleviate the slight yellowing, slight tip burn that you get. And you'll know it, Joe. If you've never applied PGR before, what's gonna happen is, I always use the example of, if you apply PGR, say on Monday, right? You go out Monday morning, bright and early, you get your plant growth regulator down. By Wednesday evening, Thursday morning for sure, you're going to start seeing, you'll see like a yellowish haze on the grass. I mean, it's going to look, it's not even really like a fertilizer burn. It's just really mild. In other words, if your lawn was like really vibrant green, looked awesome, it's just going to look a little bit dull. It's probably the best way to describe it. What's going to happen is, the next time you mow and you cut that off, you cut like the tips that are just colored off, it's going to be green. It's going to be fine. There's not going to be any issues with it. So the way you can prevent that, or at least reduce it, is by mixing a little of exactly what you're trying to do. Mix a little bit of liquid iron. I also add a little nitrogen along with it as well to help prevent that. So again, if you already have a fertilizer you want to use, go for that. If you just want an all-in-one, Turfplex is a good choice, because it has the nitrogen and micronutrient as well. But in my case, I'm going to be using 901C and Nutrizolve, because 901C doesn't have micronutrients in it. So there you go. Great question. And I guess the big thing that also helped with that, Joe, is don't go heavy. Like, use the correct rate. Like, again, it's funny. Like I always say, Sagento went through a lot of work of putting this measuring cup on the bottle. Like, get my eyes here. Like, use this again. So for your cool season grass, or warm season grass like Bermuda, you can go up to 0.38, but really, for the first time anyone uses plant growth regulator, I always recommend going at the low rate, the hybrid rate, which is 0.25 ounces per 1,000 square feet mixed with a gallon of water. So that, to me, by my fuzzy math, means you want to bring this up to between 0.2 and 0.3. So you just simply squeeze this, so I can make this happen on camera. Maybe if I can not mess it up. Let's see here. The top isn't on, or it's capped, so it's not going as fast. So right about there. That's actually a bit of a heavy pour. That's a bit strong right there, but that's about where you want it to be for Bermuda. For Bermuda zoysia, that's gonna work out really well. What that means is, if you have a 4-gallon backpack spray, which is what I tend to use, you're gonna want to use an ounce. So that rate times 4 to cover 4,000 square feet. So great question, Joe. I know all you asked was about liquid iron, but you know me, I was trying to give you more than you asked for. I was trying to add more value than Just the base. All right, next up is Jeffrey Steve. He says, sitting by the koi pond, relaxing and enjoying my favorite beverage. I bet you've been drinking something probably stronger than I am. I'm just having lemonade and water. Not even like premium. Today I just got like Publix. Just Publix and water, man. Nice water. Nothing special. Didn't get any Milos or anything. So, well, enjoy that, Jeffrey. I appreciate you watching. And we got Fairway Bermuda lawn in the live stream tonight. What's going on, Fairway? So it's cool, man. If you guys ever had a tree, so if you have a tree in your yard and you cut it down and there's like a stump left over, Daryl, who's the guy behind Fairway Bermuda, recently released a video showing how to get rid of the stump. Like he burned it out. Like I've never seen that being done before. Normally because the trees that were on my lawn were a lot smaller, so you could just get the stump out. But he goes through and shows you how to like set up a little bonfire around it and make sure you don't burn your entire lawn and just burn out a stump. So if you're interested in that, check out Fairway Bermuda's video. It's actually pretty fun to watch. So if you're interested in that, give it a look-see. Give it a look-see. Next up is Robert Rainey. He says, can I apply the carbon kit on the beach? Here's the thing, Robert. It's not going to be a beach for very long, man. I mean, looking at your lawn, like it looks like that now. I don't know if you've watered it in as yet, but that's not going to stay like that very long. Once you get a decent rain, quarter of an inch, half an inch of rain, or you run irrigation for 20 minutes, a lot of that is going to settle. So yeah, I mean, what you're going to find is by next week, let's say you get rainfall, by next week, you could be applying the carbon kit if you wanted to, if it were your time, which if you're doing the spoon feeding program like I do, the middle of the month is around when you do it. But yeah, you'll be good to go. No worries there. That's what I did again a couple days ago is just that. And the thing you're going to find too, Robert, is I'm not sure if this is the first time you've top dressed, but because looking at your lawn, it looked actually it was in pretty decent shape. This is, I mean, yeah, I can see it could benefit from a top dress, but it wasn't crazy bumpy, at least from what I'm seeing, right? What you're going to find is when you top dress, like subsequent top dresses, the lawn tends to recover faster, especially if you didn't go crazy heavy. So the last one that I did last year in the back lawn, I was mowing, I top dressed on over the weekend, and I was mowing the following Thursday, I believe. So like 4 days later, I was mowing, right? So you're going to be able to get out there and spray your liquid carbon before you know it. Do not let not your heart be troubled. Actually, just enjoy this time off, man. Enjoy the little bit of time when you're not having to be out there and slave away on the lawn, right? Great job, man. You're ahead of the game. You're ahead of me, which is pretty awesome. Next up is Zach Hall. He says, hey, Ron, I put Anderson's Barricade pre-emergent and still getting a ton of leaf weeds. Should I switch pre-emergents to instead of prodiamine? Well, Zach, here's the thing. It depends on the timing of when you put the prodiamine down, right? Or, I mean, also known as the active ingredient in Barricade is prodiamine. So that really works well if you get it down prior to the weeds becoming a problem. Hence the name like pre-emergent, like prior, like pre the weeds emerging. So if you applied it like last week or this week or even 2 weeks ago, you're a little bit behind the ball. It can still work, but that's why I'm a fan when it comes to pre-emergent. Like getting it down a bit early is better than late, man. And at least in my opinion, that's the results that I've gotten. I've always had my pre-emergent down earlier than like mid-March, which is when a lot of people will tell you to do it. And I don't have a lot of issues with weeds in my lawn. Granted, I do a lot of the other culture practices, mowing and everything else. But getting it down earlier is a way to prevent, these kinds of prevent issues with summer weeds like your spurge, your crabgrass, those guys that are just a pain to get rid of. And if you guys recall, I did say the live stream in February, I said, listen, guys, I know you guys aren't listening to me and you're not getting your pre-emergent down, but if you don't get your pre-emergent down in a few months, in a couple months, which sounds like about right now, we're going to start having different conversations where you get to spend more money on more expensive products to get rid of the weeds. But Zach, to answer your question directly, no, I wouldn't necessarily switch away from prodiamine. I would change up the timing. I would get it down a bit earlier. I don't know where you are, but I would say, let's say you're my neighbor in Georgia. Mid-February is when I would target to get your pre-emergent down. That is when even the pros out here, like the Turf Mark and True Green, all the trucks are all rolling around here spraying in February. So I would do that next year. It's not gonna do a whole lot for you this year. What you can do for this year is you can break out some post-emergent herbicides. So let's talk about that for a minute. So some options for getting rid of the broadleaves. If all you have are broadleaves and you want like a more, I'll show you some of the options that you got here, and then you can decide which way you want to go. So for broadleaf herbicides, if you want something that's less expensive, that is really kind of like, think of it like Spectracide on steroids, is Triad. Triad Select's a good option. This, again, not super expensive, and this is going to do a good job of eliminating or knocking down broadleaf broadleaf weeds in your lawn. So if you want something that's just to go with, you can go with Triad. If you want you want the baller package, you want the spinning rims and like the combination that's going to pretty much clean up anything in your lawn other than like Dallas grass, like the really crazy stuff. It's going to get rid of sedges. If you have any lingering POA, that's going to be gone too. This combination here of Celsius and Certainty, these two guys mixed together is awesome. It's incredible. So my neighbor, not Alex, we'll go back to the store here in a second. I'll show you something else that will be helpful for you. But my neighbor, not Alex, but the one that's next to me, again, they just recently moved in. And because of the timing of it, they didn't get a lawn care service in place. So what he woke up to this spring was a salad bowl. Had lots of weeds in the lawn, lots of the POA was living its best life. There was tons of broadleaf leaves. Again, literally like a salad bowl. I went after it with the same combination, same thing I always tell you guys: Certainty, Celsius. I also put I use a surfactant with it, obviously, and also put a little bit of Release Zero in there. Because remember, Release Zero is, while we think about it from a standpoint of getting greener grass, it's going to help uptake of whatever you mix it with. So you mix it with fungicides, it's going to help with that. You mix it with herbicides, it's going to help with that. So put a little Release Zero in there, and I will get you guys a video tomorrow morning of what the lawn looks like now. Actually, if you want to see some of the damage, I think I put some of the links or the pictures in here. Let me see if I can make that happen. Did I? I think I did. Yeah. So this here, this is his lawn. So you see my face out of the way so you can actually see it. This is actually a picture from his lawn. This is the POA that was on his lawn, and this is another before picture. And this is the same POA 10 days later. Absolutely decimated, right? And today it looks even worse. Like today it's like shriveled up and gone. This is another patch, again, 10 days later. So if you want, depending on which way you want to go, again, try it. If you want to start out with just Triad, again, great option, less expensive, and it's gonna work really well on your lawns, produce a great result. But the nice thing about Celsius and Certainty is something to keep in mind with that combination. And really why it's one of the few professional grade herbicides that I've really spoken a lot about on my channel as far as post-emergence is because there's not really restrictions on temperature with those two. So there's other herbicides you could use that are less expensive, but when we get into like June temps, if you still got a spot spray weeds here and there, Celsius and Certainty, you can use that combination together and there's not going to be any issues with it. Whereas some of the other options for post-emergence, you have to be careful around the temps you spray them, or they're going to ding your grass. So you got a couple of options. Check them out there at the Golf Course Lawn Store for just broadleaves. If you just want something that's less expensive to try out, you can go with Triad. Celsius is a better option, in my opinion. And if you want, if you got some sedge issues, or if you got any lingering POA that you just don't want to wait to die off, because it will die off here soon, you just want to get rid of all that, then the Certainty Celsius combination is absolute money. You can spot spray with it. You can blanket the entire lawn with it. You'll get a good result with that. So just get your prodiamine down a little bit earlier in the spring next time is what I would recommend. And then Jeffrey Stevens says, hey, Ron, pre-emergent works. It does. It absolutely does. Like pre-emergent absolutely works if you get it down earlier. If the timing is correct, right? If you get it down a bit early, and again, a bit early is better than a bit late, because at this stage of the game, right? If someone, like I've had some people reach out to me and say, hey, I want to put pre-emergent down, and really you're kind of behind the 8 ball. And if you're going to do that at this point, I really wouldn't use prodiamine. I would go with dithiopyr. Here's the thing, prodiamine really is going to work if it's down, if it's in the soil, if it's watered in prior to the weeds beginning to emerge. Dithiopyr costs a little bit more, but it has a bit of reach back on crabgrass. So if you have any young baby crabgrass that's starting to germinate, and given the temps that we have, it's starting to germinate, it has the ability to kill young crabgrass. So if you are at the point where you're behind the 8 ball and you say, hey, I messed up, I didn't get my pre-emergent down, it's mid-April, I still want to do something, I know I'm not going to get like the best effectiveness out of it, and you had a choice between dithiopyr or prodiamine, at this point I would do dithiopyr. Only way I'd be doing prodiamine apps this time of year is if you'd already done, like if you're on that split app program, like you like to do that, and you did your first application, say February, and you're going to do your second split app now you'd be all right to do that. But really, if you've not done any pre-emergent, I'm a fan of dithiopyr later on in the game, because it has, again, a bit of reach back against crabgrass, which is the weed that for me, that and spurge is what I really want to keep out of my lawn. So hope that helps. Good point, Jeffrey. You're absolutely right. It does work. It does a great job, and away you go. All right, next up is Adam Carter. He says, how long should you wait to do a soil test after you put fertilizer down? So really, the longer the better, Adam. I've gone 4 weeks. That's what I like to do. So last summer, when I did a soil test in, I think it was May or June, you'll be able to tell. If you look at my video from last year on lime application, like that was based on a soil test that was done in the middle of the growing season. And I waited until like my last fertilizer, my last granular fertilizer app was the beginning of the month, and like literally the day before I was due to do my next Humic Max application is when I collected the samples and sent them in to my soil for analysis. So 4 weeks is really, I mean, the longer the better, but 4 weeks is a good time period to wait between a fertilization and getting samples. As far as how often a soil test, really, again, I've been doing it quarterly, mainly because I just like to have the data. I just like watching how the trends track over time. For most people, though, I'd say twice a year. Do it in the spring, do it in the fall. The spring is good so you can develop your program, like what products to buy and what you're going to use so that it's the right fit for your grass. And in the fall, it's a good way to see, hey, where's my pH? Do I need to get a lime app down or anything like that? And also, you can also see the effectiveness of your applications throughout the growing season. So I like at least 2, spring and fall. If you're only going to do 1, the spring works. But really, here's another reason why the fall is a good idea. Let's say your pH, your soil pH, is trending a bit lower. If you know that in the fall, you know that in September, October timeframe, you've got plenty of time to get a lime application down, and you're giving that lime more time to react with the soil and to help move the pH to a better place, right? So it's getting that data, if for no reason other than seeing where your pH is in the fall, is a reason why I like to do a fall soil test. So hope that helps, Adam. Let me know if I can help with anything else. As a matter of fact, looks like I can help with something else. You got another question here. He says, hey, Ron, can you combine the Mercury Green 901C and the pest control in the flow zone sprayer at the same time? Yes, you absolutely can. You can actually mix both those together, no problem at all. So I guess what you're trying to do is get the pest control down on the lawn, keep like white flies, mosquitoes, that kind of thing away. And you also don't feel like doing 2 apps or making the trip twice. You want to mix some 901C with it. You can absolutely do that. No problem at all. Yep, that will work just fine, Aaron. Let me know how it goes for you, but yeah, no worries. I've done that with the foliar tip, which is the most restrictive of the tips. So if you're using I think I don't have the medium tip here. I don't have the air induction tip to show you guys. Yeah, I do. So if you're using like an air induction tip, which is like this guy, is like in between the flood jet, like this, you're not gonna have any issues. But with the foliar, which again is the really fine mist, there was no issues at all. Very good, man. Next up is Mac042. Says, good evening, man. Thanks for all your help. Much appreciated. You are very, very welcome, sir. Thanks for all the support, for coming to hang out in the live stream. I appreciate you guys taking some time out of your very so busy Friday to come spend time with me talking about grass, about lawn care. On the topic of grass, we're going to go on to the next topic. But the guys at Real Rollers, I was actually able to get out to Real Rollers and snap a picture really quickly for you guys. They are doing the golf course lawn program, like Lee over at Real Rollers. If you guys know Lee, he was on the live stream 2 or 3 live streams ago. You'll know. Just look through the live stream history and you'll see the Real Rollers and the big A-Team van as a thumbnail. No way you can miss that. And what he did is he got his Aceleprint app down. So he did that on the turf park. Let's see if I can get this picture to come up here. I didn't load it up ahead of time, right? I'm playing with fire trying to do this live. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't crash. If it crashes, I'll come back, I promise. But there's a picture of the turf park. And he also got, what else did he do? He did his Turfplex application. And he also did, he did his Turfplex, and he did Essential G, and also a Aceleprint. So he's starting out the season. That color is already looking really good. Looking really good, guys. Look at that. I mean, that's pretty good. What you're seeing the closest to us right now is the Zoysia. This is the, oh my goodness, there's the El Toro, and I'm not sure if this is the El Toro. I have to ask Lee. I don't want to tell you guys wrong. But this middle plot right here that you're looking at is Zoysia, and then off there in the background with the little hit with the hill, that is Tiff Tuff, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It's Tiff Tuff Bermuda that was also overseeded with rye. So we're gonna have some fun. Planning some videos out there, maybe some mowing stuff, mowing demo stuff, maybe some PGR stuff, we'll see. But yeah, that's the turf park. And if you guys want any evidence that Turfplex can produce really good results in just a couple of days, I mean, take a look at that. That's pretty good. That green is looking good. And we're not even into the growing season yet. We're not even really into the heat of into when the heat's here and the lawn is really going to be kicking. A couple of weeks, it's going to be even better. You need sunglasses to put them on to watch it. All right, next up is Luis Rodriguez. He says, good evening, Ron. I just sent my samples in. Curious to see what comes back. Yeah, man, so in a week you'll know. For me, and again, there might be parts of the country where this is not the case, but every time I've sent samples in, for those of you that are new to the stream or don't know what Luis is talking about, he's talking about the soil test kit that I use and recommend because mainly it's easy, very accurate. The results come back really quickly. And if you soil test, like I recommend that you do, which is at least like twice a year, all your tests are kept in a web portal that makes it easy for you to track and compare results over time. So what he's talking about is this test kit. It's the one that I use on my lawn, Alex's lawn, the neighbor's lawn. So yeah, and again, if you want to see, I'm not sure if I can pull it up. I can pull up his soil test and show you guys what it looks like. You want to see a soil that's been neglected, like no fertilization will do. I'm not sure if I can do this live, but I'll see if I can pull it up and show you guys his soil test results. But yeah, we're going out on him with the Yardmaster, the 1212. I'll see if I'll be able to log in here and show you guys just in case you want to see what they're looking like. And yay. All right, I'm in. Cool. So I'm gonna bring this up and show you guys my dashboard. Back to Ron Henry. All right, well, hang on. I'm having a technical problem logging in, so there you go, right? The tech guy is having trouble logging in. But I'll have to get this up and show you guys the results here in a second. I'll work on it while I'm working on another question. But long short is that he needs the 1212, and that's what we're gonna be putting on his lawn. So again, I wanted to show you guys results, but I'll have to log in here in a second and do that. I don't have my password manager on in this browser, unfortunately. Forgot to do it ahead of the live stream. All right, next up is Joseph. He says, perfect. Thank you, Ron. You're very, very welcome, Joseph. No worries at all. No worries at all. And what's funny is Robert, he's saying, after the top dressing job, he says, I can't move. Dude, you don't know the pain yet. You think you're in pain now, Robert? So again, if you guys just joined the live stream, I know we're at 124 people in here now. So Robert did a top dress of his lawn here today. He sent me this picture this morning. This is what he started out with. This is the before. And this is the after. So this is what he did all day today. Out there slaving away, getting that top dress down. Looks great. But it doesn't hurt yet, Robert. Tomorrow it'll hurt. And really Sunday. It's normally 2 days afterwards when you're going to have parts of you hurting that you didn't know you had. But totally worth it because the lawn's going to look awesome for it. So I wouldn't sweat it. Well worth the effort. Next up is Gary Kellett Jr. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Still waiting here in the burbs in Chicago. Only soil temp is 44 degrees. Somehow I'll get it there to throw down. Yeah, man. I'm not sure why you guys still have snow. I heard about another state. I think was it Washington? Washington State. They also got somewhere in the Northeast, or in the Northwest, got snow, and it was unseasonable, and it was rare for them to get that much snow this time of year. Something like 8 inches of snow. You guys could check me on that. I think it was, I want to say it was Washington State, but yeah, hopefully this is the end of it. This is the end of it here, Gary. Let's hope, because it definitely stinks. I'm sure you guys are ready to get out there and start working on your lawns. So, maybe we'll have to. I'm praying for you that continues to be the case, that you guys don't get any more snow. All right, so the demo gods have cooperated with me, and I'm gonna see if I can show you guys that soil test result now. See if I can bring it up here. Cool. Yep. So I got Alex's, got mine, and so if we go over to page 2 and to this one. All right. So I'm gonna scroll up so I can hide his name, and there you go. So this is my neighbor that we just did his soil test. And what you'll notice is, the good thing is his pH is in great shape, which, dude, if you have to pick something that to be right, pH is the one thing you don't want to have to correct, right? Because it takes a while. It can take a while to do. So his pH 6.4, 6.2, a little bit low, but everything else is low. Everything else just needs plenty of love. And again, I'm not surprised by this, because this is a lawn that didn't get any love over really the last 6 months, because again, they just moved in. So we're going out with a 1212. This is a perfect example where that 1212 will is the bee's knees, is the right product for that. And soil testing shows you that, right? So now you're not guessing. We know exactly what to apply to bring everything up. So just want to show you guys that because I know that some of you, the other question about soil testing, and it's still a good idea even now to get that done. So there you are. Next up is the man, the myth, the legend. There's a couple of them in the live stream, but definitely Devin is one of them. He says, "Good evening. What's up, Ron? Looking forward to some fun turf talk tonight. First wedding agent app coming up this weekend. Enjoying all the time with the current yard before we sell." Yeah, man. I now, is it? I mean, it's a question for you whenever you come on the live stream again, but it's got to be a little bit painful, right? 'Cause I know you put a lot of work into developing your lawn and getting it where it is. And to have to turn that over to someone else, and it's got to be a little painful. It'll be painful for me, but yeah, I mean, it's a new journey, and the new lawn you're gonna get to blank canvas to start with, right? Which is really really cool. I know whenever you get some time, we got a schedule to get you on here again. I know we were saying April, but we'll see if we're able to make that to happen. I know you're super busy guy. All right, Brick Rehab. It says, "I have not found any YouTube stories of yours on mobile." That's odd. Are you subscribed to me? Because the way it works, or the way it works for me, is I will go to, let's see here. So I'll go to YouTube and pull down, and when I scroll, this is what I see. And other people see this too. So I see something that looks like that. So you can see, all my YouTube stories that way. So it's not like it's going to pop up. You need to, like, once you're a subscriber, like, refresh and then scroll down a little bit, and you will see them. You'll see them there. It's easy to miss, but that's where they are. They tend to be on the first page. You just have to scroll down a bit to get to them. So hope that helps Rehab. Let me know if you're able to find it, because there are people that comment all the time, like Daryl and a few others. So it definitely is a thing. Just just let me know if you're not able to see them. If you're not able to see them. All right, next up is Lance McLean. He's in the house. He says, "Hey, Ron, finally made a check-in. Wishing you a happy Easter. If my questions don't make it." Yeah, man, we'll try and get your questions in, Lance. You're pretty early in, so I should be able to get your question at some point here in the live stream. I'll look into if I can find it. All right, next up is Wilson Miranda. He says, "Evening, Bermuda people. How can I evaluate if I have enough sunlight for Synodon dactylon? Thanks in advance." That's a good question. That's a good question, Wilson. I don't know. I don't know. I've never even heard. I'm not. What is Synodon dactylon? Like, what is? I know it's probably a scientific name for something, but what is that? The common name for whatever you're referring to? I'm not even sure what you're referring to. The long short, I would say, is when it comes to Bermuda, is the more grass, the more sunlight, the better. The more sunlight, the better. So, and that's true really for most grass types, most warm season grass types anyway, right? Like, I'm trying to think if there's a warm season grass that likes less sun, and none really come to mind. So you got Zoysia Bermuda or whatever this grass is. Again, I have to look it up after the live stream and see what you're talking about. More sunlight is better. But just Google it and see if you can figure out what the results are, what people look for as far as sunlight requirements. But I will tell you, if it's a warm season grass, more will be better. More will be better. Okay, next up is Robert Rainey. He says, "I found out I could move a soil 3 bag per hour, 9 wheelbarrows, 22. So 9 wheelbarrows, 22 shovel loads per hour. So that's what it takes. If you guys want to know, I guess she said it's probably 22 shovels to fill the wheelbarrow, and it takes 9 wheelbarrows to empty out a sack. So that's good to know. That's good to know, Robert. It's going to be good advice for me for this next time around. I don't know if this year I'm going to go out all out and get the dingo out this year, rent that, and do all that. I will likely just I might just go old school, man. I might do what Robert did. Let's take a look at Robert's lawn. I mean, what do you guys think? You guys vote. Would you guys want to see that type of top dress, or do you guys want to see something that is less? I mean, there's a lot more involved. I'm thinking for the front lawn, I'm just going to get a wheelbarrow. I'll get an aerator and do it like that way. Do along the lines of what Robert did. I think that's what I'm leaning towards. Cool deal. All right, next up is Lance F. He says, "Hey Ron, how long does it take for pH levels to rise? I just got my soil sample back. Should levels drop below the blue line over the winter? Put down Magical plus a pH booster about a month and a half ago." It depends, Lance. I've seen. Let me see if I can show you on my soil, like how the kind of movement I've seen as far as pH. Because from last fall, it was pretty cool. So I can show you guys based on the app that I did last fall, like a pretty heavy lime app, the results I was able to get out of that. Let's see. So fall 2020, spring Ron, and then here we go. All right. So Ron Henry Fall 2022 and Ron Henry Summer 2022, and then we'll compare those samples. All right, so if you look here, so this is, you can see that, I'm gonna have my face over. You see what I'm clicking on right now, like right here, this was from the summer, and this is based on that video that I did of doing a big lime app. And then this is the fall, 3 months and change later. So this is where my pH was in the summer. This is June-ish time frame, right? And then this is where it went to in, you know, what is it, 4 months later, 4.5, almost 5 months later, 4 months later. So yeah, and that was, how heavy did I go? I went pretty heavy. I think 30 pounds per 1,000 is what I ended up going with for this lime app. So it can move, you know, again, depends on, there's a term called like buffer pH, meaning like where your soil tries to find equilibrium. Depending on that can also influence how quickly the pH changes in your soil. But you can see, you can make a reasonable change, a noticeable change in, you know, 3 or 4 months, you know, depending on how heavy you go and depending on where you're coming from. So I want to show you guys that. So there you can see. So it long short is, it depends. It depends, Lance. So just keep an eye on it. Let me know. Also, I mean, the Magic Cal is a good product. It's a great product. But if you can get your hands on some lime, I don't see your soil test results. I'm not sure if you sent those to me. But if you can get your hands on some calcitic or dolomitic lime, depending on you know, where your magnesium levels are, that'll help you decide between those two. Like going heavy on that, you know, I'd recommend at least 20 pounds per 1,000, up to 40 on home lawns. That will help things move a bit quicker as well too. So it just depends. Check out that video that I did last summer. It's a video about applying lime to your lawn. In that, I break down how to know which one you need, and yeah, hopefully that helps. But yeah, in a couple of months, you can see a reasonable change in soil pH. You know, depending on how heavy you go and a few other factors. So there you are. All right, next up is Brick Rehab. He says, this week I dug out the existing perforated tube that the builder had put in 15 years ago. I'm not classifying it as a French drain, okay? It says, I increased the drain pit to 18 inches deep, 18 inches deep by 12 inches wide with a pick shovel, and then filled in with the new pipe, gravel, and wheelbarrow, and then covered in dirt. And next week we bring in new soil to replace the erosion. Sounds like a big process, Brick Rehab. It's a good time to do it. You know, as far as, you know, those kinds of projects where you're doing like major surgery to the lawn, you're entering this season when it's going to start really growing aggressively. So yeah, if you can get it done now, why not? Why not? Sounds like a fun project. You have to let us know. You have to be sure to take pictures. Take pictures before, like how it sits now, and then take pictures afterwards and let me know how it grows in, how it recovers from it. Okay, next up is No Name. He says, happy Friday, Ron and lawn enthusiasts. I finally got some fert down along with some Carbon Pro G, about 80% green up. So it's cool. Very, very cool. No Name. That's you're doing all the right things. You got your fert down, your Carbon Pro G down. Very, very nice. And your lawn is going to thank you for it. It's going to thank you for it, man. So good, great stuff. Great stuff. Next up is Kenneth Baker. He's in the house. He has a question. He says, hey, just received a Headway G. As we discussed, the wet area, slight shade, and tree. So you got a lot going on. You got a lot working against you there, Kenneth. He says, is there a downside to applying the Headway even if I don't have a fungus, or will it hurt fungus or not? So if you're applying it as a preventative, Kenneth, so you don't have any kind of fungus issues, there's no large patch or summer patch, or it's not summer, yeah, it's going to be summer patch, but there's no large patch, there's no apparent fungus issue in your lawn, I would wait until next month or early next month to do it. So, you know, just the season for doing preventative fungicide, at least for Headway anyway, which is propiconazole and azoxystrobin, like those two, is really May, June timeframe. So if you're doing it strictly as a preventative, hold off another, 2-3 weeks and get it down then. That's what I would do. Now, in my case, last year, I had an issue with fungus. I had some large patch in my lawn in April. So this year, I got my fungicide down earlier. I did it, it's probably 2 weeks ago or so at this point. I forget exactly. I have to look at my notes. It's been 2 weeks ago, so at this point. But that's the only time I really recommend doing a fungicide app this early in the season. If you've had a history of some kind of some kind of a fungus problem in your lawn, where getting down your fungicide a bit earlier is a good idea. So hold on for a couple of more weeks, and then get your Headway down, because that stuff's expensive. You want to make sure you apply it when you're getting the absolute most out of it. Great question, sir. I appreciate you. All right, next up is Jim Carson. He says, hello from California. What's going on, Jim? See, you were making fun of us the entire time. You know, you were saying, hey, in California, it's like 85 degrees and we're like doing awesome. We're about to have that weather too here in Georgia. So there, take that. We're about to be just as warm and just as hot as you guys are. And our grass is going to be growing and looking awesome too. So it's going to be sweet. Great times. Appreciate you coming to hang out in the live stream, sir. Always nice seeing you here. Next is Tom Coffinham. He says, hey, Ron and everyone else, thanks for your guidance and wisdom. I no problem at all, sir. I appreciate it. Always glad to help out. He says, I'm very disappointed this week. Got my soil test back and nothing needs attention but nitrogen. So boring. Very disappointing results. Man, come on. You better, there's a lot of people in this live stream and across like the country that would trade with you. So that's good, Thomas. All that means is you get to, feed your lawn, whatever fertilizer of choice you want to use, apply that. If you want to apply a little bit of micronutrient, a little bit of iron with it to get a little extra pop, a little extra color, feel free to do that too, which is good. That's always good. Like coming back with, and I hate to say good, but like a soil test result where you don't need to put a lot of inputs into from a standpoint of, making amendments, trying to correct correct deficiencies is always fun, right? Because then it gives you a lot more flexibility to be able to play around a bit more and pretty much do whatever you want. So that's good. Always nice. And here's the thing, enjoy it, because I guarantee it won't be that way forever. Like it's always changing. So enjoy this snapshot in time where you don't have to do a lot to your lawn. And guys, we are about an hour in. If you guys would not mind getting the likes up. I mean, we got 120 something people, whatever we got in here so far. Get the likes. We only got 71 likes. I would really appreciate it. It doesn't cost you guys anything to touch that like button ever so gently. I can have a sip of my lemonade while I do that. And you guys can enjoy some of the new funk music I picked out. You guys might like it, might hate it, but I dug it, so I'm playing it. All right, who's up next? All right, next up is Eric Leon. He says, what's up, Ron? Glad to be here. Just listening tonight. Picked up the John Deere. I don't know how to put the screen for you guys to see it. Glad listening tonight. Picked up the John Deere 220E this week. Should be delivered soon. Eric, this message is useless without pictures. What's going on, man? If you send me the pictures of it, I'll put them up on the live stream. I'll put it on the live stream. Definitely we'll forgive it this time. We'll even give you some applause for it on the new mower. We want to see pictures next week, so definitely send us some pictures of the new E unit, and you have to give me a review. Let me know how it does for you, because eventually that's where things are going to go. I mean, maybe not in the next 10 years or so, but eventually we're all going to have electric stuff. It'll be interesting to see how that 220 works for you. So next up is DM Page says, Ron the Don Henry. I've never been called that before, so I appreciate it. DM Page, I've been called other things, so I'll take that. That's definitely a lot nicer. Next up is Daniel B. He says, happy Friday, Ron, and everyone. Humic Max and Turfplex doing the trick in Chattanooga, in the Nooga. He says, I know you're not a fan, but I purchased a Cal reel mower with a Honda engine from Reel Rollers for my birthday. I need pro tips. Okay, first of all, we got to fix this now. I don't want this rumor to go around that I have anything that I dislike the California trimmer, that I'm anti-California trimmer. I am pro reel mower. If you're reel mowing with a push reel mower, you're my fan. You're doing it right, in my opinion. I am just not a fan of the drive system of the California trimmer, but it doesn't make it a bad reel mower. You can get great results with it. And again, if it's set up properly, if it's sharp, you're gonna get good results with it. It's just, you need to figure out what, what you need to do, what the little tips and tricks are for you to get the best results with the unit. And you're going to learn that over time. As you get used to using it, cutting slopes or cutting, slightly uneven areas in your lawn, you're going to get used to your mower. You're going to learn your mower, and you're going to figure out how to get like the really good results with that. So what can I tell you as far as tips? Mowing frequency is going to really matter a lot. Depending on how your lawn is looking, you're probably not quite at the point where you're mowing every other day. That's a bit premature for most people. If you're in southern Georgia or in Florida where it's been hot for longer, then maybe. But I will say that the trick, the thing that people do not realize about having an amazing lawn is that mowing is a big part of it. Like, yes, you look at golf courses, and people go on golf courses the first time, they're like, wow, it's so amazing. The lawn is so short, it looks like carpet, and it's just, the color's beautiful, and all this stuff. And yes, they do use things like like Primo Max, they do use things like plant growth regulator to help with that. They do use biostimulants, and they make sure they have a good fertilization program. They keep insects and fungus out of the lawn. They do all that stuff. But the one thing you don't see, because by the time you get to the course, it's already done, is the crew that works on the course every day, right? So the greens on most courses are mowed daily. On most courses, not all, but most courses are mowed daily. And then fairways every other day, a couple times a week, at least. So the thing I'd say is you have the tool. You've got the liquids, you got the Humic Max, you got all the stuff. The thing that's going to really take your lawn to the next level, in addition to making sure you get your applications right and you're applying at the right rate, is regular mowing. If you can get out there at least twice a week. I always say twice a week is the barrier to entry for a nice lawn. Once you get into the growing season, it gets hotter. You're probably going to be on that every day. It's not every day, that every other day life, if you really want it to look good. And your cutting height plays a role in that. So the thing I would say for you is, you'll see some of these guys out there, they'll say, oh, I'm mowing at 0.3, or I'm mowing at 0.4, I'm mowing at under half an inch. And the truth of the matter is, if they are, very few people, very, very, very few people, very few homeowners can keep that up, especially as temps rise. Because even with growth regulator, even with something like Primo Max, which is going to slow down how quickly the lawn grows tall, you still got to get out there and mow. And I would say when you're first starting, Daniel, the tip I would say is don't get too ambitious when it comes to cutting height. Your lawn can look really good. It can look amazing at 3/4 of an inch. 0.75 is a great cutting height. An inch is a good cutting height. But 0.75, is my opinion, is the nice balance to give that lawn that really tight turf, got golf course fairway type look. And it's going to stripe better. And you're not going to have to mow every day during the summer like you do when you mow it like half an inch. So if you go at half an inch, or just even in that vicinity, half an inch or even just a little bit below it, in the summer, you're going to have to mow every day if you want the lawn to stay green between mowings. That's the trick, right? Like a short lawn, a shortcut turf that is green with no scalping is like a muscular person with abs, right? It's a lot of work. Like if you see a guy that's skinny with abs, that's not that hard. See a person that's skinny with abs, it's not less difficult. But to be muscular and to have abs, that's hard. And that's what like mowing at like half an inch or lower, and the turf being green between mowings, that's what it takes. Like what you see in the beginning when I opened up the live stream, the shot that you guys see me mowing the lawn like this right here. That is my lawn at half an inch, or just under half an inch. And literally, if you guys were following last year, I was mowing like every morning super early, right? So don't get too ambitious. Start out like 3/4 of an inch or so, and enjoy the process. You'll learn what your lawn likes and what your lifestyle likes. And then, just schedule your mowing around that. So hope that helps. Congrats on the mower, and get away from this whole thing that I have this hatred for California trimmers. I mean, it's a real mower, so I like it. I just prefer the True Cut and the Greensmaster more. That's all. Different strokes for different folks. All right. Timothy Smith says, thanks. Very nice, Robert Rainey. I know how much time and effort they took to get that done. And then next up is Robert Rainey says, so we applied Essential G a week ago, aerated yesterday, and applied more Essential G Humichar 1608, then top dress today. Now we wait. Yeah, dude, you did everything. You threw everything at it, which is good. I mean, getting like you said you got your Humichar down, you got your Essential G down after around the time when you aerated. That's exactly how I would do it. That's exactly how I would do it. Get your fert down. All great stuff. All right, next up is Patrick in Texas, and it says, will Bifen IT harm the good worms in the yard? I don't know. It's a good question. I'm not sure if it is what it will kill as far as like what effect it has on against pollinators or earthworms. I don't know the answer to that, Patrick. It's a good one. I'll have to look that one up. That's a good topic for perhaps next week. I will put that. I'll take a screenshot of that, and I'll remember to research that. I don't know the answer to it. I will tell you that as far as insecticides go, that kill the stuff that you want dead, but won't kill the stuff that's important, like earthworms, like pollinators. That is why why I talk about it so much and love it so much. So this is again a great option. You only have to apply it really once in a season. Like even now, you're still within the window to get a Acelepryn down. A lot of places will wait a little bit later, but you can do it in early March, in early April, which is when I tend to do it. So one app is going to take care of your turf caterpillars, so armyworms, cutworms, sodworms, grubs, if you live somewhere that actually has bluegrass weevils or annual bluegrass weevils, it'll take care of that too. So it's like one app to rule them all. So that's why I really like this. Bifen is a good product too, but it doesn't, in my opinion, does not hold a candle to acelepryn. And the price difference between them reflects that. But I will take your question and I will research it and I will get an answer for you. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Okay, next is Joseph Robert. He says, lab results and levels are ever changing. Moving slowly is a good thing. Consider the uptake and consumption of each level. Good advice, Joseph. Good advice. I agree with you. I hear you on that. All right, next is Hervé. I'm going to mess up your name. I'm going to try my best not to. He says, Hervé Lusadisu. I think so. He says, hey, Ron, can I overseed twice or 2 times and also apply weed and feed spread at the same time? Okay, so weed and feeds are all different. So if the weed and feed product you're applying has pre-emergent in it, and it'll say it'll have like the active ingredient will be like dithiopyr or prodiamine or like the Scott's brand pre-emergent. If it has those in it, like in other words, if also on the label or on the bag, like the marketing says, apply this and prevents weeds for 4 months, that means the product has pre-emergent in it. So you don't want to use that if your plan is to seed the lawn. What I would do then is just use a post-emergent herbicide. So if you got weeds you're trying to take care of, I would use a post-emergent, something, I don't know what kind of grass you have, but if you have, like say, I guess you're maybe cool season grass, if you're trying to do something like tenacity can work. Like that has a bit of, it does have a bit of pre-emergent properties to it, but it's not nearly as long as something like dithiopyr or prodiamine. So read the label of whatever you decide to use. If you have warm season grass, and depending on what you're trying to treat, because that also matters, you can use anything from triad, you can use spectricide, you could use, if you want to step up to the next level, like the top shelf stuff, that's where the Celsius and Certainty combination comes in that I really, really like. It just depends. I don't have enough information to know exactly what to recommend from a standpoint of herbicides, but I will tell you that if the weed and feed product has pre-emergent and your goal is to get the seed or the seed, your seed project to get the best possible results, avoid doing that. Avoid any kind of pre-emergent in the lawn. Hope that helps. Let me know if I can help with anything else. All right, next up is Brick Rehab. He says, I sprayed Celsius and Certainty 2 days ago. No changes yet. Lift my spirits and tell me it's coming. It's coming, man. It's coming. I've already shown results, but just for you, Brick Rehab, just for you, only because it's you, I'll show you what you can expect in 10 days. So again, the Golf Course Lawn Store, go to Shop and Weed Killer, and we can go to Certainty, and we can see how it works against POA and against sedges. So against sedges, this is 7 days later. So this is sedges living their best life, loving life and everything, and then this is them a week later. If I can move over here, right there, that's them a week later, dying off. And then with POA is where it's really impressive. So this is POA before. There you go. And I apologize for like jumping around so much because I can make the window bigger on my end, but if I do that, it messes up how it shows or streams to you guys. That's why I'm having to jump back and forth. So this is what POA looks like before, and this is what POA looks like. Let me see if I can find the same spot, the same one, the same 3 guys. This is POA 3 days afterwards. You can see dying off, 10 days afterwards. So just be patient. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Brick Rehab. Think about it. Any herbicide that you could apply and then 2 days later is gonna absolutely smoke out the weeds where it's like dead and gone is also likely to be a little bit more aggressive on your grass, right? So you don't want the nice thing about Certainty and Celsius is if you mix it at the proper rates, which I'll show you the rates that I like to use in the video. Doesn't mean you have to follow that, but if you want a rate that's relatively safe and it's going to produce good results in a week, 10 days time, when you go to the store, Golf Course Lawn Store, either to the Certainty product description or the Celsius product description, you'll see a video in there that shows you how to use it. So just 2 days in, wait, patience, grasshopper, patience. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine, especially if you use a surfactant along with it, which I recommend doing that. Like if you do it the way I show in that video, you're going to get good results with it, and you're not going to damage your grass in the process. So hang out there, man. Just hang in. It'll be all right. All right. On the topic of weed control, again, Hervé is back. He says, my property is full of weeds. What's the best way to get it back in control? So Depends on the weeds you have, Hervé. You also did say what kind of grass you have. I'll answer it as if you were my friend or my next door neighbor here in Georgia. All right. So if you want a, like you're just starting out, let's say you don't have a backpack sprayer, mixing up, herbicides is like an intimidating idea for you to start out with, then a great option is this right here, is to walk down to your latest Wally World or, Home Depot and pick up some Spectricide. Like this is a great product that has it has some post-emergent, a post-emergent and pre-emergent. It's got dithiopyr in it. We use this actually use this product on Alex's lawn 2 years ago when we were doing the Fix My Ugly Lawn series. Like this is the actual product that we use, and it produced really good results. So if you don't have pre-emergent down and you don't want to get one of the commercial grade ones, this is a good option. If you want something that you can apply using a hose end sprayer, then, and again, I am putting the disclaimer. This is for warm season grass I'm talking about here, right? These are both for both. But if you have Centipede or St. Augustine, do not use the ones that I'm showing you now. I should qualify that. This is another good option as well. Not that expensive, and it's like a broad range of a bunch of different herbicides mixed together. Not going to break the bank. So that's the economical way to go. If you want something a bit more commercial grade, that's where you can step up here to like Triad, which is essentially Spectricide, but like a more professional grade, like a stronger concentration of it. And then these two guys are like, again, a top shelf combination for warm season grass. We're really, really happy with this combination. It is more expensive, but the results you get with it are really good. So just depends on where you are, Hervé. When you go there, if you want like a quick like info on how I would say go about it, how I would say I recommend going about improving a lawn, like at a very high level, something you can take a look at is go to the store, go to the golf course lawn store, and then just go to shop and just click on shop. And this is going to take you to a little blurb that I wrote, but also a little infographic here that's going to show you, at a very, very high level, there's a lot of stuff left out of it, but at a very high level, how you can go about getting a great lawn. So step 1, eliminate weeds, which I showed you a couple of options for doing that. Step 2, get a soil test done. Step 3, fertilize your lawn according to those soil tests. Step 4, which is the thing that most people don't do enough, which is mow and mow some more. And then step 5 is enjoy your lawn. So you should be mowing throughout all those steps, but that is in a nutshell, the 1 minute response, 1 minute answer, how I would recommend doing that. And if you want like something that's more in depth, there's a blog post you can go check out here on how to get a golf course lawn step-by-step guide. It's super, super long with like videos and an application, like a very basic application calendar. Like the more detailed one is in my course, but there's a lot of free resources that I have on the store that will help someone that's brand new out. So take a look at that. And if you're a video person, I'm trying to speed up here to get to other questions, but if you're a video person, you can see how a lawn can be transformed in just 3 short months. Just you two in just 3 short months could have an amazing lawn. You can see how that transformation took place while looking this video series on YouTube. So click on that link. It's going to take you to a playlist that shows the Fix My Ugly Lawn series. It's 15 videos that show how we transformed Alex's lawn from ordinary to extraordinary. And this year, he actually dominated me. His lawn is greener than my lawn is right now. It's looking better than my lawn. So hopefully that helps, Hervé. If you have any other questions, let me know. And speaking of Alex, here he is. He's there. This is Alex is in the house. So you'll actually, the guy that's on the screen now, he's in that video, that you're gonna watch in that playlist. He's happy to see green again. I agree, my friend. I'm glad to have the lawn greening up. Get out there and mow. It's always fun. And in addition to Alex being like a lawn master, like a guy that's really good at creating and maintaining a great lawn, they are also really, really good cooks. Like I'm still waiting for it. Eventually it'll happen, right? I keep saying that, but I've never had a bad meal with them. Like the cooking is incredible, really, really good. The kind of people that I don't understand why they eat out in restaurants, because they really cook that well. All right, next up is Joe Briggs. Says, thanks for answering my question. You're very, very welcome, Joe. Anytime. That is what I am here for. Clint Brock is in the house. He's binging the channel today. 1 year of mowing low at 1/2 inch. Man, respect, bro. That is hard. That's hardcore. Last year, 1.5 inches to 2 inches. Coming in thin, emails you pics. Wait on fill-in for T-Nex or hit it now. Now, here's the thing. I know you want to hit it now, Clint, but let's just give it a couple more weeks. You knew what I was going to tell you. Like, I mean, you just want someone to pull you back from over the edge, to stop you from like filling up the backpack sprayer and spraying PGR just yet, just give it time, man. Give it a couple of weeks. You'll be happy you did. The lawn will have grown in, filled in nicely. Here's the thing, in the next 2 weeks, next 2 to 3 weeks anyway, like your lawn is gonna change, is gonna change a ton. It's gonna change more over the next 2 to 3 weeks than it changed in the past like month or even longer, right? So it's really gonna ramp up how quickly the lawn's gonna green up and fill in. So don't slow that down by putting PGR down just yet. Again, you said you have bare spots or areas that are, you didn't say bare spots, but areas that need to be filled in. Let them fill in. Let them fill in first. I know you're chomping at the bit, but you'll be happy that you waited. All right, next up is Carson. He's back. He's just cut down a very large mesquite tree, and I have the large stump. Thanks for the very timely shout out. Yeah, man, check out Daryl's video. It's a fun video. You know, and here's the thing. Daryl is brand new to you doing YouTube, so give him some love. Get out there. It's Fairway Bermuda Lawn. Give him a subscribe and watch his content. And I look at his content like where he is now compared to my videos where like when I first started out, which were horrible. Like guys, like anything. I mean, anyway, some people will say they're so horrible now. So I'm not saying that they're a lot better, but they are less bad than they were like 3 years ago, right? So watch his content. He puts a lot of work into it. And if you have a tree that you want to see the stump burn, or you just want to see something get set on fire, it's going to be entertainment for that reason alone. So I'm glad it was helpful, Jim. Let me know if you get some benefits out of it. All right, and then Tom Hoppenkamp is back. His Fairway Bermuda biochar, aka Stump Ashes. Is he onto something amazing? Yeah, but here's the thing. So that's a good point. So the biochar from that, because you can make biochar, and that was one of the cool things that happened that I got out of that video, that interview that I did with from Miramichi Green. Like if you just take raw biochar, and I actually got into this one and they explained to me why they don't sell just raw biochar. If you take raw biochar, when you first apply it to the soil, it actually will draw nutrients away from the soil, because like if you look at the under a microscope, which is in that video, I'll post it here in the chat for you guys to take a look at that. It's like a reef system, right? It's got tons of pores, very porous. And you know, when you first put just raw biochar down in the soil, it tends to draw or pull or try to fill those pores. So it's a net. It can actually have a negative effect on your lawn until like it's been there for a while. The secret sauce in what Miramichi Green does is their branding behind it is they say it's charged biochar, meaning it's already inoculated. Like all the pores are already filled with good stuff. It's already filled with their blend of compost that when you apply it to the lawn, it just from the get-go, it is giving. It's helping to improve soil quality versus reducing it like raw biochar can and does do. So that's a good point. Yeah, if you have a little bit of ashes and you want to dump them on the lawn, fine. But there is something to the biochar that you buy that's in bags versus making it yourself. Like there's actually some science that goes into it. And I'll see if I can find that video and share it with you guys while I look for the next question. Yep, I found it. There we go. Thank goodness for search. So there you go. Miramichi Green. Miramichi Green Q and A, and that's the video. So you'll see an interview from Webb, and he answers all kinds of cool questions like what liquids to use, why they work, how they work, the theory behind it, why why biospectrum is important. It's a fun watch. Okay, Hervé is back with another question. He says, I had to apply some gravel feed to my lawn, and in 2 weeks after I had to apply weed and feed, or feed and lawn. Okay, weed and feed, what you're saying, right? Gravel, and then after last week, I also had to apply weed and feed sprayer suggestions. Okay, if I'm reading this right, so 2 weeks ago you did gravel, and ever since then you've been putting a lot of weed and feed on your lawn. Let's stop. I'm not sure how much you put down, but let's pump the brakes on adding any more weed and feed. The thing with those products you have to keep in mind, Hervé, is that they don't, like herbicides tend to, they work slower. They're not. It's not like an instant results type thing. So don't just keep pounding your lawn with a lot of fertilizer and a lot of herbicide at the same time. I would give what you've put in time to work. And then, if in 3 weeks from now, you're still not liking the results, things aren't dying fast enough, then you can step up to one of the products in the golf course lawn store or something else that you want to, or like something at maybe one of the big box stores, whatever you want to do. But I would not put any more herbicide on your lawn at this point. I would hold off on that. All right, guys, we got our first super chat of the evening from Mr. Cedric G. Thank you so much, Cedric. I appreciate all the love and support, sir. Thank you for that.
Super chat received.
He says, no questions tonight. I'm just checking in and supporting the channel and content. Turfs up, Fert down, stripe action forever. Thanks, sir. I do appreciate that, man. Yeah, remember, like I appreciate, you know, the monetary donations as always. I mean, YouTube takes their chunk of it, but you know, it helps pay for, you know, the products that I put on the lawn and mower maintenance and all that jazz. So I appreciate you, Cedric. And for that, sir, you now have the honor of being the show sponsor. So let's get you up here. Your name in lights. That might mean something to you, might mean nothing to you, but it's something that you have gotten now. Make sure I said to spell your name right. Cedric G, and there we go. And voila, there it is. Just like that. So appreciate that, sir. While I found the next question, let's scroll up a bit and put some tunes on while I find where I left off. Thanks for the support, sir. Appreciate it. Where'd I stop off? All right, next up, here we go. All right, so we are back with Zach Hall. He says, I put out later in February. So later in Feb, I don't know, man. I mean, it could be, I mean, obviously, if you have weeds now, depending, one, they could have been ones that were, obviously ones that were there before the pre-emergent was down. But it could be the application. It likely is that they were there. The answer is they were there before you applied, you did your pre-emergent app. So next time, just go a little bit earlier. Just go a bit earlier. You know, it's not going to go a little bit earlier when it comes to pre-emergent is better than a bit late when it comes to pre-emergent. So that's something to keep in mind. And you know, one question you did ask, Herb, I didn't answer. As far as sprayer recommendations, it's your call. I don't know what your budget is like, but there's for me, there's a couple of different options out there. There's really two tiers or two price points or tiers of sprayers. So there is like the $100 to $150 to $200 range, which is where like your Chapins come in. There are some other options that are also good in that price point. And then there's also the more premium, the more expensive options that come in around after shipping, come in north of $300, which is a lot more expensive, right? So if you are shopping around in the $150 to $200 range, I still like the Chapin. There's other ones out there that are good. I just don't have any direct experience with them to be able to say yes, you know, full approval. That's a great spray. You're gonna have good results with it. You know, the Chapin has never really done me wrong. It is, I would say, as far as the design, a bit dated, and it's not as far as aesthetics and you know, also ergonomics is not as nice as some of the newer sprayers that are out there. That's a good option for you if you are out for, again, if spending more on a premium sprayer is something that you're looking at. My personal preference is the Yardmaster. So Flowzone makes a great one too. Flowzone, I have the Typhoon 2. But they also make a 2.5, and I actually show you the one I'm talking about. Well, not the Flowzone, but I'll show you the Yardmaster one. They make a 2.5. I've not used that one. That one is like they instead of they got rid of the potentiometer and have like a bunch of different settings as far as pressures. But if the one that I like, and you can also find it on the main page, is this guy, the Yardmaster. Again, not inexpensive, but after shipping, it's very comparable to the Flowzone. And the big thing that this has going for it is that it comes with the spray tip. So if you buy a Flowzone, which again, I'm comparing those two guys which are in the same tier, right? If you're comparing those two, you're going to spend about the same money on them. But you have to buy like a $15 adapter for the Flowzone. I'm not sure. They might be including it now, but last time I checked, they weren't including that. So you got to spend $15 on that. And then you also have to go out and buy an assortment of like a flood jet tip. And then if you want an actual T-jet foliar tip, you got to buy that too. So you're looking at another $25, $30, depending on where you get it from. Whereas the Yardmastery comes with everything. So for that price, shipped, like it flows just as much, in my testing a bit more than at least than my Typhoon 2. I don't know about the 2.5. And it comes with everything. So literally in the box, you take it out, you got everything you need to rock and roll. So that's why I'm a huge fan of it. And for someone that is going for more, or is fine to spend a bit more money on a more expensive sprayer, that is the one that I like, I'd recommend. So hope that helps. I didn't answer your sprayer question, but other than the sprayer question, like no more weed and feed. Like your weed and feed privileges have been revoked, sir. At least for another 3 weeks. No more weed and feed. No more. Let's see what the lawn does. All right. We got a couple more super chats. I'm going to run down here and grab those. Thanks so much, guys. I really do appreciate you. We got Lance F with a super chat. Thank you, sir.
Super chat received.
And then one from Daryl, Fairway Bermuda. So, guys, if you guys are wondering about who is Mr. Stump Burner, this is the guy. That's his channel. Take a screenshot of it. That's him right there. Another super chat from Daryl. Appreciate you, Daryl.
Super chat received.
Fairway Bermuda lawn just got it going this year, and he's on his way. He's doing a great job. You know, I expect him to expect great things, Daryl. You got to keep going, sir. All right, next up is Jim Carson. He says, how soon can you put out a pre-emergent after you did a fall reseed fescue lawn? So for cool season grass, Jim, a conventional wisdom says wait a year. Now, I don't have cool season grass. You know me, if it were me, I'd be the one to test it, right? I would take a part of my lawn. I would take a portion or a small area anyway. And if I did a fall reseed, I might try a bit of pre-emergent in a small area just for testing, but that's me. I'm not gonna tell you to do that on your lawn because one, I've never actually done it. And most people say for cool season grass, give it a year. So if you did pre-emergent, or if you did your reseed in fall of 2021, because we're in 2022, the fall of this year is when you could look at introducing pre-emergent to your lawn. All that means is you might fight with a bit more weed pressure, you know, over the course of the spring and then into the early fall, but it's no big deal. I mean, the big thing is mow your lawn a lot. That's going to help. And if you have to get out there and do some spot spraying, so be it. It's not the end of the world, but given all the time and money and effort you've put into getting your lawn to where it is now, I haven't seen a picture of it, but I'm sure it's nice. You don't want to take a chance of stunting or damaging that grass, you know, by giving it pre-emergent a bit too early. It'd probably be fine, but you know, conventional wisdom says give it a year before getting pre-emergent down the lawn. So hope that helps. Hope that helps. All right, G Free's in the house. He says, hey, Ron and Stripe Action Gas, what's going on, G Free? Thanks for coming out and hanging out here with us on the live stream. Robert is giving us some more details. He's a second year top dressing, and this was the first time using the soil cube, and that stuff is premium. It took 3 days because I had to screen the material. We got 4,000 square feet done in half a day. That's pretty awesome, Robert. I'm glad that you got it down. You have to let me know what you mean by screening, because I didn't have to do any kind of screening with mine. Like literally when I did my soil level mix app, I don't know if I have the picture. Yeah, I do. Here it is. This is the video. When I did mine, how many bags was it? I think it was seven bags or so. So whatever. It was enough to do the entire back lawn. Over the entire back lawn, which is 9,000 square feet now. This is what came out of it. That is not what came out of it. This is what came out of it. Those are the pebbles. That's the amount of rocks and pebbles that came out. And if you look here, that dime is for reference for the size of the material, of the debris that was in that level mix. So it's really good stuff. It's not inexpensive, but like anything else in life, you know, if it's good, expect to pay for it. And if you want to save $10, which again is not a ton, but it's something, and you're going to top dress your lawn, and you live in Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina, I believe those are the states they cover, you can use this code to save $10 on however many bags you buy. You have to use that link though. If you go to supersod.com, it's not going to work. You have to use that link. Like they specifically told me over and over that make sure they click on that link. Don't use even if you have the code, which you'll be able to see what the code is at checkout. It won't work on Supersod. So just click the link. It's going to be put in for you at checkout. Makes life easier. All right. Next up is Felicia Hutchins says, you are a superstar. Thank you. I don't know about that, Felicia. I appreciate it. But thank you for all the love and support. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. I think this is your first time. If it's, I don't remember seeing your name. So if it's your first time, welcome. And if it's not your first time, welcome anyway. All right. So next up is Garland Holland. He says, good evening, Ron. I used Scott's Weed and Feed 1 month ago, and I was wanting to seed my lawn. Is it possible to get some growth or wait till the fall? You can try it, Garland, but I mean, really, it's, you know, if the weed and feed product you use is a pre-emergent, meaning on the bag it says, hey, it's got fertilizer in it, but it's also will keep weeds out of your lawn for 3 months or 4 months or whatever their marketing says on the bag. That has pre-emergent. If you put seed down now, you're working against yourself is what I'm trying to say. Will you get some germination? Yes. Is it going to be as good? No. Is it something that I would do, you know, given the cost of seed and the money involved in watering it in, and then all your work and doing all the prep work and everything? I wouldn't risk it. So if you did the weed and feed now, and you're waiting until the fall, especially if you got like cool season turf, wait till the fall to do it. You know, give it some time so you give yourself the absolute best chance for success. That is what I would recommend. If you do it now, you'll get some germination, but it just won't be as good as if you had not applied a product with pre-emergent in it on your line. And I'm assuming that's what the weed and feed has in it. If it's just, just straight fertilizer and post-emergent, then you're okay. But if it's got pre-emergent in it, I would not go bother seeding right now. Okay, next up is Paul Runge. He says, this is a good one. He says, let's talk clip rate. How do you know what the ideal reel speed versus travel speed is for Bermuda at various cutting heights? That's a great question, Paul. I don't actually have an answer for it. I just look at what Toro's guidance is as far as they say this many blades for this grass cutting height range. And, for most people, most lawns, an 8-blade reel is what you want, because an 8-blade is good at heights, or will perform well at heights over 3/4 of an inch. The 11 blade, which is what I have, is set up for 1/4 of an inch to 3/4 of an inch. So if you're at 1/4 of an inch to 3/4 of an inch, that is where the 11 blade comes in. The 8th blade will work in that range as well too, but the 11 blade is better suited for that. And if you're also, it also assumes that you're mowing frequently as well too. So if you're someone out there, you're mowing, once a week, you really don't want to get like an 11 blade reel, even if you are trying to maintain the lawn shorter. I mean, if you're trying to maintain it shorter, it's not going to work mowing once a week anyway. But for most people, I would say if you have a choice between an 8-blade reel or an 11-blade reel, for most people, an 8-blade is what you're going to want to go with. If you know for a fact that, hey, I'm always going to be in that like 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch life, I'm never really going to mow my lawn taller than that, and you're a wild man like me who just goes and mows his grass just because he loves it, like it's your therapy, it's like your zen thing to do, then you can go to 11-blade. But just check out Toro. I mean, I'm not sure which more you have, but Toro has some really, really good documentation on which reel is suited for which cutting height and frequency. So I would check their guidance out on that. And most manufacturers have something similar as well. I would just look at that. So hope that helps. Sorry, I'm not able to geek out a little bit more for you on as far as walking speed and clip rate and all this kind of stuff. But I will tell you that, it's more a height of cut thing and how often you're mowing. And with the Greensmaster, it doesn't really matter because the two are linked, right? Like Toro, like I'm sure really, really smart people at Toro have done the work for you, and they've linked the reel speed to the speed at which the mower travels, not like the True Cut where they're decoupled. So just run it at whatever walking pace is comfortable for you, and you will get a good result. Hope that helps. It's a great question. I wish Lee were here. If Lee from Rear Rollers were here, he'd be able to chime in and give you his thoughts on the matter, because he's real mowers is what they do. But that's my thoughts. Hopefully that helps. Next is, let's see here. Jim Carson saying, have Robert do a sand angel in his top dressing. Man, this man started out with a lawn like this morning, and it looks like this right now. He probably doesn't even want to look out the window at the lawn. He's probably already going into having flashbacks when it comes to sand. The last thing he wants to do is get out there and play around in the sand that he just spent a bunch of time trying to get as flat as possible. It'd be funny though. If you do a snow angel, send me the picture. I'll post it. I'll show it. It'd be fun, right? Okay, Ricky Blackmon says, hey Ron, can you show me once more what to use for young crabgrass or Dallas grass? What product will take care of the other straggler weeds here in Alabama? So for young crabgrass, I mean, it depends, man. I mean, for young crabgrass, the herbicide I think about when I think about the crabgrass herbicide is quinclorac for warm season lawns. I'm trying to think. I'm not sure what you have here, but I'm thinking, yeah, you're in Alabama, so you got the same kind of grass as me. Quinclorac is really a really good option to use against crabgrass. As far as like, in my opinion, like the herbicide that's for crabgrass that you really care about, that is the way to go. So I'll give you a link for that. If the crabgrass has not really started growing yet, meaning, which probably has, because you say you got young crabgrass, but say it's not showing up all over the place, and you have not done pre-emergent as yet, which you should have, but if you've not done pre-emergent as yet, then is where something like dithiopyr can be a good option, because it's going to give you some benefit. It's not going to be as good as if you applied it a month or 6 weeks ago, but it also has the ability to reach back and kill young crabgrass. Again, young is, I forget what tiller they say it stage the young crabgrass has to be in, but the young, I mean, like not the very, very small, very young crabgrass is what it's effective against. So what I'm talking about is if you go to the golf course lawn store and go to weed killer, we got a couple of options for the granular. You've got a 50-pound bag here, and you've got a 45-pound bag here. Either one of these are what I would use as far as a granular product that also has pre-emergent in it that can knock back young crabgrass. Keyword is young crabgrass, Ricky. So that is either one of these guys will work. If you want something that's more of a post-emergent product or a stronger post-emergent product against crabgrass, what you're going to want to use is quinclorac, and I'll get you a link for that to get you all situated there. This is it's not a difficult product to use. This is going to be your go-to for even like young crabgrass, even a little bit more mature crabgrass, but really to get rid of it, the sooner the better. The sooner the better. So if you've got young crabgrass, I would get a pre-emergent down like dithiopyr, even though it's a bit late for it. It will help some, and then go after it with that product as well, the quinclorac on the crabgrass that you're seeing, and that should get you in pretty good shape. As far as the straggler weeds, quinclorac is effective against some other weeds as well, but it depends on what you mean by straggler weeds, man. I mean, if you want my go-to for a combination that's going to work well for pretty much everything other than Dallas grass, is these two guys, Certainty and Celsius. These two mixed together, those two combined, is money. Like it works. It's very, very effective against broadleafs. It's also effective against POA, which again, not really a big deal, but because it's gonna die off now. But if you want to get rid of it, just is irritating you. Certainty will absolutely smoke out POA. And as far as the product to use against sedges, like that is, in my opinion anyway, like that is the go-to for sedge control in warm season turf. You know, they're both a bit more expensive, but you get what you pay for. Like they're both mixed together. It's a really, really good combination. And this will also, like the Celsius will also knock out young crabgrass. In the video that you'll see in the product description for either one of these, you actually see me spraying young crabgrass with it, and I had a couple of spots on my lawn, and it was effective against that. But a even better product, if all you're after is crabgrass, is the quinclorac. So it just depends. If you want a bit of everything, like that will get everything done, including young crabgrass, that combination works really well. If your young crabgrass is really not that young, like it's a bit more like, you know, teenager crabgrass, getting into like young adulthood crabgrass, that's when breaking out the quinclorac and smacking it with that is likely going to do a better job for you. Hope that helps. As far as Dallas grass, dig it out. There's not really, I'm trying to think here, other than Tribute Total, there's not really a product that is going to kill it. You know what I mean? And kill it like dead, like where it's not going to come back. That is labeled for use on residential lawns. There used to be one that starts with an M. I'm not going to give you the name of it because I don't want you to go out and buy it and use it on your lawn because it's not ready for residential turf. So the best thing I can tell you for Dallas grass is to just physically remove it. That's going to be your best bet. It's a bit more work, but as far as, you know, a way that it's not going to come back, or to, you know, to really reduce the chances of it coming back, just physically removing it is the way to go. I mean, you know, again, Certainty will help some. Like it will help. I mean, it will help knock it back a bit. But as far as killing it dead, nothing really that's rated for residential use. So Tribute Total will work. It's kind of it's really expensive. Certainty also will work against Dallas grass. It'll help injure it. It's not going to kill it completely. So your best bet is just to actually remove it, man. So hope that helps, sir. On to the next question. On to the next comment is Gunny Grasshopper. He says, "Hey Ron, I ordered all the products this week and I was impressed at how fast I received. Thanks, my brother." We try to do that, man. This time of the year, you know, it's a time when everyone remembers they have a lawn. So you want your products and you want them now. So especially the you know, things like certainty, like things that I have control over on shipping out myself, because like where this is housed, I'm able to get this stuff out, you know, a lot quicker. So like good example, like the Primo Max. So things like like a Celoprin, right? The Primo Max, or the Certainty, like those guys, like if you ordered any of those tonight, they would go out tomorrow. Like I would get them to the post, I would get them shipped to you tomorrow morning. You know what I mean? So as long as it's before 10 a.m. when I got to go to karate. So you got to get your order before 10 a.m. just when I go to karate, and then by the time I get done, the post office is closed. So, but even outside of these products, the shipping is a bit faster this time of year because, you know, we know everyone wants their stuff. So as far as like getting more people to help speed up the fulfillment process, that's a thing. But as far as like the super fast shipping, like the Primo Acelepryn in a liquid or certainty, like literally if you ordered it today or before 10 a.m. tomorrow, it would go out tomorrow morning on its way to you to help either stop your grass from growing so fast or to smack weeds or to prevent insects from ruining your lawn. So I'm glad that it was a good gunny grasshopper. If that's your experience, leave a review if you've not done so as yet. I really do appreciate it. Like on the main page, you'll see a spot there like to Trustpilot, leave a review there, or also leave a review for any of the products you've used. It does help out. So if you have a good experience and we're doing a good job, let me know. And if we're not doing a great job, let me know that too. So either way, I'd appreciate it. All right, next is Career Choices 912. Interesting handle. It says, hey Ron, I forgot to add pre-emergent in the fall. So I placed Scott's Halt Grab Crabgrass last month on the 14th here in Lithonia, Georgia. Then placed the wrong bag of fert down without a soil test. There's probably a follow-up here. He says, okay, should have used a starter fertilizer, but use the Anderson's Professional PGF Complete 16408. How bad will this set me back? And or can I do another fert after my soil test comes back after Memorial Day? So yes, so a couple things you unpack there. The first thing is, okay, so the crabgrass product, we're fine with that. You've already done a fertilizer app. And you said you needed, what did you really need? You said that you needed what was it? You said I should have used a starter fertilizer. So like a one where all the numbers are even. You're fine, man. So just the app that you did, that's going to carry you for a month, 6 weeks. And then on your next fertilizer app, just do the 12. Just do the starter fert. You know, it's not like you've committed some cardinal sin by not doing the fert that was the best fit for your soil. Now you still got something down. That's still going to help. Your grass is still going to green up. And, you know, in 4 to 6 weeks, and again, I'm not sure how long that product particularly lasts for, but 4 to 6 weeks on your next fertilizer app, that is when you could switch to a starter fert of your one of choosing. We carry one on the Golf Course Lawn Store, 12. That's a great one. It has micronutrient in it as well. But if you have another one you want to use, that's fine too. But yeah, I wouldn't sweat it. I would not go do I would not do a fertilizer app now, meaning let's just work through this. If you did that product application the beginning of April, I would not go out now. So you got your results back tomorrow. I would not go out and go put down a starter for this weekend just because it says that's what you need. You've already got fertilizer. You already got a fert down. It's got all 3 macros in it. Maybe not in the percentages that you want, but so what? Big deal. In middle of May, middle to the end of May, you'll be able to do your next app and you're gonna be good to go. So don't worry about it. Don't overthink it. You're gonna be just fine. The good thing is you got a soil test, right? So now you know. Now, like the more you know, right? You can now fertilize and feed your lawn intelligently, which is always great stuff. All right, next up is Daddy Cool 213H. Happy Easter, Ron. He says, I have a little problem. I have wild rabbits eating my Bermuda grass. I've never seen them eat my grass. That's an interesting one. How can I keep the wild bunnies off my grass? Please help. Thank you. Someone had something, someone had a remedy, like a home remedy for that. And I forget, a couple of weeks ago, this question was asked and I forget what the response was. Was it a pepper or something that they used or lemon or something like that? It was like an irritant that the rabbits don't like, and it makes them stay away. I'm drawing a blank as far as what that was. Daddy Cool. I've never heard of them eating Bermuda because there's a wild rabbit that will sometimes get on Alex's lawn or my lawn, and they don't eat the grass. They go after Alex's wife. She likes to plant flowers and shrubs, and that they go after that. They will absolutely decimate that, but the grass they seem to leave alone. So I'm surprised they're eating your Bermuda. I have not experienced that issue, and I don't think Alex has either. But maybe those wild rabbits where you are, they're gangster like that. You got a different breed of wild rabbit in your area. I don't have an answer for you as far to keep them away on how to keep them away. I will screenshot that and put that as a question for next week, and I'll get an answer for you. So sorry, I don't know off the top of my head, but I will answer that next week. So appreciate the question. No Drone says, old school, man. Yeah, man, I like funk. Here's the thing is people ask me sometimes what kind of music I listen to when I'm out mowing. Everything, like a bit of everything. Everything from Lee Retner, like my dad's a big jazz person, so I grew up listening to a lot of jazz. So everything from like Lee Retner to Rob Zombie. You pick it. I mean, a bit of everything. I don't listen to a ton of country. There is some country that's pretty good. I don't listen to a ton of that, but I mean, I listen to pretty much anything, man. If it's good, sounds good, I'll play it. So I was kind of in a funk mood tonight, so I went out and got some of that queued up for you guys. All right, next up is Jeremy Espinosa's question about T-Jet nozzles. He says, if you're using a soil product and a foliar product, which nozzle would you recommend? So a soil and a foliar. If you want to split the difference, okay. So not last week, or maybe the week before, I did a little sub segment on the different spray tips. I don't have all of them here. I've got a couple. Actually, I can. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I can show you. I can show you. I can break this out. I got my little baggie of spray tips I didn't put back up. So if I can stop being an old person and actually open it, I'll show you right. Okay, so you have this guy, right, which is your foliar tip. This one. This is the one that if I had a choice between a soil and a foliar product, I would go with an air induction tip one. I would go with the middle one. So there's three. There's this guy, which is strictly for foliar. Focus camera. There's that one. There is the middle one, which is an air induction tip, which is this guy. You'll notice an air induction tip because it has little holes on the side there. And then there's this guy, which is the flood jet tip, which is really what you want to use for a soil-based product app. So these two are at the extremes. Get my face out of the way. These two are at extremes, the foliar and the flood jet. So in between that is this air induction tip. So this is a good option for what you're trying to do. If you're trying to do a soil and foliar product. Also a good option if you're trying to do a foliar app on a day when there's a bit more breezy out. I mean, really, I would tell you just wait for another day. But if you need a slightly larger droplet size, this one is the ticket. And I will put the links to these guys in the chat because that's the next question you're gonna ask me is where can I get them, right? So I'm gonna put those in the chat for you. What I would do is this, Jeremy. If you use the air induction tip, what I would do is this. I don't know which foliar product you're talking about using, so that would be helpful. But I would, let's say tomorrow morning you go out and you spray these two mixed together. I would spray the lawn and I would give it a day before I watered whatever your soil product is in, assuming it's hydrotane, in which case I would not do this because you need to water it in right away. So if you're talking about hydrotane, if hydrotane is the product you're talking about, don't do this. If the product you're talking about is something else, like say a Celiprin, let's say you're mixing a Celiprin, this along with like your fertilizer app or whatever, you could wait a day. You could spray the lawn, give it a day for the products to dry on the turf on the lawn, and then water it in. Most products don't really require a full day. If you did it in the morning, you could really water in the evening if you wanted to, but giving it a full day is a good idea, right? So hopefully that helps. I'm gonna put the links here in the chat for you. As far as spray tips, hopefully they all work this week. Last time when I did this, they didn't, and people were like saying, "Hey man, you put these links in and they are no good." So hopefully that is not the case now. So I'll do them all individually. So Jeremy, this is tip 1. That's the air induction tip. That's the one that I would say to go with if you are going to do a soil and foliar product. This is the I said the air induction tip. This is the foliar tip, hence by the name, the description is foliar tip. And this last one is the flood jet tip, which is just for your soil only apps. So there you go. You're covered on all three. Personally, they're not that expensive. I would get all three of them so you have them, assuming you don't already, and that way you'll be good to go. Next is Four Oaks Lodging says, "Good evening. I live in North Carolina. Having a tough time getting our lawn to retain any chemicals. pH is low and doesn't seem to retain any of the fertilizers and that we add to it. Recommendations." Okay, well, Four Oaks Lodging, the thing I would say first off is what are you doing as far as to help address the pH issue? So if you know that your soil is more acidic, you got a lower pH soil, you want to go out there with a pretty heavy lime app. Now I've not seen your soil test results, but if I'm trusting that you know what you're talking about, you know that your pH is whatever, like low 5s or whatever it happens to be. Go out there with a heavy lime app. That is going to help it start moving, more towards the Goldilocks zone, that 5.8 to 7.2-ish zone. So that's thing one, because really pH is everything. pH is like the effectiveness of your fertilizers is really based on the amount of nutrient uptake you get is really based on soil pH being within that range. I'm not saying you won't get any results out of it, but you will notice a pretty big improvement, a noticeable improvement if your pH is in the mid 6s where it should be when you do your fertilizer app. You're just gonna get more out of it, right? And as far as you saying it doesn't seem to retain any chemicals, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you have like a really sandy soil, and like, I mean, everything is like leaching out really quickly? I don't, I'm not sure. I guess I'm trying to understand how you are coming up with it, not retaining any products. Is it a problem that there's a big issue with runoff? I'm not sure. I need a little bit more context. So here's the thing. Well, here's what I'll do. If you're open to it, send me an email. My email address is right here, ron@golfcourselawn.com. Send me an email with a bit more detail around what you've tried. And if you have the soil test results as well to send to me, that would be great too. I'll look over it and I'll let you know what I would recommend as far as how to go about moving your things into a better place. But I just don't have all the information I need to be able to give you good advice. You got a soil test done, so that's something to work with. And most soil, if you're able to address the pH issues over time and fertilize based on those results, you should have pretty good looking grass. So send me an email with that if you don't mind, and I'll do my best to help you out. Good job of getting a soil test though. That's the big thing. So good job. I have a hard time trying to convince people to do that. So you that part, like that one, check off the list. Already done. Okay, next is LJ. He says, I have cut my grass twice so far. Not really growing yet. A little green and some POA with seeds. Should I still cut it? Any suggestions? It's up to you, LJ. Really, if you want to wait till the grass starts growing a bit more aggressively, you didn't say where you are, but in the next 2 to 3 weeks, the grass should start growing more. It should become more active, and it's going to start growing a lot faster. So if you want to hold off on the mowing, if you want to do once per week mowing, as much as it seems sacrilegious to say that, it just pains me to say that. If you want to mow once a week, which I'm not condoning, I'm not co-signing that, but if you want to do that until the lawn starts greening up and starts growing a bit faster, you can do that. You don't have to get out there and just mow nothing if it's not growing. But in a few weeks, it should pick up. So the answer, I would say, is wait. If you said you've only cut it twice. You didn't say twice a week, but if you only cut it twice and not much is coming off and it's not green yet, then just give it more time if you don't want to get out there and mow it. As far as the POA with seeds, you can just give it time. Like the POA is going to die off as soon as it gets a lot hotter. 3 options for getting rid of POA. You can just give it time, right? You can just give it time, let it die off naturally. That's the cheapest way. The next option is to manually remove it, or physically remove it using like a weeding tool. So if you have a little bit of it's sporadic throughout the lawn, and you don't mind getting out there for an hour or so and just physically getting in there and digging it out, that's option 2. And the third option for getting rid of it is to use something like Certainty, which is very, very good against it, but it's also the most expensive option, right? So you can be patient, you can remove it, or you can use a herbicide. And if you can use a herbicide against POA this time of year, because you just don't want to wait, Certainty is what I would say to go with. Also because it's going to cover you whenever the sedges show up again, right? If you have any parts of your lawn where water runs or water settles, that's where such nut sedge tends to like to start growing. And Certainty is also very effective against that. So hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, let me know. And then Kelly Clements, I'm not sure if you're talking about Kelly, but okay. So next up is Johnny Bizzle. I think Johnny, you're the one that's over in South Korea, right? I think so. I think you're the one. Maybe. Let's hit that like button ever so gently, people. I appreciate that, Johnny. It's to his point, it's a free way to support the channel. It doesn't cost you anything to do that, and it sends good vibes to YouTube. Tells them to come out here, and there's a bunch of the lawn crazies out doing stuff and talking about turf grass, and it doesn't cost you anything. That's a big thing. You can't beat free, right? Just reach over there and tap it, or smash it, or whatever you want to do to it. Just hit the like button. I'd appreciate it. Thanks so much. All right, next is Adam Reed. Says, who's watching grass grow? I have been accused of that. I resemble that comment. I'm sure many of the people on here also resemble that comment too. All right, and next up is Devin. He says, absolutely, we'll find a date here soon to get back on. The new yard will be sweet. I've got a few things planned that'll be awesome. Definitely share that, man, because here's the thing, Devin. You, as far as you give the cool season perspective, right? So for someone that is getting into a new property that wants to know, hey, I'm getting a new property, I'm inheriting this new lawn, and it's a cool season lawn. How does someone that's a greenskeeper, someone that makes his living on taking care of turf grass, what are his plans to get this lawn in the shape that he wants it? That's going to be it's going to be internet gold, man. You got to come on with that. So make sure you have like some good talking points together, and help the cool season folk out some. And just let me know when you're ready, man. I'll have you on whenever you're ready to come on. I'm looking forward to it. It's always fun. All right, next up is Imhotep MTGA. Says, what would half rate on Milorganite be on an earthway spreader like yours be? Man, I don't know off the top of my head. I really don't. It's been just a long time since I've applied Milo, it's hard for me to tell you exactly off the top of my head what it would be. If I had to guess, let's see. What rate do I use for Humic Max? I go at like 11, 10 or 11. So Milo, the Prill's a bit bigger. So I would say start, you said half rate. Start at like 13 or so. Imhotep 13 or 14. 13 and a half to 14, and see what, if anything's coming out, see how it's doing with that, and then you can bump it up from there. I would start around 13. That would be my my finger in the air based on what I know I use for settings for Humic Max, which if you look at the prill of this is a much finer, a much smaller prill than what's in Milo. So with Humic Max, I'm a little bit lower. So this start at 13, 14, and that should get you in the ballpark to start, right? Some stuff should start coming out around 13, 14, and then you can adjust from there. Okay. And the next question you said, is Milo a decent choice for granular spoon feeding? Well, I mean, it depends. If one, if you can find it, sure. But I have fallen out of favor with Milo, and I did a big video on this. Actually, the video was kind of a play, like a little. It's kind of funny, the ending of it, where I was putting Milo away and bringing in like the Lebanon turf ferts. Like the cost per application, the cost per 1,000 square feet of Milo is actually pretty expensive. Like the last time I priced it around here where you actually could find it, it was like $17.99 locally. So it's like $18 for 2,500 square feet of coverage at bag rate for Milo. And you're just getting, what are you getting? You're getting nitrogen, a bit of phosphorus, I believe is in it, and a bit of iron, a little bit of iron, right? So it's for what you spend, it's expensive. Versus you come over here and you look at something like Humic Max. So if I go over to this, go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, for made page, and right here is the line of fertilizers that I've switched to, the Lebanon Turf Country Club Humic Max. Love this fert because one, it's a great fert and it has humic acid in it, helps feed your soil at the same time. This one 45-pound bag will cover up to 15,000 square feet. So I use one bag of that over my entire lawn, and I still got a little bit left over. You know what I mean? So it's a great product from a standpoint of what you get based on what you pay. So this for me, Milo would be expensive to use this. Like if I were using Milorganite, I'd be close to $100 every time I fertilize my lawn. You know what I mean? And it doesn't have all the nutrient and everything else that this has. I mean, this is another level as far as fertilizer compared to Milo. So if you like it, here's the thing. If you like Milo and you want to use it, go with it. No problem. I mean, there's nothing wrong. You can use whatever you want on your lawn. But but if you're asking, are you getting the most value that you could be getting by going with that product versus other products? I mean, there's, again, Humic Max is a great one. A lot of the Yardmaster ferts are also good. They have like a full line of ferts that again, the same thing. You get a lot more coverage based on what you're spending. It's just tough. It's rough to, it's tough to be able to make that bid for Milo, although it's near and dear to my heart. We all grew up on Milo. We all love it. Right. But it's just not, it's not as great of a product or not as good a deal as it used to be when you could buy it for like under $10 a bag, which was several years ago. All right, next up is Clayton. He says, much better music. So you like the music better? You like the funk? We're going to keep the funk? All right, we'll keep it, Clayton. I got one vote for it. All right, I appreciate that, Alex. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you for the like. I will do that. And then Lance, I will get you an answer. He says, Ron, I emailed you my soil test results. This is where my pH levels are at. What do you recommend? I'd have to look at your soil test results to be able to answer. I thought I answered that you already, Lance. I think I seem to remember getting an email from you. Maybe it was someone else. Maybe not. Obviously not, because you're asking me here in the live stream. But if you don't mind, I will look for it. Assuming your name is Lance, like the name that you emailed me with is Lance, I will find it tonight and get you an answer tonight. If you want to make my life easier, if you want to help Ron out, send it again to ron@golfcourselawn.com. That way it's at the top of my inbox, and it's going to save me time having to dig through like all the email that I get trying to find it. So if you don't mind sending it again, please, I will go through and I'll get you an answer. All right, next up is Robert Rainey. He's congratulating Eric on his sweet mower. We got to see pictures though. Picture never happened, Eric. Picture, we don't believe you. All right, when Sherrod is here, he says, hey Ron, it's Friday, and Ron's rocking that 70s funk. Yeah, man. That 70s funk is in the house. You gotta have the funk, man. You gotta have the funk. That's good. That's good. Like live stream music, good mowing music, good everything. Good for everything. Funk is fun. Okay, next up is James H. He says, I got the celebration saw down. It's looking good. I asked you a question last week, and the Tifway in the front is looking fully green. Just some stripes with the John Deere 180 SL. Northwest, is it Mississippi? MS is Mississippi, I think. I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. He says, oh, and I put out a little bit of Turfplex I got from your site. Awesome, James. So now this post is excellent. What you got to do now is follow up. You got to give me some pictures. You got to say, hey, this is what I got. This is what's going on. These are the results I got with it. So everyone knows, And if you like the results you got, leave a review. If you weren't impressed with the results, also leave a review about that as well too. Leave a review on the store. I would appreciate it. Next up is my first and favorite customer, Miss Natalie Tran. She's in the house. She says, hey, Ron, good to be here again. I just finished mowing after 2 days. Applied Certainty for Poanua. Awesome, Natalie. You're going to like the results you get with that. I know we've already been going back and forth in email, so I think you're all set as far as how to apply it. It's a great product for POA, and you already have the surfactant. We already talked about like the spray nozzles, so you should be good to go. Keep me posted. One thing I would like to see, Natalie, is also take a picture. Take a picture of the. I have the picture you sent me of how your lawn looks now, but in 10 days, take another picture of it and see how it's looking. You'll see a substantial difference in the lawn with Certainty. Again, it's a really good product, not cheap, but like anything else, you get what you pay for, right? Okay, next up is Bruce Bonkowski. Awesome name. His name is Bruce Bonkowski. Says, all right, hi. I purchased an older home. It's a mess in Michigan. There's not much grass. I already seeded with drought-tolerant grass seed. The ground is powder. I put in peat moss into the soil. Okay, so I'm not sure what the question is, Bruce. So you got a new lawn. There's not much grass. You seeded. Okay. And the ground is powder, so you put out some peat moss. Well, we'll see. We'll see what germinates. I mean, it sounds like you've already got the process of trying to recover the lawn. See what happens. See what kind of germination you get out of the seed, and then just make adjustments from there. Plan, execute, and then pivot. Readjust your plan based on the results that you are seeing. So yeah, sounds like you're on the right plan, on the right track to me, Bruce. Just keep going and let me know if we can help with anything else, sir. Congrats on the new place and on working on your new lawn. Okay, next is Sky Tom 88 says, what is the best way to control wild Bermuda grass in St. Augustine lawn? I'm trying to think if Fusilade will do that. I think so. Let me check the label here before I tell you something that's gonna destroy your St. Augustine. I think Fusilade 2 will do that. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe, but let me see here. Augustine. I don't know. I know it's good for zoysia. I know it's good for eliminate in zoysia, but yeah, I don't see St. Augustine on the label. Not that I'm seeing here. Augustine, yeah. I don't see it on the label. I'm not sure on that one. Skytome. Now the other way around is easy. Killing St. Augustine and Bermuda is pretty easy. But the other way around, as far as getting rid of Bermuda in St. Aug, I am not sure. Fusilade is good for zoysia, but it's not labeled for St. Augustine. So I'm not sure on that one, man. I will do some research. Another one. It's like Stump Ron Night. This is good stuff, man. You guys are going to make me work between this week and next week to answer all these questions. So I'll see what I can dig up as far as a way to control Bermuda in St. Aug, unless someone in here already knows and will chime in. So I don't have that for you, but you're giving me more work and something that we will talk about next week. Next up is Joe Briggs. He says, Ron, will the liquid spray for salt damage on cool season fescue help with dog urine? I don't know. I've never tried it. I've never tried it on fescue to know how it would work, how that product would work. It's really we don't really need that product around here. It's one that I added to the store because people like you that are in northern climates that get a lot of salt in their lawn, in the soil, asked for, right? I've never actually used it myself. As far as dog urine, man, the best thing I could tell you is what Alex has done. Like, Alex has worked a miracle with Stella, where literally she is trained to pee in one spot of the lawn. If you can designate a sacrificial spot of the lawn, like dogs can do it, I know, I've watched her. She's really good about it. Especially if someone is out there. I mean, she might fly off the reservation if she just let her out by herself. But if someone walks out with her, she goes to the spot that is like scorched earth right now, because that's where she always urinates. if you can train your dog to do that, that is going to be the best way to keep your lawn, to have it to only one spot that's destroyed. Now, as far as how to go about doing that, I may have to ask Alex how he did it with Stella, but she's a really smart dog, and she just, over time, he just kept saying no. Whenever, I think what it was, whenever she was trying to pee anywhere other than there, he would tell her no and would bring her to the spot where he wanted her to. And eventually she was like, all right, fine. I'll just go to the spot where I got to go. So that would be my advice. If you want to try the salt products, the NAX product, and try it out and see if it helps, you can do that. But here's the thing. Even if it's effective, right? It's not something, because that product has 5% fertilizer in it, I believe. I can actually show you it. I can show everyone else what I'm talking about here. So if you go up here and use a search, and do I search for salt? Yeah, this one. If you look at this product, it's got 5% nitrogen in it, right? So your dog is going to be going to the bathroom likely every day. You're not, even if it's effective, you're not going to want to be spraying this on the spots every day. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to be, adding 5% nitrogen. You want to be spraying, putting fertilizer on your lawn every day or every other day. So your call, but I would lean towards trying to teach, the fur baby to pee in a designated sacrificial area. That is what I would go with. That's what I would go with. All right, Adrian's in the house. What's going on, Adrian? Thanks for coming to hang out, sir. I appreciate you. And then next up is Win Chariot. He's telling us about all the glories of the Owlet. He says, scout my lawn twice this past month because it is growing so fast. No fur yet. Checked the height of cut per finger, and it felt spongy underneath. Changed the Owlet to the Scarifier. Amazing, about to remove. Cool, very nice. Owlet rocks. I agree, man. Those the cartridge system mowers are pretty cool. They are pretty cool. I've not used an Owlet myself, personally. I'm trying to think if I've ever used one. I don't think I've used one. I was out at Real Rollers. I used a bunch of different mowers. I don't think I've ever actually cut grass with an Owlet. But yeah, it's good if you like it and you're getting good results with it. You like it, I love it. Keep us posted, Win Chariot. Okay, next up is this, Alex. He says, yeah, I'm just happy to have got my mower back. Got a good mowing this morning. Alex it's a good example, guys. It's, if you need parts, and hopefully most of you guys at this time of the season have already got your mowers already tuned up. They're good to go. But parts is an issue. Like if you have a True Cut or, well, the Greensmaster I haven't really needed parts for, but it is a thing. Like getting parts for True Cuts, at least in this area, Northeast Georgia, is a bit challenging, right? Especially if they are not the common parts. Like a bed knife, you can probably get. A reel, you can probably get like the wear items. But if you need like bearings or like a sprocket or something that is like something they don't sell very often, it took him a while to get parts for his mower. So this is why like in the off season I was really harping on get your stuff situated, get it all cleaned up, get it all tuned up, so you're good to go. And Alex is now all set to go, so he's good to cut the rest of the season. So if you've not got your mower services yet, get it serviced, because I don't anticipate it becoming easier as the season progresses to get your stuff worked on than it is now. Always great having you in the live stream, my friend. I keep telling you, one day I am going to get you on here. One day it's going to happen, even still for like 5 minutes. All right, next is Joe Madrigal. It says, can go no fertilizer all summer long with Bermuda. I'm on a low budget. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. You don't have to fertilize it. It won't look as good, but like Bermuda grows all throughout this country. There's plenty of it that grows all over the place that doesn't get fertilizer regularly added to it. Now, if you fertilize it, it's going to get better color. It's going to have better disease resistance. It's going to fill in. It's going to get thicker. If you're on a budget, what you might want to look for, Joe, is like on like an extended release fertilizer. Like some of the, I'm trying to think, like none of the stuff that I carry really fits that bill. But if you went to, I mean, I hate to say like some of the Scott stuff, like if you go to Home Depot, they have some of the stuff that will feed for extended periods of time. They'll on the bag, it will say extended feeding. It'll be like, hey, apply this to your lawn, feeds for like 4 months. Like that kind of product is a decent way to get some results, to help your lawn, get some nutrient over the course of the growing season without doing the program that I do, which is like, again, I'm applying a fertilizer every month, and I'm out there every couple of weeks spraying and doing this full involved system. So I would say shop for an extended release fertilizer. That's going to be your best bet. Like you can go to Scott's if you want. If you want, you can also go to like a Site One or something and ask them for an extended release fertilizer. And what you'll know is the number, the nitrogen number on the bag. The first number is going to be a higher number. It'll be like in the 30s or something. So just ask them for a extended release fert, and they'll be able to fix you up. That is your best bet. That's going to be like balancing, feeding the lawn so you have a nice looking lawn, while not also, doing a lot of what I do and a lot of people on here do as far as being out there, every few weeks or fertilizing monthly. So hope that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. Or if you're torn between a couple of products, especially if you're looking for something online, just shoot me an email. Just email me here, ron@golfcourseline.com, and I'll do my best to help you out. I'll do my best to help you out, sir. But good job on taking on the challenge of working on your lawn yourself. It's a ton of fun. You're going to really enjoy it. Next up is Heartfelt Fashion. It says, I called Super Sod for my leveling mix, 2 locations and both out until mid-May. I should get their leveling mix, not the soil 3. Yeah, so that's a good point. I should mention that. They are, because the demand for it is so high, you're not going to be able to get the level mix until mid-May. You can get the soil cube. It's just their compost now. And to answer your question, Heartfelt, if your goal is to level the lawn, I would wait for the leveling mix. I mean, May is still the time frame. Really, the time for top dressing your lawn is like, Robert's case, he's already got it done, but like around this time of the year, all the way into, mid July, mid to late July, depending on how temperatures, work out. So you got plenty of time in the season to top dress. The reason why I recommend doing it earlier is because it's cooler. You get free rain as far as watering it in, and you have more time to enjoy the lawn. You're not out there working when it's like, 90-degree weather, which is just not fun. So if it were me and your goal is to level, like you're trying to, get the lawn smoother and get that golf course lawn look, I would wait until mid-May to get the leveling mix. Put your order in now, they'll deliver it mid-May, you're going to be covered. If your lawn is already level and you're just doing like what I did last year, where you guys remember last year when I did the top dress of the front lawn strictly with soil, like I used just carbonized PN over the entire front lawn, because the front lawn is already fairly level, I just decided I'm just going to go straight soil. If I add just straight compost, straight soil to the lawn, what happens? What kind of results do I get? I did that last year, and the results were really nice. This year, I've got both the soil cubed, I've got their compost, and I've also got their level mix. I will probably do the level mix on the front lawn this time around, and we'll just use the compost for like spot treating some areas. And I'm just going to play around a bit on the back lawn with what I have left over this year with the other stuff. So it's your call. If your goal is to level the lawn, wait for the level mix. It's not going to be that long. They say in the middle of May, they might get it to you sooner. So get your order in now. Again, if you don't have the discount code, it's only $10, but it's something. Feel free to use that. And it's a way to save a little bit of money, and you get your leveling mix in May. So sorry about that, Heartfelt, but that tells you a lot of people like it, right? That's a good problem for them to have anyway, as far as the product sells. And it is good. It is literally the best like pre-made leveling mix that I've ever used. It's excellent product. It's more expensive, but it's an excellent product. You will like the results you get with it. Okay, and then you seeded from bare dirt, no overseed. Okay, Tom Comp, I forget what the context of that is. I'm sorry, so I'm not gonna be able to comment. All right, next up is Fairway Bermuda. Daryl, he says, Ron, thanks. Hey, I wonder how loud the new True Cut will be because the older ones are super loud. That is a good question. You know what? I will get with, all the ones he has are for sale. I don't know if they have like a demo unit for someone to try out. With the new Champ engine, I'm going to take a screenshot of that one. That's a good one, Fairway. That's a good thing to ask Lee from Real Rollers, because it's true. Someone that's buying a new mower, how do you know how loud it is, right? That can matter. And it's true. The True Cut compared to the Greensmaster is like starting up like a battle cruiser. It's like there is no doubt that that thing is that mower is running. So the newer one might be a bit quieter, but I don't know. I've not heard it. That's a good question. I'll ask Lee at Real Rollers and maybe see if we can arrange that. Again, might not be able to, because I'm pretty sure a lot of the mowers we're getting in right now are for sale. So they might have a demo unit, but I'll ask him. That's a good question. It's something they should have anyway. So I think that people would like to know that. Okay, Froggy Friday says, good evening. What's going on, Froggy Friday? Thanks for coming to step in the live stream. Appreciate you as always. Mauricio Salinas says, hey there, happy Friday. Have you tried Celsius Extra? I am giving it a try on my Bermuda in Sarasota. Used it 2.5 weeks ago, and the results seem extraordinary. I have not, Mauricio. So Celsius Extra. So if any of you guys know what that want to know what that is Celsius with the active ingredient that is in Sedgehammer. I think it's halfurceron. I can't pronounce it. Halfurceron. It starts with an H. But I believe that is what's added to Celsius to give a bit of sedge control. And it's I'm good. I'm glad you're getting good results with it. But the thing with it is that it doesn't cover all the sedges, and it doesn't do anything against POA. And it's a lot more expensive. It's substantially more expensive than the standard Celsius. So if I had a choice, and for that, and I've actually spoke to like some of the distributors for Celsius, like in this area, and I asked them about it. I said, "How is the Celsius, the Extra? How is it doing?" And they're saying, not really that well. Like a lot of people that that want that kind of product will just get certainty. They'll get certainty, or they'll get some like knockoff of certainty, and use that with the regular Celsius, because then you get like, as far as like the sedges that Celsius covers, all of them. Like it kills like Kalinga, globe sedge, yellow, green nut sedge. I mean, it does all of them, right? And it kills POA. And that's the one thing that, in my opinion, again, I mean, they don't watch this and they don't care what I think, I'm sure, but that's the one thing, in my opinion, they missed the boat on. Like they should have added a active ingredient to Celsius Extra that also did POA. Because if they did that, it'd be perfect. It'd be awesome then, right? Because then, even though you don't have as much sedge coverage, it'd be, it's more compelling to buy that product. Say, hey, now I can knock out my POA in, the little bit that I have laying around in the springtime. This can take care of it. Extra is good against sedges, but not really anything for POA annua. So that's why I still say Celsius and Certainty is still the master combo as far as warm season turf, in my opinion. There's people who disagree with me, but that's what I think is best for those reasons. All right, next up is Heartfelt Fashion. He says, I'm going to top dress when it's delivered. I ain't messing around. I'm not waiting. He says, I have one spot to seed. What's the correct order? Aerate, seed, fertilize, and then spread the top dress last. I would do the seed last as the answer to the question. So I would aerate, add any kind of carbon, any kind of soil amendments you're doing, whether you're doing like Essential G or something like that. Any fertilizer you're applying, I would do that as well too. Then I would top dress, and then I would do the seed on top of that and just rake it in. Just use the leveling rake to rake it in. I don't know what kind of grass you have, but most seed doesn't need to be buried super deep. Like it doesn't need to get like any aeration holes or anything like that. It only needs a quarter of an inch, which you can easily achieve, like an eighth to a quarter inch, which you can easily achieve that with just like using a leveling rake with it. So that would be my ordering. Okay, once again, aerate, and then whatever you plan to put down that needs to get in the soil. So your fertilizer, your humic acids, your biochar products, whatever you tend to be using, get all that down. Then top dress, so like lock it in. You know what I mean? Like you got the lawn all opened up. Get all your products down, your fertilizer, everything else. Top dress, just kind of like sealing it in, locking it in, and then your seed on top of that, and then just rake it in and water and wait. That is what I would do, Heartfelt Fashion. That would be the process that I think will work well. I've gotten good results doing that. Okay, next is Brick Rehab. He says, come on, Ron. I've watched the videos. I did everything mentioned, except today was the first I heard about adding Release Zero. Yeah, so Release Zero, and I keep talking about it because it's not just for getting your grass green. It's like talking to the people at Miramichi Green. The best way they can say it, imagine, they keep using the word catalyst over and over with it, right? If you're applying fungicide, insecticide, herbicide, anything you mix with it, it enhances the uptake of that product. And what you were seeing, again, the picture that I showed you guys of that, if you look on the Certainty and Celsius, the product descriptions, the images, the last ones, the new ones I just recently added, or the ones that you saw that are on my channel content, like on the community posts, like that is Certainty. That is Certainty, Celsius, non-ionic surfactant, and Release Zero. A bit of Release Zero added in along with that. So it does help. I mean, do you have to do it? No. Would you get good results without adding Release Zero? Probably. Yes, you'll get good results without it, because most people don't do that. But it does help. Like the neighbor's lawn is like, it did, like that one app did a really good job. Like it smoked everything. Like everything is gone. All he's got to do now is just fertilize and mow, right? So it's so something to do. If you already have it, throw a bit in there. It's not going to hurt anything. You can absolutely use it. And I have personally sprayed that combination. I can tell you that it works great. No issues with any kind of weird reactions or anything like that. So then you have another thing to try out, Brick Rehab. Hopefully you won't need it though, right? So if your lawn hopefully doesn't have a ton of weeds, so you don't need too many herbicides. All right, DJ Kid's in the house. Says, yo, how you doing, bro? Really good. DJ Kid, thanks for coming to hang out. You're very, very welcome. I appreciate you hanging out in the live stream, as always. Next up is Dwayne Hopkins. Dwayne's in the house. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. Excited about live stream 6 hours. Not really. The way we're trending now, we might get done at actually a reasonable time. Maybe by 10 o'clock, we might be wrapping it up, right? I mean, I'm like at about 3/4 of the way through. So depending on how many questions you guys ask, I might get out of here a little bit early for a change, which would be kind of cool. That means you can go shopping. You go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and buy your Primo Max and get it all, get ready to get it shipped out tomorrow if you guys want. That would be a thing. We got more in, so we are good to go. I mean, you guys can do your worst. We should not sell out. Should not sell out. At least that's the hope anyway, right? Should not. All right, next up is Salvador Martinez. Says, you're the best. Thanks so much, Salvador. I appreciate you. And then next is Michael Rogers. Great question coming up here. Is it too late to spray down some prodiamine? Also, I plan to remove some bushes, beds, etc., and I want to replace them with sod. Do you have any recommendations for Bermuda sod in Dallas, Georgia? Thanks. Okay, so a couple things there. If you are is it too late to spray it to prodiamine? No, not really. Is it too late to spray it to get like the best results from it? Yeah, like you really need to do it a month and a half ago, to be completely honest. If you haven't done pre-emergent yet and you want to get some benefits, I would, instead of prodiamine, Michael, I would go with dithiopyr. Go with the product that has dithiopyr in it. We carry some on the store. We got a couple of granulars that have that. If you go to, I'll show you here. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. But you can find some of it locally too if you want as well. But if you get my email off of here, if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and then go to Weed Killer and then you scroll down to granular, you've got this option, which is a 50-pound bag of dithiopyr pre-emergent and a little bit of potassium. And you've also got a 45-pound bag of dithiopyr with also, again, some potassium in it as well. Either one of those, like if I were applying a pre-emergent this time of the year, that is what I would do. Again, you're a little bit behind the 8 ball, so you're not going to get as good results as if you'd have done it earlier, but you'll get better results against crabgrass anyway than if you had applied just prodiamine. So that's what I would recommend. But if prodiamine is all you got, say you already have it and you want to spray it anyway, go ahead and spray it. It's just not going to work as well. You're not going to, because again, a lot of the weeds that are going to germinate have already started germinating. Like crabgrass is already germinating, you know? So that's where the dithiopyr is a good option. All right, now as far as the sod goes, I don't have any recommendations of where to get sod in Dallas, Georgia. If you can figure out what kind of grass your existing Bermuda is, then that's an option. You know, you probably have Tifway of some sort, probably Tifway 419. So if you can find a place that has Tifway 419, you can get that and put it in. Here's what I will tell you though. Here's what I'll tell you. I have done that. I have had like a tree removed and I've used Tifway 419 sod that was supposed to be Tifway 419 and it did not match the existing grass. Like you could see the differences between the two grasses, right? Even though they're supposedly both Tifway. So if that doesn't bother you, or I should say this, when the lawn's going into dormancy, you're going to notice the differences. When it's coming out of dormancy, you're going to notice the differences. By mid-May, you don't really notice it that much. So even though if the Tifway is not the same strain and the color is not exactly matches what you've got, you're really not going to notice it like mid-May or when the lawn is growing aggressively. It's more so when it's going into dormancy and when it's coming out of dormancy, you're going to notice the difference in the two lawns as far as color goes. If you don't care about that, it doesn't bother you, then get some sod and throw it down. That's gonna, and away you go. It's really the fastest way to fix those little patches where you had the bushes and beds. So that's definitely the fastest way. If you are a stickler though, let's say you're someone that's going to drive me absolutely crazy to see any kind of slight color differences between my existing grass and this area that I'm trying to now renovate, then we're going to be taking the slow path. And with the good thing is with Bermuda, slow is relative. Bermuda recovers relatively quickly. But what you're going to want to do instead is to get like a plugger and just take plugs out of the areas of your lawn that are growing well and transplant those to where the sod bed used to be, where the bushes used to be. Like that is the best way to ensure that what grows in matches your grass perfectly, because it is the same grass, right? But that could be, I don't know how big it is. Depending on how big they are, it could be, a couple of months, could be the entire growing season for it to fully fill in. So it just depends on how impatient you are, how quickly you want that area to look nice. I mean, if it's in the front of your lawn where people drive by and they see it, you may not want to go the plugging route. You may want to do sod, but if doesn't bother you, you could go that. You could just plug it in and just be patient. If you decide to go sod, what you can do, if you, I'm a big fan of getting down some kind of granular product of granular biostimulant product. So what I recommend and use is a product called Essential G. You're in Dallas, so there's probably a site one nearby. I'm not gonna, I mean, I don't make any money off of it, but if you can get your hands on some Carbon Pro G, that would be good. But what I'm going to recommend to you is this. So you go to the golf course lawn store, the link right here. And if we go here and I actually show you, and you scroll down on top, front and center, you've got Essential G and you've got Carbonized PN. So depending on how big the area is, like if you don't have a problem with spreading it yourself, really big fan of doing this. Like these two are priced the same. I would go with the Carbonized PN if you're fine with like, having to put it out and spread it out yourself and distribute it over the area. That is going to help the sod to establish and root in faster. It will do that. So I'm a big fan of that product for that reason alone. If you do sod plugs, same thing. It's going to help it establish and start growing in more quickly. Either one of these will work. The Essential G, Essential G is essentially carbonized PN in prill form with some other additives. So you've got some humate, some silicon, reclaimed coffee grounds. You've got a few other things in this, but the big difference between these two products is that this one will not work in a broadcast spreader. This one will. So if you have a larger area and you don't feel like raking and applying the product out manually yourself, then Essential G is the way to go. If you have a smaller area, then Carbonized PN is the way to go. So that's another sweetener you can add on top of everything I've already recommended as far as getting the sod or plugs to establish in that new area. So good stuff, man. Congrats on the new parts of your lawn that you're about to get. And you should be just fine as far as that establishing. Even with the prodiamine already have gone down, the sod should root in frilly. Shouldn't be a problem with it rooting in because it's Bermuda. It'll be fine. I would not sweat it. All right, John Broden says, how do I revive a dead grass spots from dog pee? Couple of things you can do. Thing one is stop the dog from peeing there again. So don't add to it. If you can rake out the grass, the dead grass that's there, like rake that out. And that's thing one. If you can get some topsoil, some fresh topsoil to add to that area, that will work. Some carbonized P, like that's another example of carbonized PN where it will. I don't have any pictures of it. I can show you. I'll actually show you here of why I'm not just blindly recommending that. Like how this product reacts. Yeah, here we go. So this is a good picture right here. So it's not the greatest one, but you can see what I'm talking about. So this is a spot on my lawn, John, that this is taken a couple of weeks ago. So this where you see it's brown, that's a bare area. And I put some this whole area, this whole circle that's green, that's greener than the surrounding area, that halo, that's carbonized PN. There's no fertilizer extra added there or anything like that. It's like, I mean, it's not fertilizer, it's compost and biochar, but that is something you can do to help accelerate the lawn recovering from damage from dog urine. So you can do topsoil if you want, that works too. Carbonized PN, in my opinion, is a better choice. But the steps I would take are thing one, try and get the dog, or try and keep the dog from doing it again. You can rake out the existing grass, get rid of it. I mean, if you're already seeing the area that's been damaged, I mean, you could water it a bit. You can water that area heavily if you want to help dilute any urine that still happens to be laying around. But by the time you see the damage, it's really too late. So stop the dog from peeing there. If it's fresh, if you want to water it, you can, but it's probably not going to do a whole lot. And then add some topsoil, or even better, something like carbonized PN, and that will help it grow in faster or help it recover faster. But you got to stop the dog from using that area. Otherwise, you're always going to be chasing your tail. So, I mean, it's kind of a pun not intended. But yeah, hopefully that helps. My big thing is if you can train him or her to use a designated spot of the lawn, that's going to get you the best results over time. Dwayne is up next. He says, with them knowing, I'm not sure. He says, what you're saying there, Dwayne says, Ron, I know you're thinking, and don't worry, I didn't use my real mower and used a rotary, and since you don't know where another man's lawn has been, I washed it off. That's good. That's very good. That's I like what I'm hearing. I like what I'm hearing there, Dwayne. So I think you're talking about scalping, I guess, right? Yeah. So if that's what you're talking about, you did it the right way. I don't own a rotary mower, so I can't use one to scalp. So there you go. Guys, we are 2 hours and almost 2 hours and a half. And if you guys would not mind touching the like button ever so gently, it's going to give me a chance to take a sip of my lemonade. I can put some of that funk on that the guys seem to like. It's a free way for you to support the channel. Doesn't cost anything. And gives me something else to do while I look for the next comment. How can you not like funk, man? You just make a face with it, right? It's like your funk face. All right, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, the mower afterwards, you always want to protect your equipment. Okay, I know what you're talking about. So what Dwayne is referring to is this. I know, now I get it. What he's talking about is there was a question last week about mowing your lawn early in the morning, or mowing your lawn when there's dew on the lawn with a real mower. And if that's a bad thing, should you do it? Are you committing some cardinal sin by doing this? And I did a bunch of YouTube stories, which if you guys were subscribed and saw my YouTube stories, you'd see that, to say, no, you're not going to hurt anything. Like literally golf courses cut the grass all the time when it's wet. Like literally that's when they do it. They do it all the time in the morning when there's dew on the lawn. You're not going to hurt it. The big thing is ensure the mower is sharp. It's in good shape. It's it's all set up properly. You're not going to get a bad result doing that. The one negative to mowing your lawn early in the morning, which is kind of what Dwayne is getting to, is that it makes a mess of the mower. So you do get clippings all in the reel and bed knife and just all over it. So you really should rinse it off once you're done. But outside of that, there's really no negative to doing it. I prefer to mow early in the morning. One, it's cooler. And that dew on the lawn allows you to see your stripes better. You can lay a better stripe action. Hence why, again, I'm gonna go away for a second, but hence why when you look here, when I'm doing mowing here, you will notice that it's in the morning. It's in the morning, bright and early. That was like at 6:30, maybe just around 6:30 in the morning is when that was shot. And you can see I put the dews on the lawn, and it allows me to get really straight stripes, and it's cool and doesn't hurt the grass, doesn't hurt the mower. Tons of good reasons to do it. So, all right, and the only negative is you got to rinse your mower when you're done. That's the only downside, which is not that big of a deal. Okay, next is DJ Kid. He says, what's good for moss? I get a lot of it. I live near creek. Okay, so a couple of things. So DJ Kid, if you, a lot of times moss issues can be a couple of things. One, if your soil is very acidic, meaning the pH is low or very low, that creates conditions that moss likes. So that's something that can be contributing to your issue with moss. If the area where the moss develops doesn't drain well, right? So a common issue where moss develops are areas that get really wet, get really saturated. There's not a lot of sunlight that gets on it, so it doesn't dry out very quickly. And it's just like that for extended periods of time. So no sunlight, poor drainage, and saturated soil. That's like and if it's acidic, even better. That's the breeding ground for moss to take root. So the thing I would say is, if you have any of those three things, where you are, your soil is very acidic, get some lime down. If you don't have a drainage issue, which is really the thing that most people have, you're near a creek, so that's probably what I'm leaning towards. If there's anything you can do to help improve drainage, that will help with the moss. Also, getting more sunlight on the area. Moss tends to like shaded areas and just areas where there's not a lot of sunlight. So if you can get more sunlight there, that will help. After you do all those things, if you want to use, like Devin has a really good remedy. It's he's at a 5-gallon bucket and some dish soap. So 5-gallon bucket and a few ounces of dish soap. He didn't say exactly how much, but a few ounces of dish soap in a 5-gallon bucket. Mix that, get that mixed together, and then pour that on the moss. That's an easy way to get rid of it, to kill it off. But it's a temporary thing unless you get rid of the conditions that are causing the moss to always to be there. It's just you get rid of it, it'll go away for a while, and then it's going to come back. So that's why the remedy that I just gave you is the last thing I mentioned. Moss X, like the Scotch product, is the last thing I'm mentioning, because really you want to eliminate the conditions that are allowing the moss to be there if you can. So check, if you're not got a soil test done, get a soil test done. Check your pH. You may need some lime in the area. It's more than likely a drainage problem. So anything you can do to help improve drainage is going to help. All those things done together should help improve the issues you're having with moss in your lawn. Great question. Sorry you're dealing with that, but hopefully that helps. And then Robert Rainey says, "Hey Ron, I had to screen last year's material, which is a local shop that mixed it mixed in." Okay, I got you. So you had some of so you got some of the super saw, but you also had some material from last year, and you had to screen that. Gotcha. Okay, that's another reason why so not having to screen the material saves you time to go with the their level mix. Next, Robert, I have to admit, man, I'm a little bit jealous. For those of you guys that don't know what I'm talking about, Robert Rainey, the one that's talking here in the live stream right now, he this morning did this. His lawn looked like that this morning, and it now looks like that. So he top dressed today, and he did an awesome job. Looks awesome, sir. Really good, really good. You're ahead of me, man. You beat me to the punch. I was hoping I was going to get my top dress in before you guys did, but you guys, you beat me to it, man. Beat me to the punch. Golf Course Land Academy members doing their thing. You guys are taking it by the reins or by the leveling rake, right? It's a terrible joke. All right, next up is Steve N. He says, dealing with POA, been using Dimension in the fall and in the spring. The problem is spots of bare dirt. Can I reseed this spring, or is the pre-emergent going to keep it from growing cool season? Yeah, so pre-emergent is going to negatively affect your germination, Steve. So here's what we can do. Let me see if you put it down yet. You've already done it. Okay, so what I would have, in hindsight, what I would have done, the area that's bare is like avoid putting pre-emergent in that spot. But it sounds like you've already done it. If you want to try seeding, you can. It's just not going to work as well. You're just not going to get as good results than if you didn't have the pre-emergent in the lawn. So if you want to try that, you want to give it a go just to see what you get as far as germination. It might germinate and then it might die off, or it might not germinate at all. So it depends on how expensive the seed is, and if you want to go that route and try it. Ideally it would have been better to not have pre-emergent in the area where you're trying to grow the grass. You know what I mean? But it's totally your call. All you have to lose is some water and seed if you decide to try it now. Like, the worst that's going to happen is it's either one, not going to germinate, or two, it's going to germinate and then quickly die after it germinates. So if you want to give it a shot, it's worth a try. Some of it should grow in, but I mean, it all depends on, when you did your Dimension app, what rates you used, and those types of things. So it's kind of your call whether you want to give it a go, but ideally you would not want to have pre-emergent down. But given that you got bare dirt and you probably hate the way it looks, if it were me, I would try it. Like, if the roles were reversed and I found out that, man, I messed up by putting out pre-emergent. I did my pre-emergent. I did things out of order. If I were if my plan was to seed this area, if it were me and I didn't really care about the seed and water and it's a relatively small spot, I would give it a shot. You could try it and see. Again, the worst that's going to happen is just going to die off and not, you're wasting water and seed. Next up is Thin Cut. He says, well, Ron, I have to be at work at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Have to get the meat case up for everyone's Easter dinner. Good night and happy Easter to everyone. I appreciate that, Thin Cut. Good Godspeed. Have a good time. Wake up early, wake up well, and there you go. Enjoy the time at your, I think your butcher, you think at Publix or something, right? So have your fun there, and away you go. So yeah, I mean, just revisiting that, Steve. Again, dude, I don't know, man. Try it if you want to try it. Try it. I just give you that advice, saying that know that you're going into it, doing it. Here's the way you have to look at this. Doing seeding with pre-emergent it's not as bad as trying to grow Bermuda in shade, but it's along the same lines. It's like you're on that side of the spectrum, right? Of like where everything is aligned. There's there's no pre-emergent. The soil is in great shape. And all things are just, everything is perfect. Conditions are perfect. Like that we're here, and over here is like scorched earth, and there's like zero chance of grass ever growing. You're like around in here with the pre-emergent thing. So you might get some, but just don't be disappointed if it doesn't work out well, is all I'm trying to say. Next is Eric B. Here we have another question about bare spots. He says, hey Ron, how can you replace the bare spots from POA when it gets hot in fescue? When in the fall, dithiopyr app, and you can't reseed, how to keep other weeds from replacing the POA bare spots in the summer? Okay, so here's the thing. You kind of like I was telling Steve, if you want, I mean, if you don't care about the cost of the seed, right? If it's only a few splotches here and there, and you did you said you did Repair app in the fall, I would give it a shot, man. Give it a shot. Give it a go. Like here's where like pre-emergent, where I'm really opposed to doing pre-emergent and CNE projects. Let's say you have a bare lawn, a brand new lawn, and you did pre-emergent. Like you watched someone's YouTube video and they said, hey, pre-emergent keeps weed away, and you put pre-emergent all over your brand new lawn, right? In that case, like going out and doing a full project of spending a ton of money on seed and watering to trying to get it to grow, that is where I'm like, you're probably better off waiting. But in your case, where you've already got a lawn, it's growing, and you've removed POA, either it's died off or you've removed it yourself, and you got a few bare spots here and there, what do you really got to lose? You know, I mean, worst case scenario, you put, like I was telling Steve, you put it in and it dies, and then you're no worse off than you are now. Or you put it in and some of it germinates and you don't have bare spots anymore, right? So if I try to think about answer these questions as if I were in the scenario, and if you asked Ron Henry, if I had a fescue lawn, if I lived somewhere where I didn't have like, glorious Bermuda, I had a fescue lawn and I had a few bare spots of POA dying off, would I try to seed it even though I'm kind of working against myself to try and get that air to thicken up a little bit? Yeah, I would. But I would just go into it knowing that given that there's pre-emergent, I'm probably not going to get the best results. So hope that helps, Eric. Let me know if I can help with anything else, and let us know how the project how it works out. All right, Ken Kong says, I guess I'm now officially a lawn enthusiast. I'm watching your live show instead of the Atlanta Hawks play in game. The Hawks are playing. Literally, guys, listen. I was not trying to make fun at the Hawks or anything by saying that. I didn't realize they were even playing right now. So. Yeah, I mean, I would like to think that this is a better choice, but I'm not a huge, as is evidence, I'm not a huge current NBA fan. Like I stopped watching basketball a ton whenever Jordan stopped playing. So I'm not a huge NBA guy. So, but I appreciate it, Ken. I'm glad that you took some time away from the Atlanta Hawks and to come watch the live stream. We'll see if they can get it together, right? We got a World Series from the Braves, the Falcons. That's never going to happen. That's just, I mean, that's a lost cause, so, and then the Hawks, I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. You're here, Kidro, 22 late. You are late, but you are here, so I appreciate you coming to hang out. Next is Mazama Blue, says, hey, just popping in, running low on Turfplex, waiting for my soil test results to see if I want to stick with it or try 901C for the mid-month spoon feed. Yeah, man, wait and see if you got enough to cover you until the, again, for your mid-month, if you have enough on hand to get you through this month, then use it. And here's the thing, even if you have enough even if you get told your soil test results back, right? And it says your phosphorus levels are elevated to where you don't really need Turfplex, but you got a little bit left, I would use it up. I wouldn't just have like a small amount of Turfplex and be like, oh, sorry, my soil test results say no phosphorus. So I just leave it there and just let it sit forever. No. I mean, I would still use it, get rid of it and then switch on to like 901C if your soil results are like how mine were this year, where my phosphorus levels are adequate. Next is Shelby Amos. He says, what up, Ron? I did the Celsius Certainty combo at the same rate you did, and this crabgrass all but laughed at it. How long do I have to wait to hit it again? Wow. 3 weeks if you want to go again at it, Shelby. If it's not dying off, if you want to break out the big guns, go after it with some quinclorac. That would be that. If you want to put a bit of this in there, like quinclorac is like it is, in my opinion, the crabgrass herbicide. So if you want something to go after the crabgrass, it's more targeted at crabgrass, then quinclorac is a good option if that's your primary concern. What I might even do is if all the other weeds are gone, right? Like if the other weeds are you're not dealing with broadleaves or sedges or anything else, I might save the Celsius Uncertainty and just get some quinclorac. It's really not that expensive, and just use that just for the crabgrass. If your goal is just to go after a crabgrass, that's what I might do, and just save the expensive stuff for when you actually need it. So at Shelby and that. So take a look at that. It's not that expensive of a product. I would give it 3 weeks before I would consider reapplying that combination. I'm surprised you didn't get good results with it. I did on my lawn. It depends on how old the crabgrass was, Shelby. Kind of like even with quinclorac. The younger the crabgrass, the more effective the herbicide is for getting rid of it, especially with crabgrass. If it's mature, it's going to be more difficult. Even with quinclorac, you're going to have trouble eliminating it. So maybe if you want, you can give the Celsius combo another try. But if crabgrass is your main concern, the conchloric would be what I would go after it with. All right, next up is John RoboWill. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron. Thank you for hosting these live streams. You're very knowledgeable and informative." Thanks so much, John. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming to hang out and watching the content and just participating. I really do appreciate it. I'm glad you're getting some value out of it. Next up is JC105 and says, "Hey, thanks for your help with my soil sample results. You're very, very welcome, sir. I remember from email." He said, "I put down the 12 fertilizer today. For others, get your soil sample today." Yeah, this is the thing, guys. Especially now with the price of fertilizer going up. If you guys noticed recently, Yardmaster increased their fertilizer prices. Whenever if I have to get humic max in stock again, like the price of it is likely going to go up. So you really want to ensure that what you're putting down on your lawn, given the cost of fertilizer, is a good match for the soil. You want to make sure that it's it's money well spent, and like a $30 soil test is a great way to ensure that. So it's cheap insurance. If you only do it once this season, and if you only do it once in the spring, for that reason alone, it's a great way to make sure that you are, fertilizing with knowledge versus just figuring something out or using what some YouTuber told you or just trying. I mean, even me, don't. I mean, I love humic max, but if you need like a balanced fertilizer, you need something that does it, that its formulation doesn't work fit for your soil, you shouldn't apply it. And the way to know that is with a soil test result. So get your soil test if you've not done one as yet. Okay, next is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, "Hey, Ron, I put down my second treatment of the carbon kit the other day. I mixed up enough biospectrum to cover 10,000 square feet, but only used 7,000 square feet of the liquid. Will the remaining liquid keep until the next app?" That's a great question. I've never actually used it. I've never actually kept it that way, Dwayne. Like the extra, I've just put out. I've just put like if I have a little, I've never actually done that. That's a good question. I will ask Mary Green that. It's a good question on how, if it will keep, and if so, for how long. I'm inclined to think that it should be just fine. It should be okay, but I've never actually done that with mine, with my Biospectrum app. And in your case, it's 2 weeks, so it's likely to be okay. I'm kind of leaning towards it should be just fine, but I've never actually done that. So let me confirm with them, and I'll get an answer for you. Okay, next is Salvation. Says, "Ron, huge thanks for the dope stickers as requested with my order." You are very, very welcome, sir. What he's referring to is if you order, there's certain products that this is coming with. I'm trying to get into everything eventually, but for now, if you order Primo Max, right, from the Golf Course Lawn Store, or Acelepryn from the Golf Course Lawn Store, or Certainty from the Golf Course Lawn Store, those three, I think that's it right now, those three products, what you will get packaged with it is this sticker that you cannot buy anywhere. This is the like I had these made up just as something to throw in as like a, if you guys like stickers, some people like stickers. If you like stickers, this is one that I had created just for this. You can't buy these online anywhere. They're not for sale on the YouTube store. The only way to get them is when you buy eventually, hopefully, any product that I sell on the store, but I'm not there yet. So really, Primo Max, Acelepryn in the liquid, or Certainty, you will get one of these guys. And these are cool stickers. You guys don't know how I am, man. I don't mess around. I mean, I go with the premium stuff, man. This is the good stuff. It's a nice vinyl sticker. This is really, it's high quality sticker. Nice stuff. And it's included with your purchase of any of those products. So if that's your thing, it's another reason to pick something up. And I've got this stack, and I've got one more of these. So when they're gone until I can get more in or change it up. What I'll probably do is I'll make them all limited runs. So this one is going to be unique to this batch, and then I'll maybe do a different version next time going around. So if you're into that, you can collect stickers if that's your thing. You're very welcome, Salvation. Glad you order made it safe and sound, and I'm glad you like the dope stickers. Dope is a good word. You're right. It is. That's a good way to describe them. They are pretty dope. All right. Stan Slanted said, "Thanks for all you do. The Acelepryn SC applied with this boom sprayer along with some fert. Nice. I like it, Stan Slanted. Great stuff. I'm glad you got it down. Sure, you're going to get great results. Results being no bugs tearing up your lawn, right?" Brew Cruise Fishing. This is a good option. He says a Jack Russell for rabbits. Jack Russells are pretty fast, man. That's a good option. But I mean, that would mean having the Jack Russell outside, because the rabbits are likely going to come in nighttime when there's not a bunch of people around, and you're not going to leave the little Jack Russell outside at night, right? Not going to do that. But during the daytime, they definitely could hold it down, right? They definitely could keep the grass away. So obviously, I'm in the dark on this one. Michael is saying he's got the problem too. He says rabbits ate about 1/4 of my Bermuda yard in 1 year. I don't know. I guess my Bermuda doesn't taste good, or because there is really like 2 rabbits that I've seen. There's 2 offenders that will come here, and they normally skip right past my lawn and go over to Alex's lawn because they have all the nice yummy plants for to eat on. So maybe I'm just lucky that they just pass through mine. I don't know. I've not had that experienced that problem yet. Knock on wood. Hopefully I don't get it right. But I've not experienced rabbits eating my turf. So, but apparently I'm in the minority. Next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, Ron, I put down some Spectricide weed killer. I forgot to turn off my irrigation, which ran about 18 hours after application. Is this enough time for the weed killer to stay effective, or do I need to reapply? You should be fine. Yeah, 18 hours is fine. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Really, for most products, 4 hours is about right. It's about what you need. You know, with Primo, you can apply it, and really, as long as you're not gonna get rain in the forecast within 4 hours, you're good to go. With the Miramichi Green products, it's rain fast in an hour, less than that. Really, it doesn't take very long for that. So 18 hours, you're good to go. I wouldn't worry about it at all, Dwayne. I would not put more down. Do not apply more more Spectricide. Nope, that is the wrong answer. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, Salvation says, what can I do about spring dead spot? I've got some spare propiconazole in my garage, but that says it'll treat a spring dead spot. But will this not come back? Will this not make the spring dead spot come back next year? It's one spot in the front lawn, so no spraying that I can tell. Yeah, so spring dead spot, from my understanding, Salvation, and what I've been also told by people that work in industry, is it's a fungus that you take care of in the fall. The way you prevent it from being an issue in the spring is you limit your nitrogen inputs in the fall. So don't go crazy on over fertilizing the lawn in the fall, and get a couple of fungicide applications in the fall months. So I did last year, I want to say October, and then another one in November. I believe it was like I think it was the beginning of October and the beginning of November is when I did my fungicide apps. I did Headway G, right? So doing it now is not really going to do a whole lot for it. To your point, what you're going to experience, and I've got some of it in my lawn, and if you guys watch my YouTube stories, you see that. Is that it's just going to lag behind. It's going to look ugly. It's going to look like a spot in your lawn. But once the Bermuda starts growing in, it picks up, the heat gets here and it starts growing aggressively, it will fill in. It's just going to fill in behind everything else. If memory serves me, with mine, like towards the middle to end of May, it was to the point where you really couldn't see it. Like the Bermuda was spreading over it pretty well. So I don't know how bad yours is or how big it is, but it will fix itself. But the way you prevent that is not now. It's really a fall thing, not a spring thing, not a spring issue. So hope that helps. Sorry that you're dealing with that. I know it stinks because it's like a big eyesore in your lawn, especially yours is in the front lawn, which stinks, right? Yeah. So yeah. So let me know. Let me know how it. I mean, I'll probably see you again, I'm sure, before the fall. But I would go out there and spray a bunch of propiconazole, with the goal of it like making the lawn recover that much faster. It's just going to be a time thing at this point. Okay, next is Ben Dover, awesome name, who says, I'm going to do a second round of pre-emergent soon. I did a split app treatment for the spring. Okay, Blindside for the best all-around post-emergent for a neglected lawn. Not bad. Blindside's not a bad option. Blindside isn't bad. Spectricide isn't bad. Celsius is, really good. It just depends on what you're trying to treat. Like, what are you trying to target? Outside of, a lawn infested with Dallas grass or some of the other more difficult to kill grasses or kill weeds, I am a fan of Celsius and Certainty. But if you got Blindside, go for it. It's a less expensive option than what I'm talking about, and I know people that have used it and have gotten good results. So your call. Give it a shot if you want to go with that. And if it doesn't, if you're not liking the results with it, then you could move on to, you step up to like Celsius and Certainty, because again, I've not really. Like Roberts has used that. A couple other viewers of mine have used that combination, and all I've gotten is really good feedback about it. Except for Shelby. Shelby was just saying he didn't like the results he got as far as crabgrass. So yeah. But I mean, in general, the feedback is very, very positive. And also from like distributors that I speak to about like a combination for warm season grass, they say exactly what I just said. Is if you get Celsius, you get Certainty, mix them together. That is like that's literally one of the best combinations you can use. The only negative, the only downside with it is it's more expensive. It's more expensive than some of the other options. But as far as like something you can spray for the most part throughout the entire season, doesn't have a lot of temperature restrictions. It's really good, and it kills most stuff. Next is Joseph Scarpinato. Okay, so welcome, Joseph. I don't think I've ever seen you before. So if you're new to the live stream, welcome aboard. He says, any experience with a new against, I think it's a PGR, I think. Any experience with a new against POA and KBG midnight variety lawn? Planning on spraying soon, going to start next week with a half rate application. Thoughts? And you're in the Northeast area. I don't, Joseph. I've never used that particular. I believe I'm pretty sure I use it as a plant growth regulator. I've never used that one to know how well it works. But here's the thing. I mean, if check the reviews on it. And if people that have used it are getting good results, it's probably going to be just fine. If you're using it for seed head suppression, just on the label, if it's good for that, on the label there will be a section. I'm pretty sure, I'm not even reading the label, I'm sure it's going to be called out. There'll be a section that will tell you like what rates you need to use, how to apply it, all those types of things. Make sure you follow that, and you should get a good result. I've just never personally used that one to be able to know what kind of results you will get, but I have no reason to believe that it won't work well. So sorry, I'm not more help with that as far as direct experience on it, but I think as long as you follow the label and apply at label rates, you should be good to go. All right. Next is Bend Over. He's back again. He says, someone said a trick for all spreaders is to find the largest grain in whatever you're spreading and make your opening barely larger than that. That is good advice. Yep. If you can't find a spreader setting, a calibration for yours, that is good advice. It's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit difficult to do in practice, but yes, that does make a lot of sense, Ben, as far as a way to get in the ballpark, as far as not going too heavy on your application, on finding out the application rate that will work well for whatever it is you're putting down. Big reason why I just like the Earthway spreader, because for the stuff that I use, there are spreader calibrations for that spreader on the bags. So that's another reason why I'm a fan of that. All right, Motivated Moments. We saw what you did there. It says, evening, brother. Evening. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. And then next is Gary Ingersoll. It says, hey, Ron, I'm in upstate South Carolina. If February I had a weed-free blonde lawn, so it was like Dormant Bermuda. I scalped and sprayed prodiamine before Valentine's Day. Now I have a breakout of lesser swine crest. What the Hades? Thanks in advance. Yeah, I mean, it happens. It just, go after. I'm not sure what herbicide you'd want to. I'm trying to think of what specifically targets swine crest. I guess I can look. I'm not sure if that's going to be on the Celsius label. It probably is, but there might be a less expensive option too that will work well against that. But here's the thing too to keep in mind, guys. This is a good point. This is a good talking point. Pre-emergent, while it is magical from the standpoint that it will drastically reduce how much weeds you have in your lawn, it does not mean that you're not going to have a straggler here and there or certain weeds that might break through. But in general, if you apply pre-emergent, as a general rule, you apply it properly at the correct rates and you water it in, you're going to see a massive reduction in the amount of weeds you have in your lawn. But it doesn't mean that you're not going to see anything at all. You're not going to see anything at all. So yeah, and so as far as swine crest, Gary, that is on the Celsius label. So you can get that at the Gulf Salon store. If you decide you want to use Celsius, there probably are other products as well that will take care of swine crest as well. But I know that Celsius, well, it takes care of a lot of things. But I just wanted to confirm before I tell you to go get that and have it not work. And you'd be mad at me. So yeah, but just keep that in mind. You have to have reasonable expectations when it comes to what pre-emergence is going to do, especially if it's the first time. Like if it's the first time you've ever, like you're inheriting a problem lawn or you're just starting on a problem lawn and it's weed infested, pre-emergence is going to make a drastic improvement. But don't be surprised if you still have a little bit of weeds break through, the first time around. And the next time you do it, it's going to be even better. The next time after that, it's going to get better. By the time you get to your second or third app, you really are going to see, you really should have a lot of issues with weeds, as again, assuming that you're applying it properly at the correct time and you're watering it in properly, as long as you do that. So for the swine crest, smack it with some Celsius if you want to get rid of it, and you should be good to go, sir. Next is Roger Lewis. He's in the house. He says the vanity strip has weeds and dead grass. I'm guessing you're saying I dethatched it. I'm thinking what you're trying to say. I dethatched it with a steel rake and put down black cow manure and Pennington Smart Patch tall fescue with fertilizer, then watered in. Was this a good plan? Sounds like a good plan to me. Sounds like a good plan to me, Roger. I'm trying to think if I would have done anything different. Sounds good. I've not used, I mean, I don't have cool season grass, obviously, and I've never used black cow manure, but overall, at a macro level, sounds like a good plan. Sounds like it would work. So just, yeah, water it and give it time, and it should recover nicely. Next is Kevin D. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. If you guys don't mind, he is saying to hit the like button, gives you a chance to take a sip of my lemonade. Would appreciate that. Touch that like button. Doesn't cost you guys anything, and also gives me a chance to have a sip so I don't lose my voice while I'm talking. Let's see. Next up is Lance F. He says, just tonight I sent my soil test sample to you. Yeah, buddy. All right, cool. So you sent it tonight because I want to make sure I didn't, I wasn't ignoring you. And here's the thing, guys. If you send me an email and I don't answer, normally within a couple of days I can get to it. But let's say a week goes by then your email is in like email purgatory. Like if you guys saw how much email I get every day, it would make your head spin. So if I don't respond to your email within a couple of days, I'm not ignoring you. At least right now, at the size the channel is now, I can still do that. Eventually, if things keep going, I won't be able to do that, or I'll have to figure out some other way of doing it. But if you email me, I don't answer right away, or in a couple of days anyway. It's not because I'm ignoring you. It's probably because I just missed it. So I'll take care of you, Lance, after the end of the show. I appreciate it. And Roger, you're in southern VA. Yeah, man. What you did sounds good to me. Sounds like you should get great results. All it is now is just time, just patience. Just patience. Jay King says, what does mold damage look like? I have small mounds throughout my yard, but no ants. Go Hawks. Yeah, it looks like, I don't have a picture of it. I should get that. It looks like mounds or even like little like raised sections in your lawn, like little like raised tracks in your lawn. Jay, if it's just small mounds, depending on what they are, it could be earthworm. It could be earthworms like castings. I have like most things. I need to see the pictures of it to know what you're talking about. It could be moles, hopefully not, because that's not fun to have to get rid of. But without pictures, it's hard to say. It's really hard to know what you are dealing with, unfortunately. Could be worm castings. Hopefully that's the case, because if it is earthworms, then that's a good thing. And what you do about it is absolutely nothing. And if it's moles, then you can use traps. You can use mole poison like Talprid. I've used that, or not I've used it, but I've recommended that to people and they've had good results with it. And then you can also use like an insecticide like a Celoprin to get rid of grubs in your lawn, which is going to help eliminate their food source. So those are like a multiple pronged approach you can take that over time is going to get rid of the mole population in your lawn. But hopefully it's just earthworm castings, and then you don't have to do anything about it. All right, next up is Justin Elizalde, I think. Elizalde, maybe. He says, hi, Ron, what's a good weed killer for decorated rock? It's around my lawn. Thank you. A weed killer for decorated rock. Oh, so are you talking about like weeds in like a rock bed or something? Is that what it is? So depending on the weed, you can use the same stuff that we use on turf, on grass. There's like Crew is an option. Like that's an option you can use. But what I might do is if you have weeds in your decorated rock bed and they're warm season weeds, I would target them with something like Spectracide or Celsius, depending on how aggressively you want to go. And then I would put down a product called Preen. There's a product called Preen. You can get it normally at one of the big box stores. You can only find it locally. And that is something you can apply or put down that will help prevent weeds from growing again back through your rock bed. So just pick up a standard herbicide, again, like your Celsius or whatever, or Spectracide. It depends what you're trying to target. I don't know what weeds you have, and go and eliminate them with that, and then use something like Preen as a way to reduce how quickly they come back. Hopefully that helps. And let me know if you have any other questions. Next up is Mr. Archie Amos. Archie's in the house. He says, hey, I put down The recommended nutrients based on the soil sample. Man, has it made its presence known. The neighbors are wondering why they are still brown. Thanks for the help and suggestion. You're very, very welcome, Archie. It is a magical thing. It's a wonderful thing when to know that when you are putting stuff into your soil, that it is a good fit for what is going on. That to where you know that, hey, literally, it's not the products I'm using. It's not, you're not guessing. You know that part of it is taken care of. All you normally have to wait for is just for Mother Nature to do, its part and to mow, and you're going to get the results. So I feel you, man. Soil testing is like one of the best. It's one of the best things you can do if you're really serious about your lawn care program, especially given that it's not really that expensive. Especially given that it's not that expensive. Something that everybody really should do if you're serious about having a great lawn. All right, G Free is here. He said, "Aaron, I put down some NutriKelp and Release Zero this week. What can I really expect from these products?" So what you're going to see is improve, especially from the NutriKelp, because Release Zero, there's not any nitrogen in it. Release Zero, really, you'd want to be applying it along with liquid fert or whatever you happen to be using, assuming you're doing that already. But with NutriKelp, there's a little bit of nitrogen in it, a little bit of potassium and phosphorus. You're going to see color, like a little bit better color, a nice green from the NutriKelp. If you mix those along with a liquid fert of your choosing, which is how I really recommend using them, that's when it really takes off. So you're still going to see benefit. You're still going to get benefits from it, from the Release Zero and the NutriKelp combo that you put down. But adding a little bit of liquid fert, where that's, you already have Release Zero, so I'm not going to say get 901C because it's basically the same thing. Like a Turfplex or Bloomplex or whatever your soil test results say your grass needs. Along with that, that is when it's really awesome. That's when you get really, really nice results, really, really great color. So that's what you can expect. Great color, very consistent growth. Again, when coupled with a fertilizer and a spoon feeding program, that's how I use it. That's how I use the Miramichi Green liquid biostimulants. So hopefully that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. I have not, again, you might be the first, but I've not had anyone that have started incorporating those products into their lawn care program and have said, you know what, I hate the results I got with it, weren't good. Or I'm not, typically what I normally hear is my grass looks the best it's ever looked. That's normally what I get in emails when people report back as far as results from adding the biostimulants. Okay, next up is Cyrus. Let me see here. He says, common DIYer advises to apply liquid apps at 1 gallon per 1,000 square feet. Anything against going twice the concentration, but applying at half gallon per 1,000 square feet to minimize the number of sprayer refills. Totally an option, Cyrus. So you can absolutely do that. If your sprayer is, if you've got your calibration worked out to where you can, that half a gallon, you can get a half a gallon to cover 1,000 square feet. Most people really can't pull that off, but if you can actually do that, then yeah, you absolutely, there's no issue with it. The reason why I tend to recommend the 1 gallon per 1,000 square foot rate for a couple of reasons is that many, particularly herbicides, insecticides, any of the sides, they tend to have, they recommend that dilution rate as a general like middle ground. Some of them will go down to half gallon per 1,000 square feet, but most of them will say a gallon. So normally say something like half gallon up to 2 gallons, right? For a person, for a DIY, or for someone that is not a professional applicator, that doesn't have professional spray equipment to ensure that you are applying it evenly over 1,000 square feet, I find that diluting it a bit more and using the rate of 1 gallon per 1,000 square feet is the best way to go. In your case, if you want to, give it a shot, if you've already got your calibration worked out, like what I would do is this, without product in the backpack sprayer, mark out your 1,000 square foot section of the lawn and practice it. See if you can actually get half a gallon to cover 1,000 square feet based on your walking pace, based on the nozzle you're using, the spreader setting you're using, all that kind of stuff. Make sure that actually is feasible. And if it is, then go for it. You're right. It is a way to eliminate how many product applications or how many Phillips you have to do, but just realize that you are also applying a more concentrated mixture. So if you're off, the options or the chances of an oopsie, or that the chances of your mistake being your errors are magnified, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? So that's why 1 gallon per 1,000 square feet is what I tend to recommend, even though it means more fill-ups. With a half gallon, you have less margin for error, So, but if you're confident in your ability to do that, nothing wrong with doing it. No problem at all. Absolutely can work just fine. Okay, next is G Free. He says, give me a couple of weeks. Mine is just starting to pop. I added the same things you did. It'll get there, guys. Don't you worry about it. I mean, there's plenty of time. We are just at the beginning of the growing season for warm season grass. So don't sweat it. Again, the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to see a big improvement in all your lawns. All right. And Natalie's back. She says, hey, Natalie, how's it going? And then next, Roger Lewis is back and says, one more question, if I may. What is the best toe behind sprayer to buy between the Craftsman CMX GZBF and the AgriFab 45? I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't have a toe behind sprayer to be able to tell you. To tell you which one is better, Roger. So I'm not gonna be a ton of help on this one. Just at a minimum, I mean, I'll just be a pie in the sky. I'd be more likely to lean towards the AgriFab because it's a more commercial product. But who knows? You know, the AgriFab might be making the toe behind spreader for Craftsman for all we know, right? I mean, a lot of these things are made by the same manufacturer. So I don't know. Let's see. How much is the AgriFab toe behind spreader? Let's see what we're looking like here. It looks nice. $135. Looks decent. You guys can't see that, right? Can you? So we can take this along together. We can work on making this decision together for him. Right there. So that is the AgriFab toe behind. It's in black, which, you know, look from the color standpoint, you know, if you have a lot of bright colored stickers, it's going to show up better on the black. So that is a consideration. That is a consideration for your spreader. And I'm not sure if this is going to work. Craftsman toe behind spreader. I don't know if this is going to show up. I don't see it here. No, I don't know, man. I don't see the Craftsman showing up in here. So I'm kind of leaning towards the AgriFab without knowing either. But just look at the reviews. See which one people have a better result with. If the price between them is similar, then just pick the one that you like. I really like what I see with the AgriFab because it's got the air-filled tires. The construction looks pretty decent. You know, I wouldn't see an issue with rolling with that. But it's I haven't looked at the Craftsman to be able to tell you. So hope that helps. I don't have a toe behind rig. I don't have anything need to do that, so I don't have any direct experience. But if I were just guessing, man, I'm gonna go with the AgriFab. Next up is Adonis K. It says, thank you for all the tips. I just moved into my house last September in Oklahoma City, and I'm trying to kill weeds on my lawn, and your videos have helped me. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. Adonis, it's always nice to know that the content is helping someone. You know, I can play a small part, teeny insignificant part in helping you improve your lawn or whatever it is, whatever success means to you in your lawn. If that means getting the weeds done. If you just want green grass, you know, which I think everybody wants, you know, or getting, you know, going hardcore. If you want like a golf course lawn, whatever that happens to be for you, I am happy that, you know, I'm able to help out in a little way to help out with that. So Ben Dover says, Ron, why does do my own no longer sell Celsius? They recommend Blindside instead. I don't know. I'm sure there's a story behind it. I do not know. I don't know, but we carry it right here. It's the Golf Course Lawn Store. We have it. We'll ship it out to you, so you can get it there if you want it. It is there and in stock. I don't know why they recommend Blindside. I don't know the reason behind it. I guess I could reach out to them and ask them, but I don't know. Do not know. Next up is John Finley. He says, I scalped 3/4 of an inch of Tiff Tuff, but greened up just fine. I still have white, woody, pokey things sticking up. That's okay. That's a description, John. We'll take it. It says, I know it's part of the Bermuda, but it messes with the color producer. Oh, okay. So what you have left over are like the remnants of like it's like dead material. I have some of that in my lawn, John. It's fine because the lawn hasn't fully grown in yet. Like some of the either dormant or dead material from last year is still there. Again, I sound like a broken record here, but in 2 to 3 weeks, you will see a big difference in your lawn. We are getting warmer temps. It's going to start growing in better. The grass is going to really take off. And those woody, pokey, white things that are sticking up, which is sounds like dead Bermuda or dormant Bermuda or, you know, just old debris, that stuff will be replaced will be replaced by grass, green grass. So don't sweat it. Don't worry about it. Right now, I get it. It does look kind of unsightly, but it's we're still early. We're still early in the season. There's still plenty of time. Next up is Brandon. Brandon McCain says, any advice for dog pee areas? I got a Boston Terrier that runs this house. Well, there's your problem right there, man. You can't have the inmates running the asylum. You can't do that. You gotta just lay the law down, man. You gotta train the Boston Terrier to use the bathroom in a designated spot. I can't, if they're peeing all over the place, there's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do. You're just going to have a lot of burn spots in your lawn, unfortunately. You know, there's lots of different remedies you hear. Like some people, I've heard people say that if you make them drink a lot of water, it'll help. Or if you can include like tomato or something in their diet. There's different things you can do with food that supposedly will help with it. But really, the best thing is just, in my opinion anyway, is just to train them to pee in a spot of the lawn, like a designated spot, and ideally make it somewhere that you don't have to, like, it's not like right in front of the patio, so when you walk out of the door, you walk outside, it's staring you right in the face. So find somewhere off to the side. I'm pretty sure, I mean, most dogs are pretty smart. You can train them to do that. So that is what I would recommend, Brandon. But the first thing you gotta do is you gotta take it back to the house. You gotta let the Boston Terrier know, hey, you may have enjoyed this for a while, but there's a new sheriff in town, and it's my lawn. I want the lawn to look nice, and you can get some pushback. There's probably gonna be some spike peas here and there, but if you are persistent, you will be able to get them to do things your way. So, hope that helps. Hope that helps. And, it's funny. It's a funny question. On the topic of dogs, Real Rollers. Lee was asking me. He says, "Ron, I asked you a question. I guess they were all like in there just talking shop." He says, "Ron, do you have a dog?" And I'm like, "No, I don't have a dog." He says, "It's funny. I have not found any serious hardcore lawn care people that have dogs." And I'm like, "That's not true." I said, "Alex has got a dog." He says, "Yeah, but did he have a dog before or after he got into his lawn?" I said, "Well, she was around before the lawn." He says, "Yeah, I'm talking about people that were already into their lawns and then consciously made a decision to go buy a dog afterwards." And I'm like, "That's a good point. You might have me there. I mean, that's because for me, that's a big thing. I wouldn't want. I don't want to have burn spots in the lawn. I don't have to pick up droppings, all that kind of stuff." So, but it was an interesting thought experiment that he said that they are of the opinion that most people that start with a great lawn, like that was the thing first, do not introduce a dog. Most cases where you see someone with a nice lawn and a dog, it usually started the other way around, where they had the dog first, then they got in their lawn, and obviously you can't get rid of the dog. So there you has it. There you have it. Who's up next? Next up, we have Jerry Ward. He says, "Yeah, I put out the carbon kit with 901C yesterday, mowed today, and I can definitely see a color response." That's about right. Within a couple of days, you'll see a response, Jerry. He says, "I mowed today, and I can definitely see a color response. 2 ounces per 1,000 square feet. Maybe I need some Country Club fertilizer to kick it up some. Thank you. You're very, very welcome, Jerry. I'm glad you're getting good results." Here's the thing. It will get even better when temps get warmer. We're just still early in the season, and you're right. I'm not surprised that you're seeing a color response within a couple of days. Like this picture of the turf part. Like Lee did this. He put Turfplex down the turf park a couple of days ago, and you can see like this deep green. Like that is the response from that. So normally with liquid products, at least any good ones anyway, within a couple of days you're going to see a difference. You should see a difference, right? So I'm not surprised that you got a good color response within a couple of days with the 901C. And to your point, the 2 ounce rate, I keep getting asked this. People say, "Oh, well, 2 ounces per 1,000 doesn't seem like very much." I'm like, you don't really need a lot of this stuff. Like it's very concentrated. You can go higher if you want, but 2 ounces per 1,000 square feet is a good rate. It's going to get you a good result. If you want to bump it up a little bit more as you go on, if you want to play with it, fine. But what I recommend, what I teach, what's in the Golf Course Lawn Academy is to use the 2 ounce rate. As far as the recommendations for the rate for the Golf Course Lawn Carbon Kit, the rate is also 2 ounces per 1,000. Again, you can bump it if you want, but you're going to get a good response for that with just using that rate. And again, it's not in my best interest to tell you that, because like if you use it up faster, you got to go buy more again, right? So I'm literally helping you to get a good result without wasting your money or wasting extra, not using more product than you need to, is what I'm trying to say. It's very good. The product package in the carbon kit, the NutriKelp, the Release Zero, and the BioSpectrum are very, very good. They work really well together. Mixed with a little bit of liquid fert, it's just you're going to get a really good result without using too much product at all. Brick Rehab says, "Carbon Pro G, will it work on top of 2-week-old sod?" Yes, no problems. By all means, go to town. No worries at all. You can put it under the sod or you can put it on top of the sod. No worries, no problems. It will work just fine. Brick Rehab. Let's see. Todd's Real Lawn also says for dog pee, also flush with baking soda and water. It's an option. There you go. There's like a home remedy you can use to get rid of it. I've never actually tried that, but it's something that Tom is saying will work. So give that a go if you're so inclined. Jason Ward says, "Hey Henry, love your channel. I appreciate it, Jason Ward. I appreciate the love and support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much." And then next up is the captain, Mr. Robert Mejorez. It says, "Hey Ron and all, asking to help my son. He has Tiff Grand and lots of weeds, hairy bitter crest, and lots of broadleaf varieties. Certainty, Celsius, need your help badly. Thanks again." Yeah, that's what I would go with, man. That is what you just described is exactly what I would roll with. Get with Certainty, use Certainty and Celsius mixed together, use a surfactant with it. That's really important. Use a non-ionic surfactant along with it. In the product description, it's in there. Like I'll tell you, like there's a link to one you can use. Whenever I can get some more of the high yields spreader sticker back in stock, you'll be able to buy it directly on the store. But yeah, use that with it. And what else? That's it. That's it. If you already have some release 0 laying around or 901C laying around, throw a little bit of that in there as well. That will help as well too. But would I go out and necessarily buy some just for that? Unless you were going to use it anyway, it's your call. You'll get good results with Celsius and Certainty just by itself with a surfactant without really adding anything to it. Using the biostimulant does help though. Like the Release Zero does help improve uptake. So that's what I would do. You already know the answer. The only other thing I might say is, if get some marker dye, if you're not sure, if you're only spot spraying and you want to, or even if you're blanketing the entire lawn and you want to ensure that you're not like doing too many heavy overlaps or anything like that, throwing a little bit of marker dye in there is the only other thing I might say that you would add to that concoction you're putting together. Nice job. Nice of you to go and help your son out, help him get his lawn together, which is pretty sweet. And Robert, do I still have it? I think I do. Yeah. So Robert, you guys see the hardware Robert's working with. I showed you guys this last week, but this is his anniversary gift. Get this off of here so you can actually see. Can I do that? Yep. So he got his rider and he's got his Greensmaster. So he's not messing around. I think you're qualified to help your son get his lawn in order. So thanks for the question, sir. I appreciate it. All right. Jason Ward says, "I live in New Jersey. When should I start using fungicide for preventative maintenance?" Really, May, June is what I would go for. Is what I recommend. The only exception to that, the caveat to that, is if your lawn has a history of lawn fungus at a different time. So say you have, like for example, I had a viewer that had they were in Florida and they had an issue with St. Augustine. And they had fungus problems in March. They're in Florida. And in their case, they're putting out fungicide in March because that made sense to prevent things from getting out of hand. If they waited all the way till May, they would have, even more damage to their lawn. But that's a case where they have history to support doing it outside of the normal application window. May and June is the time to really do it if you're just doing it strictly as a preventative. You're going to get your best bang for your buck by doing it during that time frame, Jason. So hope that helps. Let me know if you have any other questions. And Spencer Bigham says, "I used topsoil for dog pee and it recovered fine in about a month or two. My spots were pretty bad. Zoysia here." Yep. So there you go. So topsoil is an option. I was saying that earlier, Spencer. And given that you have zoysia, I'm not surprised it took a couple of months because zoysia grows back really, really slowly. But yeah, that's the best way to handle dog urine damage in your lawn is to kind of like weeds, is to prevent dog urine damage in your lawn. Kind of like the best way to handle weeds. And if you guys go back and watch my older live streams from like a couple months ago, I had this conversation. I said, hey, get your pre-emergent down, get it down early because like it's much more expensive and more of a headache and more time consuming to fix or deal with weeds after the fact than to prevent them in the first place. Same thing with dog urine. If you can, again, I know it's easy for me to say, right? I don't have a dog and I don't have to go through the trouble of actually training it. But if you can take the time or how long it takes to train your dog to have a sacrificial spot, that's going to be better overall. I think you're going to be happier with that than always chasing your tail to fix up, try and repair dog urine damage. Brandon says, any pre-chemicals to help mitigate the pee stains? None that I'm aware of, Brandon. None that I'm aware of, sir. None. And best thing is get them to pee in a I would say the sacrificial part of your lawn. Every lawn needs a sacrificial area if you have pets. Kevin Lee's in the house. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Thanks for dropping all your knowledge. I appreciate it. Kevin, thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. I really do appreciate all the support. Definitely appreciate that. And guys, you actually get out here at a reasonable time tonight. We'll see. We're on our way. I'm punching through these questions a lot faster, which is good, right? Tom V is here, says, "Hey Ron, finally completed scarifying about 3/4 of my 18,000 square foot Kentucky bluegrass yard. Bless your heart. That sounds like a ton of work, man." He says, "Front yard looks so good now. Going to start Turfplex spoon feed and Humic Max soon. First application of the year. Thanks for your advice." You're very, very welcome, sir. You're doing all the hard work now, and you're gonna reap the benefits of it. You're gonna have a great looking lawn. I do not envy you, man. 18,000 square feet is a lot of work. Hopefully, too much material isn't coming out to where hopefully your scarifying is not like how my scalp was. My scalp was brutal. I think, but what did I end up at? 17, 19 bags, a bunch of bags, and then a few more whenever I verticut it. So it's a lot of work, but the lawn's going to look really nice once it recovers and grows in nicely. All right, Doug Palmesi is here and says, "Ron, love the channel. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for the content. I was out doing some edging yesterday and noticed a couple of grubs working their way up. I'm in New York. I think it is too early for grub control. No, I do not. I do not. I would get a cellup. Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure if you can get a celloprene in New York. There might be something else you can use, but I'm not sure if a celloprene is usable or is for sale to New York. I don't believe it is. I don't believe that insecticide is for sale there. I can tell you really quick. I can look and see. I should have that in the description. Yeah, New York and Vermont. Yeah, nope. Can't go to New York. Caravan could be an option, but I'm gonna see if that's available. So I'll show you that. I don't want to tell you go look at this and then you can't ship it and you can't use it there. Yeah, and Caravan, same thing. You can't use it in New York. So New York is anti-grub. They want, or is pro-grub, I guess. They want they want to have grubs in your lawn. There probably is some insecticide you can use for grubs that you can buy in the state of New York, but I don't believe, at least I'm looking at the label wrong. Caravan, G, or the aceleprins, both in liquid and granular, are not labeled for use in New York from what I am seeing here. So sorry about that. It is not too early. It's not too early. I would get it down if you're already seeing them, because you don't want them to get out of hand and potentially damage your lawn. Okay, next is Tom V. He's back. He says, "Kentucky bluegrass. P.S. Do agree with Hopkins that the Humic Max settings on the Scott spreader is way off. I'm thinking it needs a 3 to 3.5 setting instead of a 6 to 6.5. Okay. We can let me know what kind of spreader you have, Tom. I've used that setting because I think it was LG. I'm not sure if LG's in the house, but he was one of the ones that I work with to help develop those spreader settings. If you're telling me that is closer to 3 to 3.5, I can reduce it on the website and see, and we can just do that. I mean, I'll just get a bunch of email from people saying that nothing's coming out whenever they're applying it on their lawn. But I guess that's better than too heavy an application. So yeah, let me take that under advisement. I will fix that to this evening, Tom. Thank you for letting me know. I will work on it. Good feedback. Okay, next up is Ignacio Paez. He says, "I picked up the 13 Celsius, Austin, Texas. Thanks for that, Ignacio. You're going to like the results with it. It's a great, I mean, the thing is you're going to buy that stuff, and really, if you are doing everything else that I recommend, you really shouldn't need it too often. Like, you get some sedges here and there, which just tends to be a problem in lawns throughout the season. That will be a thing, but you shouldn't have to be out there blanketing the entire lawn with herbicide if you are doing, the program as I recommend it, which is like plenty of mowing, get your pre-emergent down. Like that should do a lot for keeping weeds at bay, where when you're using those types of products, all you're doing is very targeted spot spraying. It should last you a really, really long time. Really long time. All right, Ignacio is here. He says, "Zoysia sod, 4 months old. When can I apply this combo? Weeds popping up. Can I pick as much as I can?" I'd want to get established, Ignacio. So it's a relatively mild combination. So as far as being afraid of it damaging your zoysia, I'm not really worried about that. So is it? I mean, 4 months old. Is it established? Like the zoysia, as far as, does your lawn look like a complete lawn, or can you still see like lines all over the place? I guess in general, how does the zoysia look? Does it look green? Does it look healthy? Are you mowing regularly? If the answers to those questions are yes, it looks like healthy and you're mowing well, and the grass is just, generally it looks good, then yeah, you can absolutely can go after. You can use this combination again. It's the benefits to it are not just that it kills weeds, is that it's also milder than some other combinations you can use on warm season turf, and it doesn't have the temperature restrictions that they do. So there's multiple reasons why that combination is one that I really like, and unfortunately it's more expensive, but there's a reason for it. So hope that helps, Ignacio. Because you're waiting on your PGR and Bioplex. I hope I get my sticker. You should. If you order the PGR, yeah, if you order PGR, there's going to be a sticker in there. There should be one. There should be a sticker in there. So there you go. Oh yeah, but I agree with Spencer. He says, I would wait for waiting for a full growing season. I would waiting. That advice is good as far as plant growth regulator goes. For a post-emergent, I mean, again, if depending how bad it is, Ignacio, if it's horrible where there's more weeds than there is zoysia, then you could consider the Celsius certainty. But in general, it should be just fine, especially if you use the lower application rates. You shouldn't have a problem with it. You really should be just fine. But I'll leave it up to you. It's your call. And let me see what with this. Robert Mahora says, I forgot to add this. Should I apply prodiamine with Celsius or certainty? I'm not a fan of doing it. So there are some people that have done that. But if you're going, here's why I'm not a fan of doing it. Because really, the products work differently. The Celsius and certainty are designed to stick to the plant leaf, and you really should be using them with a surfactant. And prodiamine is not, you don't need a surfactant with it, and it's not supposed to, and you don't want it to stick to the leaf. You want it to get, to get down in the soil. If it were me, I personally wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that blend. There's people that have emailed me saying, hey, I've done that and it seemed to work out okay. But I wouldn't, Robert. I mean, I don't know how big your son's lawn is, but if it's not too big, it's worth, here's what I would do is I think you have a Celiprin SC, right? I think you have the insecticide. If you've not done this, I would do a Celiprin and prodiamine at the same time and spray that. That's no problem at all because those both need to be watered in. And then go back for a second application with the Celsius and certainty and your surfactant. That is how I would go about it. You're going to get the best result that way. And because the big thing is the surfactant is the thing that I'm kind of worried about. I mean, at this point in the game too, you're a little bit late in the season, so he's not going to get as much as he could out of the prodiamine anyway. But if you're asking what I would do, especially if it's a smaller lawn, I would do two separate apps. So hope that helps. All right, Ignacio says, I had to start my started seed project a few weeks early due to the HOA not appreciating my burn down of glyphosate. So you nuked the entire lawn with glyphosate, huh? And the HOA came after you. Imagine that. So you nuked the entire lawn and you're installing Arden 15. Very cool, man. Very nice. You're going after the best way to ensure you get the most even coverage, even results. You just keep us posted. Keep us posted how it works out. That's a big job. All right, next up is Natalie Tran. She has a question. She says, should I apply fertilizer Humic Max on wet or dry grass? Next 3 days in my area will rain 100%. Doesn't really matter, Natalie. I will tell you, I've applied it a lot of times in the morning when there's dew on the lawn. So you could apply it when it's early in the morning, like how I do it when there's dew, and water it in. But you're right. Here in Georgia, in the next, especially tomorrow, because I think you are in Georgia, if I remember correctly, we're supposed to get rain. So if you can find a window early in the morning to get out there and get it down, I would go out there and apply it, and then let the rain water it in for you, and you're good to go. You know what I mean? Even if you had a situation where, let's say it rains in the morning and it's hopefully it's a light rain where doesn't make your lawn a big mess to where you can't get out there. Let's say you have like a light rain shower, right? Light, to where it's not muddy. You're not going to create ruts. You're not going to, slip and hurt yourself trying to apply the product to your lawn. Let's say it's just a light rainfall. And you have like an hour window between like when it's going to rain again. In between that time, that little window where you've got no rain, so you're not out there when it's raining, you could absolutely take that opportunity to go and put Humic Max down. And then when rain shows up, it's going to water it in. So the answer to your question is yes. I can think, I have applied Humic Max more times on wet grass than I have on dry grass. And I'm thinking about it in most cases, I can't think of not most, in pretty much every case, I did not water it in right away. I didn't water it in right away because typically when I do it, it's the Humic Max goes down and then I spray with the carbon kit, like my Liquid Fert or PG or whatever else I happen to be using that time of the month, the first part of the month. And then I wait till the following day to run irrigation, assuming rain's not in the forecast. So Hope that helps. I would get it down and let rain get it in for you. You know, free water. Can't beat it. Let me know if you have any other questions. Jim Ruffian is here. I finally got my hands on a Greenmaster 1000. Yay for that. Pretty awesome. This is first cut the other day. Just wow, absolute game changer. It hasn't even gotten good yet, Jim. It's going to get better the more you use it. After, a couple of weeks of cutting with it, that's when you're really going to see the difference. But you're right. I mean, here's the thing. My story with the Greensmaster, why I look for the next comment is I had my true cut and I thought, you know what, there's no way a greens mower could ever be better. No chance that a greens mower could make that much of a difference as far as the how it stripes, how it cuts. And I was absolutely wrong. Like I made 2 passes with the greens mat. Like I made a pass with the true cut, and then side by side, I did a couple passes with the Greensmaster, and then I just started laughing. I couldn't believe how much different when the stripes for one, but just also the quality of the cut was that much better. So you're gonna enjoy it. You haven't even gotten to the good part yet. So just one cut, it's gonna get even better. And Spencer's chiming in. He was saying, "At Natalie Chan, I think that granular fertilizer is normally applied to a dry lawn." Sure, I would say that's normally the case, Spencer. But I would say for cubic backs anyway, every time I've applied it for the most part, other than when I top dressed, like when I did that top dressing video, I've applied it more times to a damp or wet lawn than I have a dry lawn, is what I'm trying to say. If you are using like a very high nitrogen fert, like a very high nitrogen quick release fert, that's when like putting a granular fert down on a wet lawn is more likely to cause burning. But humic max is like 16% nitrogen. And if you're applying it at the rates that I recommend, really you're putting in 3 pounds per thousand. So like half a pound of nitrogen over the course of a month. So not very much. So with all that taken together, I've never experienced issues with applying it to my lawn when it's wet. So take it for what it is. Is that true for all granular fertilizer? Probably not. But for humic max, it's not an issue, especially if you're using the 3 pound rate that I recommend. Okay, next up is Dick, a dictator. It's funny. It's good play on words. He says, "Hey, just started watching your videos. Keep up the great work. You're very, very welcome. I appreciate it." And you're saying you're using Pilex and you're using a couple other products for spot spraying. Just avoid it around Bermuda grass. I appreciate the feedback on that, dictator. Appreciate you watching the content. Thanks so much. Next question or comment is from Ken Lee. Says, "Hey, happy Friday, Ron. Can I use Certainty on tall fescue? My lawn is covered in POA." No, nope. It's a warm season herbicide. I would not apply it to fescue. I know you definitely can't use it on ryegrass. It will eliminate ryegrass, but I'm almost positive it's not for fescue. It's not for any cool season grass. I can check the label for her really quick just to make sure I'm not fibbing and telling you. Actually, I'm saying there you go. So one of the things that it controls, meaning that it will kill, is fescue grass. So I'm almost 90% sure that that's correct, but no. So don't put Certainty on your fescue. You will not like the results. As far as POA, I believe Tenacity will take care of POA in fescue. I believe that's true. Check the label. Again, cool season herbicides I'm not as well versed in, but look into Tenacity and see if it will cover POA on your cool season lawn. But no, definitely not Celsius, and definitely not Certainty on your cool season lawn. It's not going to be good. Will not be good. All right, next up is Soldier, who is saying that my lawn is mostly Bermuda. Here we go. My lawn is mostly Bermuda, but I have some centipede. Is there a way to get rid of centipede without resodding? Oh, that's a good question. What kills centipede? Neither Celsius or Certainty will do that. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that one in Bermuda, Soldier. I'll take a screenshot and add that to my list for next week. Next week's Thursday show is going to be fun. It's going to be like, hey, the first 30 minutes or hour is going to be, hey, here's all the questions you guys asked last week that I didn't have the answers to. So yeah, I don't know off the top of my head on that one, Soldier, but I will look into it. You will. It's a good question. And Natalie says, yep, that's Spencer Bigham. I will get up early tomorrow and get it done before the rain, but it will rain for 3 days straight. So I worry about washing off all the good stuff. No, it should be fine, Natalie. I mean, the whole thing about you losing a bunch of fertilizer in rainfall is, if in most cases, unless you live on kind of a really steep slope, and your lawn is, your soil is like rock hard, it's a bit overblown. Like, you shouldn't lose a bunch of the fertilizer from rainfall. If your lawn is flat, I wouldn't sweat it. Would not sweat it. All right. Forest Oak Lodging says, follow up. We got another soil test this year, and it showed almost the same thing this year, including low pH. Okay, Oaks for Lodge. The question I would have for you is, what did you do as far as amendments? So what did you do for the pH, to help the pH in the lawn, to help raise it? Like, did you apply lime? If so, how much? So, if it's I don't know what your pH is to be able to tell you, but if you need to make a noticeable adjustment like that, the soil test results that I showed you are, I saw a noticeable improvement between June to October. Was I believe it was a 40 pound per thousand rate. So if you've not put it down that heavy, you may need to go heavier to see if that will that'll help start moving things in a better place. But without seeing your soil test results, it's difficult to answer the question. Cameron says, Ron, thoughts on using baby shampoo as a surfactant? I've heard about people doing that. Some people say it works well, but given that surfactant is so inexpensive, I don't see the reason to just not use like the real thing, right? You know what I mean? So the big thing is that a good surfactant will it will help adhesion. It'll help enhance the performance of whatever you're mixing with it. Like in most cases, herbicides. But they'll also have like some anti-foaming properties, so you won't get like a backpack sprayer full of like soapy water. Whereas with the baby shampoo, you are likely to get that. And again, surfactant's really not that expensive in comparison to everything else you typically are mixing with it and spraying with it. So I would just use the real thing. It's not that much of a cost savings to go out, not use that, and go with the baby shampoo. You're very, very welcome, Salvation. I'm not sure what question I answered earlier, but I'm glad that makes sense, and you're very welcome for the advice. Very welcome for the advice. Next up is Andrew Buck. I've gotten this question before, but the answer is going to be no, Andrew. He says, do you have any experience with putting seed in a 5-gallon bucket of water for a couple of days to jumpstart germination? I've never done that, Andrew. There are people that have done it, and they say it helps them. I've never done it to be able to know, if it makes the seed germinate faster, if you get better results with it. I've just never tested it to be able to tell you. Try it out. Try it out if you want to give it a shot and see if it, if you get a better result with it. But yeah, I've never done that. Never done that. All right, next up is Ricky Blackmon. It's a good question. He says, how often should I get a soil sample? It really depends on you, Ricky. I recommend doing it doing it twice a year. I do them quarterly mainly because at this point I've been doing them quarterly, and I just stuck with it. But you can get like the benefits from really just doing 2 a year, two a year, and here's why. In the spring, so like again, what fertilizers to pick out for your lawn. If you need to do a lime app, it gives you time to be able to do that as well. So it's a great way to know what products you should be using to start the season off. For the fall, I like a soil test. It does two things. One, it lets you know, hey, how effective was my fertilization program over this course of the season? Did the nutrient levels move around at all? And also, for things like for soil pH, the fall test gives you more time to be able to correct those before the next growing season. So for those reasons, I recommend doing 2 a year. If you can only do one in the spring, but twice per year, I think is a good idea. That's what I recommend. Tyrone Smith is in the house. He says, I have Bermuda lawn here in Georgia. I have a low spot. Should I scalp and then level my yard, or the level and then scalp? The first, I would scalp. I would not necessarily scalp it down to the dirt, but I would lower the height of cut. I would get rid of some of the excess grass and then level it. Because if you level first, like the leveling mix, like you're going to be scalping into the leveling mix you just put down. We don't want to do that. So I would scalp the lawn, or cut it shorter first and then level it. You're going to get a better result with your top dressing. It's going to be easier to top dress it doing that. So that's the ordering I would use, Tyrone. Scalp, then level. Good question. Okay, Eric Leon says, I lied. Here's a question. See, I knew it. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Knew it was coming. He says, if you couldn't get soil cubed, which I can't get down here, what would you add to sand for leveling top dressing? Topsoil, compost, same ratio, 70-30. So yes, whichever one you can get that's clean, compost or topsoil. Either one of those will work well. The big thing is you want it to be screened. So screened topsoil or screened compost. By that, I mean, it doesn't have a bunch of trash in it. So you're not paying for like leaves and twigs and other debris that is going to, you're going to eventually have to get out of the lawn anyway when you top dress it. And if you're mixing it yourself, all the more reason why you want to do that. It makes it harder. So if you can, Eric, if you can find a place that offers some kind of leveling mix, it may not be the soil 3 mix, but if you can find a place that offers a 70-30 ratio for leveling, that will save you a lot of work, because mixing it manually is a ton of work, right? So you got to literally get a big pile of sand, a big pile of like sod or of topsoil or compost, mix it, and then go apply it. And I can, if you don't believe me, if Robert Randy were on the live stream right now, I can assure you that when you get doing all of this and you go from this to this, the last thing you want is a step in between that, or a step prior to all that, where you were mixing it yourself before taking it out to the lawn. For a small area, not that big a deal, but for a big top dressing job, if you can find a place that'll mix it for you, you're going to be a lot happier. It's going to be, you're not going to be hating life nearly as much. Hope that helps. All right. Jason Ward says, what's the maximum amount of lime I can apply per 1,000 square feet at one time? I don't like really going above 40 pounds per 1,000 square feet, Jason. Some people will go heavier than that. You look at some soil test results that are like really for farms or for ag. We'll say do like 100 pounds of lime, per 1,000 square feet. Which, I mean, on a residential lawn, most people aren't going to be able to do that. So 40, if you need a noticeable movement in pH, 40 pounds per 1,000 is what I tell people to do. That's a good amount that you're going to be able to apply, and it'll be able to water in. So hope that helps. Let me know if you have any other questions. Next is Tyrone. He's like, hey, when is the best time to add Bermuda seed to my yard? Before or after aeration? After. So if you are going to seed your lawn, which again, if you're getting into seeding, that's another discussion. But just to purely answer your question, I would aerate. If you're going to top dress or do anything else like that, I would do all that stuff, and seed would be the last thing. Tyrone. But keep in mind with Bermuda, if Bermuda is not growing somewhere, seed will not fix it. It will not fix it. What will happen in a best case scenario, if you have a bare spot in your lawn that is not where the Bermuda's all around that and it hasn't grown into it, at the best case scenario, what's going to happen is you'll put seed down, you'll put some fertilizer down, you'll water it, and boom, it'll grow, it'll germinate, and then slowly over time, it will die off. It will go right back to the way it was before, because the conditions that are causing that area to be bare, in most cases it's shade related, you didn't fix. So Bermuda is a relatively hardy turf grass. I mean, if you give it like plenty of sunlight, even half decent soil, it's going to grow well. But the big thing that it needs is sunlight. Like, sunlight is the one thing. If you got a tree or a bunch of shade, like, don't even bother with seed, because you're really wasting your time. You really want to make sure it's getting plenty of sunlight. So I don't know, again, I don't know everything that's going into your decision, but if it's to fix a bare spot, and that bare spot is there because of a shade problem or something else, we want to fix that issue first. And what you'll find is that the Bermuda will likely just recover on its own. So it's your call, but I just want to throw that out there, because a lot of times people think that, like, they treat Bermuda like cool season grass, where if you have a tall fescue lawn, then seeding is a way to get it to thicken up. That's definitely a strategy for cool season turf grass, but not so much for Bermuda. As long as the conditions are right, Bermuda will fix itself. You know what I mean? So hope that helps. I know you didn't ask that, but just wanted to throw in my 2 cents on that anyway while I had the chance. All right, next up is VMH. He says, hey Ron, I went really early with my pre-emergent in prodiamine in mid-December 2021. That is kind of early, even for me. That's a bit on the early side, VMH. And I applied another app of pre-emergent Dimension 2EW at full rate in mid-March. Should I be concerned about on crabgrass? You shouldn't. If you did a good job with the application, you should be good to go. You said mid-March, should be fine, because Dimension 1 is an excellent pre-emergent in just by itself, but then also as far as one that will target young crabgrass, it's also good for that too. So you should be good to go. I know last year you spent a lot of work doing a renovation where you were working hard to eliminate crabgrass in your lawn, you shouldn't have too much of a problem with that given what you did this year. You might have a little bit breakthrough, but shouldn't be anything like last year. So I think you should be in good shape, VMH. Again, assuming you applied it properly. T1000 says, "Oh no, I'm getting a dog tomorrow." That's okay. Just train it. Just train it to just use one spot. That's the thing. Just train it. Give it like one spot to go pee, and you're good to go. You can have a dog. You just don't want it to have it all over. And we got Demir. I'm going to get your question. Or actually, Freeshy says, "Hey Ron, just want to say thanks for answering my questions in your video comments. Much appreciated. You're very welcome. That's what they're there for." So again, while I can do it, guys, it's not going to be this way forever. If the channel keeps growing, it's going to become harder and harder to respond to every comment. But while I can, I will continue to do my best to help answer your questions. Devin is in here. Demir says, "With the exception to the dog theory, LOL, good lawn and course. And then I got the dog. I will say Max is trained at work. He won't go in the bunkers and is trained to do his business in the native area." So there you go. So Devin got, he has a great lawn and obviously works on a golf course. And then he got Max. But again, Max is trained. Max knows no bunkers, no greens. I can't imagine. You probably would be, Max would probably get, sent to the pound or whatever if you peed on one of your greens, I imagine, right? But that's good. But again, it shows that even with Max, he shows that it can be trained, right? He can be trained to go do what he needs to do in areas that are not sensitive or the areas that you don't really care about. So there you go. Well, I stand corrected, Devin. Not only are you a grass guy, you're like a greens, you're a greenskeeper. So you're like a super grass nerd, and then you knowingly got a dog afterwards. So I stand corrected. There goes that theory. There goes that theory on people that are really into their lawns. Don't go out and get dogs. Thanks. I appreciate it. All right, next up is Patrick in Texas. He says, "When spot leveling with sand, I would assume carbonized PN would be a good to mix in. Thank you for everything, Ron. My lawn looks better than ever." You're very, very welcome, Patrick. Glad to hear that. And yes, carbonized PN, if you're spot leveling, with sand, that's an awesome option. Get you a couple bags, mix it up with some sand, and then spot level. It's gonna be magic. It's gonna be awesome stuff. That's a great choice. Carbonized PN. Unless you're going to get one of the super sacks, which we now offer. I mean, unless you're doing that, like buying it in just bags, due to shipping is a bit more expensive. So it's not really economical to do it that way if you're going to use it for a large top dressing project. In that case, either get the super sack, which is like the really, the big 2,000 pound bag of it, or for a spot top dressing, like what Patrick's doing, it works fine. A couple of bags mixed with sand, and you should be good to go. Robert Rainey said, "Sent the Sandman pick per request." I don't know if I can actually find it, man. It's so hard to do this while I am live, but I will try. Nope, I don't know if I can. I'm sure I can even find your if I can even find your email, Robert. I don't see it. Yeah, it's not at the top of my list, and it's like a lot of work to go through and find you in here. But I will I'll show everyone next week. How about that? Next week we'll show everyone your pick via email. All right, thanks again, Robert. Have a great night. I appreciate you hanging out. You earned getting the sleep a little bit earlier. All right, let's see. D-Dom says, "How fast does a celloprene work in a lawn already infested with grubs? I'm in North Georgia." That's a good question. I can't tell you. I mean, it's going to kill them. I mean, if you apply a celloprene to a lawn with grubs in it within a week, less than that, they're gonna be dying off. It's against like turf caterpillars, like armyworms. It's very quick. It's like within minutes. Like you'll see them start dying off. So yeah, it should be relatively quick, DDOM. If you are worried, well, in your case, you already know. If you already have grubs in your lawn, get it down now. Again, we have it in both options. So if you don't feel like doing a liquid, like you don't want to, like liquids are just not your thing, we got the granular. So go to the golf course lawn store, scroll down on the fungicide shelf. You've got a celloprene as a granular. This is easier. That's easy mode. And then you also have it as a liquid. As a liquid, this one, you get a bit more coverage. You get a bit more control over the application rate. But there's a little bit more involved. So you have to have a backpack spray to apply it. But if that's not a big deal for you, you get more for your money with the liquid celloprene than you do for the granular. I mean, you just get more control. You get more control over how it's applied. So either one of these will work. If you have grubs in your lawn, I would use it. I would absolutely get it down. It will do the trick on them. Let me know if you need help with anything else. And I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Grubs absolutely suck, but Celloprint's a great option for that. All right, Dwayne is here. He says, hey, Ron, one of my earlier comments did not go through. My neighbor's gardener hasn't shown up for the last couple of weeks, so I decided to mow their lawn for them. Is it bad etiquette? LOL. I mean, without asking them, I mean, some people say yes, but I mean, if they didn't care, I mean, if they didn't, you know, if you went over and said, hey, do you mind if I mow, do you care if I mow your lawn for you? Then it's no big deal. If you just to go out and just mow someone's lawn without asking, it's probably not the best, probably the best idea. You know what I mean? They might get mad at you. But if there's someone that's not really in their lawn and you did them a favor, they might be okay. It depends on the person. But as a general rule, I would not recommend going out and mowing someone's lawn without asking them first, getting permission first. So it sounds like in this case, they probably didn't care because they don't really care with their lawn that much anyway. But as a general rule, I wouldn't really recommend doing that. Wouldn't recommend doing that. But it's nice that you did that. It's nice that you took care, you helped your neighbor out. That's always cool, right? All right. Next is Tyrone Smith. He says, what are your thoughts on the grass seeds in a bottle that you connect a hose sprayer to that is advertised to grow on any surface anywhere? Never use them, so I can't really say. It's probably the seed is probably wrapped in some kind of a coating, so it has like some fertilizer and food along with it. And sounds like some kind of a hydro seeding product of sorts. I've never used it to be able to say what kind of results you would get, Tyrone. But what I will tell you is this. Doesn't matter what they put in the bottle or what they wrap the seeds with or what they promise. If you're trying to grow, if one of the seeds in that product is Bermuda grass and you're trying to grow Bermuda in a shaded area, it's not going to work. It's not, again, best case scenario, it will germinate and then it will slowly die off if it germinates at all. It's in, you know, if you can get it to even grow in, it's going to be thin. It's just not going to look like the rest of the lawn. So it depends on the product, depends on the grass seed, and depends on the conditions. I assume it works because they probably wouldn't sell it or wouldn't, continue selling it if it didn't do something. But I've never used that to be able to tell you what kind of results you would get. I would imagine it's going to also be more expensive. It's a more expensive way to apply seed versus doing the prep work and applying the seed from like just a bag of seed. You know what I'm saying? Because you're paying for a lot of the convenience of that. So hope that helps. Next up is Salvador. He's back. He says, I have a deeply rutted and unlevel Bermuda lawn. That's a travesty, but we can fix it. Is leveling with sand the best option? This is my first full season and it's bad. So I'm wondering if knocking down the high spots is a good option. Yeah, I mean, so level it with, use a 70-30 mix. I recommend that. You get like most of the benefits of leveling with sand and you're also putting some organic material into your soil, which is a good thing. So a 70-30 mix is what I would go with, Salvador. What I would not do based on what you're describing is to use a pure compost mix or a pure topsoil mix. I would make sure you have some sand. The way I've heard it described best is what the folks at Superside said, for what she said to me. She said that sand is for structure, soil or the compost is for feeding the soil. And it makes a lot of sense. That's exactly what sand does. It adds structure to the soil. It helps even out those uneven, those bumpy areas. So a 70-30 mix is what I would use. And yes, I would absolutely do it. No worries at all. If you want to see a cool video on, I've got several videos on top dressing, but if you want to see a video on what the process can look like. Now here's the thing, when you watch this, don't let it scare you because it's probably going to scare you a little bit, but I can assure you that as bad as the video looks, it's much worse. No, I'm just playing, man. It's really not that bad. But yeah, this is a video that will show you the process to give you at a high level what you're getting yourself into. And there's also some top dressing, like some spot top dressing videos that I also have as well. But it sounds like your entire lawn needs this. You're in that Robert Rainey program where you're doing the entire thing. So watch that video. That will get you on the right track. All right, let us see here. We have Ben Dover is back. He says, this is no longer available. Please see Blindside Herbicide WDG or Water Spray Granule. Blindside will control Kalinga, Nuts Edges, and Celsius won't. That is their claim. Okay, well, that's their claim. I would still, couple things too. Couple other things to point out too. If you look on Do My Own's website and look at the places where Blindside can be shipped or where it can be sold, make sure I'm not telling you guys a lie here. Let me make sure here, and I can actually show you. Another reason is, yeah. So this is another reason why Celsius and certainty is still better. I'll show you why. So even if it does all those things, which I don't know that that's true, but even if it does all those things, there's a huge, massive list of places where you can't buy it. So you see what I mean? So this is not the case for Celsius and certainty, which is why it's also better, because there's like, I don't know how many states there are. There's like maybe 20 of them, maybe more, where you can't even buy this. You can't even, it's not even labeled for use in those states. So just if you have warm season grass and you want, in my opinion, a great and excellent combination that's going to take care of the most of the common weeds that people have in their lawns, your broadleafs, your sedges. If you have some POA left around from springtime, you want to get rid of that too. It'll do it. I mean, I don't really talk about the Dallas grass suppression in certainty, because you don't really want to oversell it. It's going to eliminate Dallas grass. If anything, it's going to injure it. Like, it's really hard to beat the Celsius certainty combo. The only real benefit, kind of like, and I use this as a way of my decision making process for a lot of things. The only benefit that really Blindside has over Celsius and certainty is that it's less expensive. And if the only thing you can really say about a product that it's less expensive, but it doesn't do everything that a more expensive product does, the next thing you have to ask yourself is, what is your time worth, as far as, you use something that is cheaper but not as effective, so you may have to do another follow-up app, or you may have to get another product to help fill in the gaps of what the cheaper product doesn't cover. I'm not saying it's the case for everything, but as a litmus test, if cost is the only thing, the only downside, then really consider whether that's something that you want to use as your decision-making process, or use that as if that should be the linchpin as far as your decision-making for something like herbicides. Because really, again, if you're doing everything else that I recommend, you really shouldn't use them very often. Like, you're not gonna, like, that tin of certainty in Celsius should last most of you guys many years. So like, you should break that out really to knock out sedges that come up in your lawn, to do some spot spraying here and there. And if you have POA in the springtime because your fall pre-emergent didn't work as well as you want, and that's where that's going to come out. So it really should be a sporadic thing than like something you're burning through all the time, like fertilizer. You know what I mean? So with that being the case, why not just spend a little bit more and get the good stuff? That's definitely going to work. All right, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. It says, hey, Ron, I noticed your YouTube story. You mowed your lawn this morning. I see you also did a liquid app yesterday. Shouldn't you have waited longer before mowing? Not really. Dwayne, again, a day is enough. Again, also remember, when I mow my lawn, not a ton comes off, but I mowed the day before, and I did my middle of the month spoon feeding. So I did 901C, NutriKelp, BioSpectrum, and Nutrizol. Those four is what I did. I've always done that. As far as what I will typically do, what I will normally do is I will mow first. What I won't do is this. I won't mow and then go spray and then go apply fertilizer or apply a granular fert and then go what I won't do is this. What I won't do is I will not put down fertilizer first, put down my granular fert and my liquid fert, and then go mow right after that. I will not do that. I will do the opposite, though. I will mow first, then do my granular, then do my liquid. And I've not really had any negative results from doing that. So the other way I wouldn't do it. The converse is the way I normally do it. Normally I'll mow first, and then I will get out there and get them down. For similar to the reason that you're talking about, right? So if I mow, say this morning, early in the morning, and then the same morning, so this morning as well, I put down my liquid, the carbon kit. I spray it right after mowing, right? The thing is, I'm not going to have to mow tomorrow. It's going to be 2 days at least before I have to mow again, which gives the grass plenty of time to take up to help the foliar application work better, right? Whereas if I were to put down the carbon kit and then literally like an hour later go mow the lawn, that's just like you're working against yourself. So I tend to do the opposite: cut the grass first and then apply my products. For the granular, it doesn't really matter as much, but for the liquids, that's the sequence that I like to use, and I've had pretty good results with that. All right, so next is to bent over, says the best way to deal with dog pee is to have your hose sprayer ready and just to spray down the air to dilute it. It's also female dogs which leave them. Actually, that's actually not true, Ben. It's a good joke about the idea of having your sprayer ready, but really the female dogs get a bad rap about being the ones that will burn lawns. But really, typically, smaller dogs, puppies, any dog that pees where the pees in a concentrated area will burn your lawn. Like boy dogs tend to, whatever, they don't necessarily land in one area. They tend to make a mess all over the place. It's not like it's all in one spot, whereas female dogs will like squat and they'll pee, like literally all the urine goes like in one little area, which is why the burning is more, they get a bad rap saying that, oh, female dogs will burn lawns and male dogs don't. Not really. That's actually not the case. Puppies, like you can take like puppies will do it, and smaller male dogs will also do it. And I think I'm pretty sure Demir has a, like Max is a boy dog, and he will burn a lawn if he pees on it. Actually, I know he will, because he showed us pictures on the last time he was on the live stream of damage that Max has done when he's peed in areas. So it's not just a girl dog thing. So I'm here to stand up for the girl dogs. Stella's a girl dog, even though she does destroy a lawn in one area. It's not just a girl dog thing. It's a small dog or any dog that pees in a concentrated area thing. All right. Luis Rodriguez already answered the question, so I don't need to go back next week. He says, quinclorac kills centipede. So for the person, whoever it was, I have to look through my screenshots that asked the question about, hey, I've got centipede and I've got centipede in Bermuda and I want the centipede gone. I want the Bermuda to stick around. Luis Rodriguez, who I believe works in the industry, works in turf grass industry, said that quinclorac will do it. I'll check it. I'll verify that, obviously, but I have no reason to believe that he is incorrect. Thanks for that, Luis. I do appreciate the support and help. Next up is Archie Amos. He says, I use Tenacity on my New York State fescue and it works wonders. Tried using it here in our South Carolina property and it did not have good results. So Archie, do you have fescue in South Carolina? Here's the thing too to keep about that. And I'm not sure where this came from. I don't know where it is, or if it's because when you're up north, you were used to using Tenacity, so you moved down south and you decided you're going to use Tenacity on your warm season lawn. So I'm pretty sure you have warm season grass. If you have warm season grass, you need to use something like Celsius instead of Tenacity. Tenacity really is not the correct product to use on warm season grass. It can injure it if it's actively growing. It's really a cool season grass type product. Now, there are people that'll tell you, hey, I sprayed Tenacity on my dormant lawn and it worked well and I didn't have any problems with it. And that is true. If the grass is dormant, you can use it. Just like if the grass is completely dormant, you could use glyphosate to kill weeds in your lawn. But the question is why? Why, right? Like you've got selective herbicides that are correct for your grass type that are not going to kill your grass, or not going to injure the lawn, and they are going to kill the weeds. So you want to make sure in my opinion, it just makes sense to use the products the right fit. So I don't know if you might have fescue in South Carolina, but I would imagine you have warm season grass like Bermuda or Zoysia. And if that's the case, you're going to want to, take the Tenacity, put a tight little bow on it, put it out on the shelf. You can be there, just, it's done, it's earned its stripes, it's done its duty, and then break out something like Celsius and or Certainty for your warm season grass. It's gonna be a better fit for you. All right, D-Dom says, I already bought the liquid aceleprint. Thanks, Ron. Very good, sir. But then all you got to do is once you get it, if you assume you don't have it already, apply it. Get it down. Get it applied. Get it applied. We are winding down, boys and girls. It says VMH is here. He says, hey, Ron, have you experienced with sandy loam topsoil? The supplier told me it's mostly sand, but they have clay and silt components too. Yeah, so there's one of the companies that does top dressing around here, Sandman, some of their top dressing mix, or at least I don't know if that's the case now, but no, it was 4 or 5 years ago, whatever, the last time they top dressed my lawn, they use like a sandy loam along with their as far as their top dressing mix. So yes, that is a thing, and it works well. There's no problem with that at all. I mean, it's if that's what you got, that's what you got. No issues at all. I appreciate it, Demir. No worries at all. Thank you so much for watching the live stream as we were winding down. And then Bendover says, I have a male and female dog, and it seems like she does way worse damage. It is true, Ben. Here's the thing, and I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I wasn't trying to say that you're wrong. It's just a misconception. It's probably a better way to say it. It's a misconception that only female dogs will damage turf grass. Like male dogs will do it. The reason why is that girls tend to pee all in one spot, so they all that goodness is going to one area, and that's what tends to cause it to be more damaged. And whereas boys, it tends to spread out a bit more. You know what I mean? So that's why the damage is less bad. And then Devin is confirming this because Max is a boy. I'm pretty sure he's very true. Max scorches a stretch of turf right off the patio every winter. When it's cold out, he goes in the same spot every time. No problems in the summer because he goes all around or in the rock. So there you go, guys. There you have it. The conundrum or the mystery has been solved as far as boy and girl dogs causing lawn damage. They are both equal offenders. Girls tend to get a bad rap, but boys can do it just as badly as girls. And guys, with that, if you need your Primo Max, your golf course lawn, your plant growth regulator, be sure to check out the Golf Course Lawn Store. We have selective herbicides in stock, your Celsius Certainty combo. For those of you that did not get your pre-emergent down and need to kill weeds, got your full selection of fungicides and insecticides. Again, Acelepryn, we still have some of this in stock. One thing I will tell you guys also, the few that are still here, the Yardmaster backpack sprayer, there is a small number of those left in stock. I do not know when we will get more in once they sell out. Like, you guys know how long it took Alan to get those in, to make those available. So I don't know the batch that once this batch sells out is that we're going to get anytime soon. So there's not a lot of them less. Like, I think like less than 20 or so of them left. Get out if you want one. Get one. If you're in the market for one, you're thinking, hey, I want to get a backpack sprayer, and I'm in the market for like a $300 backpack sprayer. The Yardmaster ones are still in stock as of right now. Like this time next week, probably not. I mean, a few days from now, probably not. So, all right, guys, I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for everything. Again, be sure to like, subscribe to the channel if you've not as yet. If you've bought something from the Golf Course Lawn Store, please leave a review. It really does help us out. If you don't have much of rain in your lawn tomorrow, be sure to do something cool, like get out there and mow. That's always a good choice. Get out and put your fertilizer down. Also a good choice. And with that, we are out. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys next week.